All right.
Okay.
Welcome. Oh,
No, you're fine.
okay. Welcome,
Yeah,
everybody, to Logging Off League, day 3 of our playoffs. We have 4 fantastic matches lined up today, one right after the other. We will be your commentators today. My name is Juliet, and we have Bones here with us for their first official commentary day of our tournament. We're super excited to have you all here.
I thought you were gonna say it was my first time commentating.
Oh, no, no,
But
no.
yeah, if you haven't seen me before or heard me before, I guess I'm Bones. I have my nice new PNG that I actually made myself this time, so that's why it looks worse than usual. But yeah, I'm very happy for logging off League. I was here last time, and unfortunately I was again, but I'm very, very happy to be back. And here with Julia as well, who I rope into commentating with me. So, you're welcome, I guess.
Well, thank you very much for that, Bones. And also, please do not even worry about the quality of your PNG today, because if you take a look at mine, I actually have never drawn an ibis paint before, especially not on mobile. But
And it looks
I did,
beautiful.
well, thank you. I enjoy the funky little skeleton, just as I enjoy your million yard stare from the cat.
The million yards. It's alpha. It's Kitty Alpha.
Yeah, but with
This is
Cheshire Knight
a
eyes.
this is a hermit house and home.
Yeah, but you
I've
snuck
spent like
Mercenary
the
in there, and we
past.
both know it.
I did not. They're
You
based
did.
on the skin.
Yeah, but you gave him the Cheshire stare, not the Alba stare. There's a difference.
Alva
There's
has
nuance.
those eyes. If you zoom in really close on the skin, the eyes are accurate. I promise.
The eyes may be accurate, but the intent behind them is not.
What intent? What intent? I have no poor intentions. I am
I'm
very
ta-
very serious,
no,
very
I'm talking about
professional.
the intent of mischief on Cheshire's part. There's a level of mischief
Ah,
there that Alpha
there
Cat
might be a
doesn't
little
have.
mischief. I don't know. I'm not responsible for that. But yeah, I hope everybody's having a good afternoon-ish. Um I I had a pretty good short rank session myself. Uh, Mostly wins. Yeah, I think it was 3 wins, 2 losses. So we're doing great on that front. Hope everybody else is having good luck, especially as we end up with the end of the season. Because personally, I'm not looking to get demoted all the way back down to Elk, even though it's probably going to happen. But yeah, I don't rank enough at this point, but yeah, I'm very excited to see today's matches. I think yeah, up first is going to be Omni versus Sphinx. Omni, obviously, assuming that we're all very familiar with Omni due to their Koa presence. Obviously, been around for a minute within the community, and I'm very Sphinx has to bring to the table because this is not a team that I've seen before. But looking at our lineups here, we might have some pretty fun picks coming from that side. So overall, going to be exciting for this first matchup. But before we get into that, I do believe we're going to be looking at the confessions from IDV Confessions on Insta. So yeah, Juliet, if you want to start us off on those.
All right, sure thing. We're going to go ahead and read these from left to right. First up, we have a bit of a funny one here. We should get a survivor named Joe who does average Joe stuff, like paying his bills and doing his tasks. I mean, we have a couple of survivors and hunters who both have names that start with Joe. I think that's short for Joseph usually. So I
Yeah,
think if we
we
ever do get identity switch with Joseph, that'll be his kit right there.
average Joe, no Mercury involved, no photography. He just pays his bill. I feel like that's just lucky guy though.
Oh yeah, honestly, or that guy from the old tutorial that is no longer with us, the
Oh yeah,
guy A
Stranger
or
One.
whatever. Yeah, yeah, Stranger One. I'd say he probably has the most average Joe because he dresses just like he's like an average high schooler from the 1950s, if I can be frank about it.
Yeah, yeah, you're not wrong. But I don't know. I feel like at this point, an average Joe survivor, like, what would he even do?
Thing is, like, the thing with well, even so, like, just because you like a character who just has a regular thing doesn't mean that your kit is going to match that in any way. I mean, we've seen that with the fire investigator. Everyone thought he was going to shoot like spray water at people, but instead he uses those cushions to get around.
Airbags.
Yeah, potato potato.
It's they should make. I mean, I know he has a popcorn skin coming up, but I think they should make him potato bags.
Oh, that would be really cute. I Speaking of this essence though, I'm so in love with it. I think it's so cute, and I really do hope that by next week's games we might get to see one or two of those skins played.
Oh, me too. Especially if we're gonna be seeing the Ivy getting played. We might be able to see Cabbage Ivy. Cabbage Ivy is my favorite skin from the Essence. Love Popcorn Florian, but I love Cabbage Ivy.
I know Cabbage Ivy is so cute. I am so in love with that. I love that the Obstagon changes into a cabbage as well.
It's
Just
so
in general,
cute.
it's so cute, and the colors are so nice too. I really love the splashes of purple they have to counteract with the green because I know the Essence poster made it all feel like it might have just been Morbius's Dream Part Two, but that splash of color really does just make that skin so much more fun to watch.
Hmm. But yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't have anything else to say about Mr. Average Joe, so I'll move on to the next confession, which is I love the looks maxing of IDV characters. Now I'm assuming this means the rumored model reworks that are going to be coming along, the kind of reproportioning of the dolls, making their heads smaller. Uh I have mixed feelings on it if I'm being honest. I feel like there's definitely some survivors that could use a little bit of a refresher, like maybe some of the veteran characters. Coordinator, I feel like they could fix. If you look at coordinator in the room, her nose moves up and down, bugged. So I hope that they fix that. But I will say the one looks maxing that I'm not looking forward to, and I really hope doesn't happen, is default. You already know this one. It's default. It's default mercenary. Default if they change default mercenary and they get rid of his beautiful little dough face, I will be so upset. It'll be fine. I mean, I've coped with it. When I first started playing the game in late 20, so it wasn't long. It was like after Mr. Inference, so he'd already been, yassified once. And then Colonel Dax was added in, I think, early 2021. So that was kind of the beginning of the end for his face.
Oh yeah, the
I've
most
made
I
my
think.
peace
Oh,
with it, but I'm not a fan.
yeah, I do think like I remember the most jarring switch for Mercenary was during Toy Merchant's Essence when he had that B tier. And I
Yeah,
remember like
Sandwolf.
everyone just kind of, yeah, everyone was just like so shocked because it looked nothing like the knife that we have grown to know and love. And I gotta admit, I do understand wanting to clean up the models now, especially with Ashes of Memory being as big as it is and this game basically exploding to incredible levels. I mean, just last year they had a an awards on Weibo, and Identity 5 won like the biggest mobile game on that poll of like Weibo users, which is incredible.
Mhm. Yeah, and I mean, it's just been getting bigger, bigger, and bigger and bigger. And I think that I'm really excited for coming up IVS happening. I think actually this week. I think it starts on Wednesday, or I guess it's like Wednesday into Thursday for us, here in
Mhm.
NAU. But I feel like having RVL up on the big screen in China, or they're in. I think they're in Macau for IVS, but like having NAU teams on the global stage is huge, and that's going to get so much more, viewership, playership from all around the world. So I'm very excited to for the future of IDV. I feel like my one like limit on the looks maxing though is whatever they did to Magician in the Goatman essence, because that was too far. That was way too far. I don't know why they like stretched him out like taffy. It's kind of scary.
I honestly, I'm the unpopular opinion here. I actually do like what they did with the magician and that just for that specific skin, because the idea is that he's supposed to be like this sleek, shiny new robot. So I feel like that uncanny look to him is like intentional to kind of go up against the kind of stark industry old town vibe of the Goatman skin. But that's just
Mhm.
the way I see it. I'm a sucker for like aesthetics and stuff, so I get really super into it. But overall, yeah, I have to agree. Part of it's bittersweet the looks vaccine because I understand like wanting to update those models now that we have the technology for it. I mean, we've seen it with the mechanic way in the beginning. She was one of the very first models to get a bunch of different face sculpts, and it's just kept going. But at the same time, I do like the older faces because there's just a bit of nostalgia attached to the way IDV used to be. You know, that really old tutorial that was really buggy, the old lobby in the waiting room before Ashes of Memory came in. So it is, I do sort of miss
I
some of
miss
the old things, you know?
I miss the Orpheus dimension. That's what we used to call it. Like when you would go to the default room with the piano.
Oh, yeah.
I because every time you change the captain of a team, it I mean, it still resets, but it resets to the Alice. I miss when it would just send everybody into the Orpheus dimension and everybody would go, "No, I'm Orpheus now."
Oh, yeah. That was always like super fun. But I do admit, I do like the fact that we have like the greenhouse and, or just the map of the manor in general to go explore, even when you're not in the actual Ashes of Memory mode. I think that adds a
Oh,
little bit of fun. And I gotta admit, I do like walking around as Alice. She is a really fun protagonist. I'm in the club that really wants her to get an A tier soon. Hopefully, we'll be seeing one
me
by the end of the year.
too. Yeah,
But
I they have to be saving it for something good at this point because
oh,
like
absolutely.
for I feel like Professor has the Koa skin, so I'm leaving him alone for a minute. He's fine. He can go marinate. We lasted for what, 4 years with no embalmer and no female dancer for having a gotcha A tier, at least 4 years. So I think we're
Mhm.
fine. I think we can live
Oh,
a little bit longer.
yeah. So I actually want to get to this last one before we start. I feel like this one we can really talk about for a while, but
Oh yeah,
what
the
what
meta questions. You've got the
yes,
two
here
meta
we go.
heads. I mean, I
What
guess
the
we're all
F?
meta heads here in commentary land, but me and
Yeah.
Julia are like crazy, crazy meta heads.
what the F is even meta, and how did Tracy land herself in that club when she does a negative 300,000% debuff if she decodes when someone is injured, and her bot can be killed dead in 2 seconds, 2 hits, sob emoji. Now, I do understand when you look at the character's buffs and debuffs, it does sometimes feel daunting, like you feel like, oh, is this character even worth playing? I remember the very first time I played the first officer, for example, after playing coordinator. I was a big fan of decoding. I was a bit scared of rescuing because I was a new little worker bee. I didn't know what I was doing. And then when I tried decoding the first time, I was like, this is terrible. His decoding is so slow. I can't do this. But overall, you start getting a better feel for the character's play style, and you start realizing what those strengths and weaknesses are. And it does, I think, debuffs in a way, even though character would be meta even despite the debuffs with like mechanic. I know she, back in the day when she really was meta, what her biggest strength was the passive decoding buff that she gave her the entire team. So even if you're playing as a rescuer, your decoding would be about 10%, I think, better than it usually is. They got rid of that, and I believe you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think she used to have a 30% debuff when someone got injured that got stacked twice, but then it got demoted to 35%. I could be wrong again, but overall, I think losing that combination of things is what really took mechanic out of the meta. But she might be coming back with the lessened decoding debuff, and the bot does add some use as well with being able to move around the map and do more than just decode. But yeah, I think in general it just really depends on the character.
Yeah, I think for Tracy specifically, I mean, I would have to ask Mima for the mechanic specifics, but the biggest thing with Tracy and the reason why she's kind of still hanging out in Metaland is because she has the bot. I mean, as long as you have the bot on the field, it provides an extra quote unquote survivor to be able to decode. So even when she's on chair, she can keep decoding. Even if, she's across the map decoding a cipher really, really slowly, there's still another bot or a survivor on the field that's able to decode. And that's really, really valuable. And that's why Prisoner's also been meta recently,
Mhm.
kind of over mechanic, is because of that top off a cipher, get a little bit more decoding done across, spread it out as,
Mhm.
all the survivors do their job. Um, but that's also why she has such drastic debuffs. And it does, I mean, and I totally get it, because for a million years, I was like, how does anybody play mechanic? Like, she can't kite, she can't decode as soon as somebody gets hit. Like, what is the point? But it's really just about being able to ration the bot, being able to hide the bot as well. Hiding the bot is super important, to the point
Mhm.
where like there's a lot of times, and we see it a lot in tournament as well, when mechanics use a lot when mechanic is, that sometimes they'll just sell the mechanic if she's used all her bots and she doesn't have anything else. Like, just sell the mechanic. She
Mhm.
can, just waste time sitting on the chair. But your utility goes down very, very drastically as soon as people start injured. So, and if she's, botless in that situation, it is very difficult to work with her. But yeah, I mean, checking the chat. Yeah, Mima's here. Tracy head in the chat. And some of
Thank you,
our
Mima.
we got Joey as well. Joey was here yesterday. Check out the streams for the rest of the weekend. I actually had to catch up on all of those this morning because I've been super busy for the other days, but I went through, I watched all the matches from the rest of the tournament. So do that if you haven't yet. But a lot of familiar face in the chat. Evening skies. Hi guys. Coffee as well. Bear. Toast. Thank you for saying the PNGs are cute, Mamitis. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but yeah, I work I worked very hard. We both worked very, very hard on ours. I think almost all of us drew our own PNGs this time, except for
Yeah.
Bugs. I think S did it for Bugs. But speaking of S and Bugs, after the next 3 matches, we're going to, well, it's me, Juliet. You and I are doing this one, and then two down the
And
line.
yeah, so what'll happen is it's gonna be you and me first for this match. Then I'm gonna swap tag out. Mima's gonna tag in, so it's gonna be you and Mima, and then it'll be you and me for the third match at 4. Bugs, you and Mima are gonna be at 2, and then at 6, it'll be S and Bugs for the final match today.
Yeah. We've got Omni and Sphinx coming up very, very shortly. We're getting all that band pick sorted out now, and we're going to head into the match very soon. After Omni and Sphinx are through, we're gonna have Good Babies versus Maphasy, which I hope I'm pronouncing correctly. But that'll be with myself and Mima, and then finally we will have Red Moon versus BYD, and that'll be back on myself and Juliet. After that, it's gonna be Divorced Women versus Drunken, which I almost wish I was also commentating for. Need to have those names. Uh, but that'll be S and Bugs, and I'm very excited to be able to take a break out, hang out in the chat because I will not be missing that for the world. So yeah, long day ahead of us, but thank you all for joining us now. Thank you to the staff for locking in now, and you know, everybody prepared for a very long day ahead, but it'll a lot of fun. This whole weekend has been awesome to watch happen, awesome to kind of be a part of behind the scenes as well. So yeah, but huge shout outs to everybody on the logging off team because you guys are awesome for literally everything that you're doing for us.
Yes, thank you so much, everybody. This has been such a fun tournament so far. We've been able to see such amazing matches. I definitely do recommend when you have the time, please catch up on all of the playoffs we've been seeing this week. We've had some incredible matches, some incredible team coordinations, incredible hunter gameplay. It's all been so much fun, and we can't do it without you guys. I mean, we managed to hit over 1,000 views so far on day two's first half,
Oh
which is
wow.
phenomenal. Yeah, which is definitely deserved because those teams that played yesterday were all amazing. The teams that played Friday were all amazing. And I have absolutely no doubt that we are in for a serious treat today. So definitely sit tight. As Mima would like to remind us, I'm sure, make sure you stay hydrated, keep on top of that water. I know I certainly will, and Bones,
Yes.
I hope you do too. You're going to be
I do. I
doing.
went before the stream. I went and filled up my giant water bottle, so I've got that with me. I'll probably have to refill it again at some point. But I'll try to stay hydrated because I've got a lot of talking ahead of me, which is definitely I'm great at yapping, so it's not it's not a but it'll be fun. One last thing I think before we get into the band picks, I did want to highlight in the chat here, Toast saying the trick is being a rescuer main and going, oh my goodness, whenever you play any character without a decoding debuff, that's so beyond real because I'm usually a rescuer main. I got mad at
Mhm.
everybody who I was playing with in rank, like the randoms in rank, because trying to solo queue as rescuer is evil. So I started
Oh,
playing
God.
prisoner, and I was like, I decode so fast now. Everything so quickly. I no longer have a 25% decoding debuff. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah,
It's
it's
beautiful.
so funny to see because I like as I said, I played first officer, and it's so funny playing him now versus playing him before the rework because now he gets that extra decoding little reduction on his decoding debuff whenever you use your pocket watch up to 2 times, and it really does make all the difference. But I mean, I have been a bit a fan. Oh, we're actually going to go um we're actually going to go ahead and get started with our band picks. Omni is going to be surviving first, and Sphinx will be hunting first. Our map of choice for the first round is Chinatown, and it looks like our first two survivor bands are going to be Priestess and Embalmer.
Yeah, very excited to see us get into this. But yeah, Priest and Balmer are very good bands, especially on a map like Chinatown. You do want to get that Priestess out of the way immediately. And Embalmer is actually pretty strong on Chinatown. It is a small map, but a big thing with Chinatown is the layers. So we are able to put that up at the hotel and just get away from the hunter very effectively. But for our first two picks from Omni Survivor side, we are going to see that Fire Investigator coming out as well as the Patient. I'm a little bit sad to see Fire Investigator picked first. That does mean we are working with the global bans, so we will be seeing those first two survivors knocked off the table for the rest of this matchup. But Fire Investigator will have at least one time to shine here. Now, obviously, Sphinx can still pick him in the later matches, We are going to yeah, Fire Investigator and Patient, two very, very strong characters for those first two picks. Looks like we are also going to ban the first officer, and as is, very, very regular, we're going to see that first officer ban immediately followed by a mercenary pick. One rescuer gets knocked off the table, the other one comes right in handy.
Yeah. So we do tend to see a mercenary rescue pick, van pick usually after the first two, unless they do tend to pick the rescue first. It's usually just a lot easier to try to force that rescue pick right away. Figure out which rescuer you want to use because the rescuers. I know we were talking about the meta before, but rescuers do tend to have a very significant decoding debuff, but they do have a lot of very useful skills to rescue and kite. And when they're off their ciphers taking over the rescue or kite for this hunter, that does leave other survivors to handle the decoding. But we are actually going to go into our final picks. We have the toy merchant banned and we have the dancer locked in instead. Now that does make perfect sense. The toy merchant excels on these smaller maps like Ever Sleeping in Chinatown that have those ledges, all those 2-story heights to work with. It does make a lot of sense that you'd want to ban her and especially get that priestess, especially if you're looking at playing a hunter who might be a bit more short range. The opera singer does tend to work really well in close knit spaces. You have characters like the wax artist who can at least shoot from a distance, but he usually needs to be close to land a decent hit until he gets that full presence hot wax. And we are going to lock in the dancer as our final survivor on this map. That it really does make sense for her too. She has excellent decoding skills, excellent support skills, excellent kiting skills, being able to use those music boxes and to place them in very strategic places where the hunter really has to waste time if they want to break them.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that dancer. Dancer is just a menace on this map. I'm thinking about the corner, I believe it's near the umbrella gate, that one corner near the 2-story with the pallet. I'm envisioning it in my head. But the boxes being used there, as well as
Yes.
I'm not sure if you mentioned it, Juliet, but when Dancer drops from a ledge, the speed boost that she gets as well.
Hmm.
So that can just
Yeah,
be
she's,
completely, she's a beast. She's a beast on this map.
oh, for
I'm very
sure.
excited to see her get utilized here. This is a very, very strong containment team. With that patient, with that fire investigator. Fire investigator, I feel like fire investigator and dancer can almost work together. Both have
Hmm.
those skills that require the hunter to almost not take a stun, but it is a stun in a sense because it locks the hunter in place. You're forced to break the ball. You're forced to break the boxes. It's a lot of mind games here that Omni can do just with their survivor skills.
Oh, absolutely. There's a really strong team comp here. We have survivors that can gain a lot of distance in a very short amount of time. The fire investigator's airbags can help him and his team. The patient has those 3 hooks where, if used properly, can really get him some distance. Mercenary has those 3 elbow pads. Dancer has that pirouette skill within the realm of the music boxes. And we are going to have our persona builds now. Everyone is bringing borrowed time. Oh, 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 just
Yeah, it
hold
looks
on.
like
We're still finalizing those persona builds. We're just getting ready for everyone's still getting ready to get this first match underway. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to be seeing that wax artist coming out here from Sphinx first off. So yeah, I think we were actually talking about wax artist a little bit earlier. Very, very
Mhm.
strong on Chinatown. And any map that has straight lines to go through is just a great map for wax artist. So I'm very excited to see that how that wax artist can do, especially since we do have survivors here. I would say it's gonna be interesting because the the skills, so we have patient and mercenary, both of them are survivors that break distance. So immediately we do have survivors that can get cut off. If you're able to freeze the patient, obviously can't use hooks. Freeze mercenary, obviously can't use the elbow pads. And with Fire Investigator somewhat. Dancer does definitely rely on that tight kiting capability, which Wax Artist a little bit weaker too, but can use his wax to lock off pallets, lock off windows. So that can be very, very strong here against Omni's comp. Fire Investigator, I feel like, is going to be difficult because if Fire Investigator is able to, lock off those windows, lock off those doors with the airbag, that would block the wax. So I'm like 99% sure. I haven't actually seen Fire Investigator against Wax Artist, so I feel like I'm like in the test tube right now,
Yeah, especially
inside the
since we
petri
do
dish.
since we do finally have that fire investigators buff in play. We are playing with a live version of Identity 5, unlike the tournaments, which can go back and pick certain builds. But we are going to get to actually see the fire investigators new buff in action, which is really exciting, especially considering we do have again just so many distance builders in this team. We have plenty of survivors that can take advantage of those tight alleyways and those corners, which can definitely gain some distance against the wax artist, who does have a significant advantage in those open areas in between the buildings, and especially when he's shooting over those bridges to get a bit of advantage over those two-story places. It makes complete sense that they would want to get a team that can build distance. Characters like the patient, it makes an absolute perfect sense that they'd want to lock in that patient, even getting rid of him in a global ban, because this is a map that is extremely good for the patient. I mean, you can see with banning the toy merchant as well, we just want to try and reduce the two-story kiting that is so easily exploitable on Chinatown.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see, if we're able to take advantage of the two stories of the hotel loop, especially. Having Toy Merchant off the table does hurt a little bit in that respect because we do obviously, um, Toy Merchant is so valuable within that hotel loop, which is, that's why you take him off the table. But we are going to be getting into this match now. We do have that Logic Path skin here on Wax Artist Curio. Just
Oh,
about,
it's so pretty.
it's like 4 days, I think, 4 days until the season resets. So 4 days and then a couple weeks if you've reached past spot 600 to buy him in the shop. But it's a really nice skin for Wax Artist. I love the way that it's styled. I also really love the Christina model, or I guess her name is Belinda now. But on his shoulder, I really love how they modeled her. So I would say it's probably better than his A tier, like his shower.
Oh yeah, I am absolutely in love with this. I do have to admit, I do love the mermaid effects on shower for Christina Belinda, but one thing I actually learned something pretty interesting is that I think that the wax is supposed to look like a water weathered statue. I've seen pictures of them, they're beautiful. But we're going to go ahead and get into this map spawn. A very interesting little Tetris Z here. We have Dancer spawning in behind Hotel, Fire Investigator over at the Umbrella Gate, Mercenary in the middle by the big tree. We have the patient up over in the restaurant area, and we have the wax artist down in the sculptor.
Yeah, very.
Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say very good start here, but yeah, heading into versus Sphinx round one, we've got Omni on the survivor side and Sphinx on the hunter side. Good luck to both teams. Once again, I am Bones here with Juliet for your commentary, and yeah, starting off day 3 of logging off League.
Woohoo! All right, we are loading right in. We have that wax artist on the way. Looks like we will be heading up towards that patient. Very smart choice for a first kite. He is very annoying. It's best to get rid of those hooks as much as you can. And already patient is getting onto a cipher, but he is on his way towards that 2-story bridge, which is going to definitely help his kiting as he starts his kite through the 2-story area.
Yeah, I would definitely expect to see a hook coming along sooner or later. Yup, there we go. That's going to be our first hook. But nicely done with the wax aim there. I do think we were able to get a little bit of extra on patient as he flew, I suppose, as he hooked away. But we are going to see the drop here and just going to continue to use this loop. He can kind of stay here for a while. We're going to use that second hook just to get a little bit more distance. Just a little bit more wax trying, but no, actually, oh, we got just a slight bit of wax there through that kind of Hail Mary of a wax gun there. But yeah, just gonna continue using this loop. Survivor's hard at work decoding, but oh, 92% wax, almost. And we're going to try and flywheel that, but unfortunately not going to go through. But we were able to break just enough distance, so that through, getting a little bit stuck on Wax Artist there, unfortunately. And that warp is going to come into... Patient did not drop off the ledge.
Oh, dear. Yeah, this is an incredible kite so far. We can definitely see why they wanted to lock in that Patient. Definitely wanted to risk that global ban. This is a phenomenal kite. We have very good work on these ciphers. 3 survivors able to work on on 8 different ciphers completely unimpeded over on that far side of the map. But we will see the Patient finally go down right as one of the first ciphers pops. And the Wax Artist is going to go ahead and chair that Patient over near the center of the map. Looks like we do have... believe that is the mercenary in the area who will more than likely be going in for the rescue.
Yeah, mercenary, a nice use of that elbow pad just to stay away from that Wax. It does look like we're going to take probably a second elbow pad over to the chair hanging out inside the hotel right now. Going to head actually just straight for the chair. No elbow pad in play. Nicely done with that rescue, and just gonna the area, not looking for a double hit right now. I believe that was before half. Patient is going to take a hit, but that's fine now. And we will be seeing that down. But already we're at 2 ciphers remaining. I would say... Okay, so it does look like we're on... We were able to pop the mercenary cipher. We're at about 40%, 30% for our final 2 ciphers. So looking very, very good for Omni right now.
Oh, yes. The rotation around these ciphers is just incredible. The fact that they've been able to get a 3 cipher kite in already, and we can see that the female dancer just pinged her cipher, is about 60% of the way there. We should definitely have one primed, as both the fire investigator and female dancer don't have decoding debuffs. And the one character who does, the mercenary, is already on the way to get that final rescue in.
Yeah, it looks like we did have mercenary coming in from the back for that rescue. Great job on up here. We are going to get the hot wax down, but Patient is still running. Like mercenary actually coming in again just on the last 6 seconds of health there, just to try and delay Patient going down even longer. Unfortunately, no flywheel coming into... Patient will be sent back to the manor here. Mercenary is down as well, but we nearly have that cipher prime, so Dancer can come in for this rescue, unless actually going to go use that warp to try and pressure the final cipher here. Fire investigator forced a permit. We are going to spend a bit of time breaking that. Oh, we broke the airbag, and it looks like that warp either ran out or was canceled, but it's gonna take a for Wax Artist to get back, and in that time, Dancer has been able to heal up the mercenary. That kind of changes everything here. And it does look like Wax Artist is going to adjust to that and possibly go straight for Fire Investigator, but he looks a little bit thrown off by that change in events. I don't think he expected Mercenary to be able to heal that fast.
Yeah, and it looks like we are trying to find Tinnitus where we can, but the teams have been able to spread out pretty far. He was able to lock off that cipher for a little while, but unfortunately in that time the female dancer was already able to get onto another cipher. We do have this nearly primed cipher locked off again, and we do see the fire investigator going ahead and taking this kite in the corner ruins where Dungeon has spawned. So now both the hunter and survivors are aware of where Dungeon is. So we're going to go ahead and continue to see the fire investigator take this kite, looping around, using his second airbag, but missing that jump.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that might have been an accidental jump, but that's a great airbag just to block off that kiting area, acting almost as a secondary pallet. We have Mercenary back at full health. Dancer has the cipher at 63%. Is that going to go? Oh, it did. I know they changed the judgment on how that 100% wax trick works since the update, so that was a little bit scary, but that was able to go through. Fire Investigator is down. Will we be seeing a basement chair here? Yes, basement is here in the wax building, so we will see Fire Investigator chaired in basement. Go!
No, we won't! Oh my god! Yeah, the Fire Investigator was able to struggle free. Yeah, I believe that we have the Mercenary did pick up a bot. That's how he was able to heal himself, and he is using that bot to currently open the exit gate. But the Hunter is going to land a detention hit on that Mercenary right by Dungeon. The Mercenary is going to try to wait out Dungeon, just waiting there. Meanwhile,
84% on that gate.
And he does have warp up.
Yup, Dancer's out the gate. We do have that bot as well in play. Fire Investigator hanging out in here. We might be able to get if Fire Investigator needs to be very, very careful here. Obviously, we do have a Wax Artist with detention. That's not a situation that you really want to be in. But it looks like Wax Artist may just be heading, if he's able to get to Mercenary in time. But Fire Investigator right next to the gate here. If they're both able to make it out the gate, this could be a 3-man escape. Dancer's out. Is Fire Investigator at the gate yet?
Oh no, it looks like the Fire Investigator is not
Oh,
in the.
no!
Oh no! Oh, a very unfortunate turn of events. Just a little too late for that Fire Investigator to get through that gate and earn them the 3-man. Right as the Mercenary got picked up, and just a second later, that dungeon opened. Really close match. That really did just come down right to that end game. That detention really changed things.
Wow. Yeah, that was just an incredible end game there. So well played from both sides. I mean, we have obviously Omni survivors doing everything that they can to try and make that into as, a 3-man escape there with an elimination at 2 ciphers remaining is very, very impressive. And they almost had it. But I mean, kudos to Sphinx as well for being able to just adjust to the situation at hand. Having that mercenary heal very much just kind of threw off the rhythm of the match, but
Mhm.
just he was still able to clutch the tie. And I mean, a tie is something, especially when you're going against teams of this caliber. I'm gonna say it's a little bit controversial, but identify a survivor-sided game, so being able to get a hunter tie is a pretty formidable result. So we will be having a 2-2 score here in our first half round. And heading into Omni's Hunter side, that does it's a pretty optimistic outcome for both sides because it's a neutral ground. Both teams have 2 points right now. Anything can happen in the second half of the round, and if we're able to keep it to a tie or even better for the side of Sphinx, then anything can happen. But and then again, it's also an optimistic outcome for Omni's Hunter side because all you have to do is get a tie. As long as you can secure a tie, you're still safe heading into the second round. And if you're able to do better than that, that's automatically, a win for the round. So, yeah, very, very strong first half of that match. I mean, and it's only going to get more intense from here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That was a very exciting match. The Patience kite was absolutely incredible. Utilizing that two-story, utilizing those hooks, and then we saw with the Fire Investigator as well, being able to use those airbags in such a strategic location that it was able to cut off the kiting and force the hunter to waste time just popping them, getting those out of the way. It really just goes to show why certain characters you do want to give up right away in those global bans, because that you will be able to use them to the absolute best of your ability. And they were able to use those survivors very well, ultimately managing to get a draw. Very, very good result for both teams, especially with that hunter using that warp at the very end to go ahead and change the game, basically putting more pressure on the Fire Investigators cipher. Even though then the survivors went and were able to successfully heal, the mercenaries still did have self heal, but just unfortunately, things just didn't get timed out just right. And that's how it goes, is with such strong teams you do see these phenomenal things. But we are going to go ahead and get into our band picks now. Omni again is hunting. We have the acrobat and coordinator band first, and our 2 locked in survivors are going to be the entomologist and the embalmer. Those will be our global bands for this time. Very strong characters. Bones was saying earlier, the embalmer is a very smart band on a map like Chinatown that gains a lot of distance if that coffin is used effectively. And the entomologist as well. She's able to use her bees from a distance, able to support kites, prevent hunter carrying a teammate. Just a lot of very useful utilities for both characters.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how that entomologist is utilized here. I will say, I feel like it's a little risky almost to ban out the entomologist right away. She is a pretty common pick. She's a pretty common pick. So in that I feel like she's also a somewhat common ban, but I'm scared to see her go out so early because she is such a strong character. But we will be banning that first officer, picking the mercenary. Even each there for the rescuer situation. But we're also going to ban the prisoner from Omni's side and respond with a psychologist pick. Prison Banana has me raising a few eyebrows because I feel like that may mean we will be seeing an Ivy coming up. And in that case, that does change things pretty significantly for how Sphinx is going to want to compose this team because Ivy is very, very strong, obviously. I mean, we all know that the Shadow is the top hunter in now. So I feel like this is a bit of a sticky situation, especially since, they need to be able to pull a tie against it, whether it's Ivy, Singer, something else. We're going to be seeing a very, very strong hunter here from Pitstoppers. So
Oh yeah.
having let's see. So we've got Entomologist, Embalmer, Mercenary for this lineup. It's definitely not a bad situation to be in at all, but I feel like it's going to be just a little bit risky, regardless because of how strong an incoming hunter could or can be.
Absolutely. And Pit Stoppers, we definitely know he is a very notorious Dream Witch main, and the Shadow does have a lot of skills that do align with that Dream Witch, a lot of skills that align with other hunters like the Clerk. Back in IVT during the summer, a lot of our NAU players, Ivy was still getting banned a lot in tournament and rank. We weren't able to play against her nearly as much, so we saw a lot of people still bring Clerk. We actually haven't seen a Clerk in this round either. I would hope we get to see a Clerk at least once today, but I do feel like that with
I
that
think we'll
psychologist pick, that,
definitely, if
yeah.
anything, we'll see a clerk in the next matchup because I know that there's at least one clerk
Oh,
main coming
fantastic.
up soon. So we
But
will
yeah,
we
with that,
will we will see that clerk today, God willing.
yes. But yeah, with that psychologist pick, it does give you a lot of healing options for both a Dream Witch and a Shadow. But actually, we're going to be seeing a surprise hunter pick. We've gone ahead and selected the Breaking Wheel. Now, I don't think I've actually seen Pit
Wow.
Stoppers play a wheel before, so this is going to
I
be
haven't seen
very
him play a
exciting.
wheel in a while, but I played wheel before. But it's been a minute for breaking wheel pretty much everywhere because he's such a niche pick now, but on Chinatown he can absolutely make it work even if, and Juliet's gonna know the match I'm talking about when I'm talking about this, but Breaking Wheel can absolutely drag out a match into a 4-man elimination, especially on Chinatown. It's a little bit similar to
Mhm.
Wax Artist. You've got those straight lines, you've got those open spaces. Everywhere that you're able to get waxed off, you're able to get kind of wheel spiked as well. So I'm very excited to see how Stoppers is able to utilize this wheel. And especially against this team as well. Mercenary, Psychologist as well, both of them are vulnerable to chip hits. So yeah, it's gonna be very fun. It's gonna be very fun to see. As well as Embalmer here is a little bit weak because of the Breaking Wheel's map control. Breaking Wheel can just be anywhere at any time. He's so fast. So anywhere that the Embalmer tries to hide, he can even go up the stairs and just, catch right up to that coffin. So very strong pick here, and also strong because it puts, in the event that Omni is able to win this round, it puts Sphinx in a really difficult position where they'll need to figure out what hunter they need to ban next. But that's a matter for next round. We're going to head into the spawn picks here. Mercenary is going to take the center. Embalmer over at the hotel, Psychologist in the restaurant, and it looks like Entomologist going up towards the north gate. Going to see where Breaking Wheel spawns in a moment. Okay, looks like we're going to go for the corner near the restaurant there. So yeah, very, very fun match coming up. Best of luck to both teams. Once again, Omni is on the hunter side, Sphinx is on the survivor side. We did have a tie in the previous round, so any result that's better than either side will mean that that team takes round 1 as their victory. But best of luck to both teams. Once again, I'm Bones. With me is Juliet, and we're gonna head right into the second half of round 1.
Yep, good luck to both teams as we get started right away. We definitely did see yesterday a very strong Breaking Wheel on Chinatown. We do know what he's capable of. We know what he's capable of, especially against characters like Psychologist and Mercenary. Immediately, we're going to go ahead and shift into whale form. We're going to go ahead and make a beeline for that Entomologist. Going to go ahead and have her be the first kite. She already is anticipating this, getting those bees out, just trying to prolong this kite as long as she can. Go ahead and try to avoid those spikes, because once
Ooh! sorry, I was just commenting on the great kind of maneuvering there to get that spike in, but Entomologist is doing a great job keeping distance, staying away from this wheel as much as possible. And it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Ooh, we're gonna see Pitstoppers actually get stuck on the wall there, and it looks like we will be looping around trying to catch Entomologist from the other direction. But in these tight areas, there's so many obstacles to just get stuck on with the wheel, and we're gonna see that happen once again, just knocking into those corners. Very, very difficult to maneuver a wheel in kind of these short areas like this, but Entomologist with the bees once again, but we are gonna get that second spike in.
Yes, that is a dangerous position for the Entomologist to be in. Oh, and she just was not able to get away in time. As once that hunter gets those 2 chips in, he's able to down you in one go, and that is honestly the way the break and wheel matches can start to snowball. The more chips they get into, the more danger you're in. And we will see the Entomologist get that first chair, and we still are only at 5 ciphers remaining. We have the Mercenary in the area ready to take that rescue, but we do have the Royal on the way, but a use of that elbow pad is going to go ahead and... Oh, and we are just able to get that second elbow pad in right before we get that strike into the Mercenary, but we will get a hit on both the Mercenary and continue to pursue that Entomologist, as we also got a chip hit on him as well.
Yeah, Mercenary taking that hit there, very good for later in the game. We will be seeing that Mercenary unable to take 2 hits as he usually can, so very good kind of pre-preparation there. We're gonna get that double spike and the snap down on the Entomologist. Very nicely done there. Once Breaking Wheel obviously hits half presence, we are at full presence here thanks to the help of Insolence. And yeah, with that snap, Breaking Wheel becomes much more powerful. So we will be seeing Entomologist on that second chair. Ciphers are looking pretty good, though. Looks like we're nearly at 2 ciphers remaining here. That Psychologist pinging 60%. We're going to see Mercenary heading in for another rescue here. Going to use that elbow pad to just get closer to the chair. And Breaking Wheel getting a little bit stuck here, but still able to make it to the chair in time. We're going to get 1 spike with that area of effect here. It looks like we're actually going to go ahead and hit Mercenary again. That will lead to a potential double down here, but allow us to get quite a bit of distance. So we'll see if we're able to catch right up. Okay, looks like we were able to see Entomologist's blood trail. And heading right back over, we've got that double spike in once again. We do have Blink on this Breaking Wheel as well, but he hasn't actually needed to use it, and that is going to be Entomologist sent back to the matter here. Getting a little bit thrown off there as Entomologist kind of jumps away with that down. But yep, that's going to be Entomologist gone. Mercenary is actually able to get back up with the help of healing, but that's going to put a bit of a pin in the decoding process.
Oh yeah, it looks like we do have Cypher pressure on now that we have that Mercenary out of the way, get that 1 elimination out of the way. We're able to land a spike hit on the Psychologist as she goes through the window, a second spike hit as well. If once we can get her, we can go down because... Oh, and an excellent use of the Blink to go ahead and down that Psychologist. Fully, she did end up using her whistle to go and heal that Mercenary when he came for that second rescue. So she will be seeing her first chair now. We do have Embalmer able to heal the Mercenary and the Embalmer back on his Cypher as the Mercenary goes in for the third rescue. He no longer has elbow pads. He unfortunately hasn't picked up an item just yet, but he won't be able to right now as he is currently kiting the Hunter, and he will get a full hit in. Will he be able to make it to the chair to rescue the Psychologist before he gets down a second time?
I don't believe so. Yeah, I mean, if he is, then kudos to him, but without elbow pads, it's going to be very, very difficult to make it to that chair, especially before half, and no, it looks like he was not able to make it. We are now fully committing to the Embalmer. Merc does still have self-heal, but it is going to take him a minute to get back up just because he is a Mercenary. Embalmer here taking this containment over to that hotel loop here once again. And this is obviously a very, very strong area. As we're seeing, Breaking Wheel does have a bit of trouble getting up and down those stairs, but we still have plenty of room to maneuver here. But with the way that this match is going, I'm going to say we might be looking at a 4-man elimination already if Sphinx survivors aren't able to... I mean, Mercenary can self-heal is the thing, but there's still 2 ciphers remaining, and having a Mercenary being the one on those last 2 ciphers is going to be very, very difficult to be able to get even a 1-man escape out of this.
Yeah, and it looks like we do have both spikes in the Embalmer now, and he is unfortunately right next to his coffin. So even getting up with the coffin here would prove difficult. The Hunter does know where the coffin's location is. He will be, once he downs this Embalmer, that will be going fully down. Mercenary is just to wait this out, but a heavy hit will go ahead and bring that Embalmer down. Looks like he is going to go ahead and use his resurrection after all, buy him a bit more time. Mercenary still just waiting on that self-heal, I believe, until he can... Oh, but we do have the Hunter going to go ahead and just try to break that window down a little bit, weaken it just a bit to make kiting a bit more difficult for the Embalmer, an easier pathway for him to keep riding. He does have a chip hit on the Embalmer as we once again go to that hotel spot. We did see in the Embalmer's previous kite how exploitable that portion of the hotel is. And he will get caught in the
Ooh.
Breaking Wheels trap and go down a second time, unable to get that hit. But we do have the Mercenary self-healing now just as the Embalmer is brought up. And knowing this, we are going to go in for a slug situation.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they were just letting Mercenary marinate in preparation for this slug. We do have Embalmer with self-heal. Definitely really smart as well on Breaking Wheels end to kind of bait out the flywheel. It looks like here taking great advantage of that B tier he's wearing because it's a little stealthy. It's fully black over with Hound, but we'll see if we're able to spot him on this pass. Yes, unfortunately he did move just a little bit too much out of that area. We've got the chip hit and we are going to go for that down. Now Mercenary is over dungeon. A little bit careful with how we manage this end game here, but with Embalmer, it's checkmate here. This is absolutely a 4-man elimination unless somehow Mercenary is able to get dungeon. But I feel like what we're looking at here, we're going to go for the trap and the link down actually with the fall hit. Very nicely done. He's going to head back, pick Mercenary off of that dungeon. But we are looking at Omni win in the first round with a very clean 4-man elimination.
Yes,
as soon as we decide that of reality. Oh, there we go.
Yes. Yep, it looks like the team has surrendered. Very, very well done. As we can see, even though there are some significant disadvantages on Chinatown, we saw all those little obstacles that the wheel was able to get caught on, how exploitable that kite up on the two-story was, and Bomber being able to just raw kite that for as long as possible. There are a lot of disadvantages for the wheel on this map. Even so, though, that cipher pressure and map pressure combined was able to start a very clean snowball after that entomologist was eliminated, which pretty much allowed a very significant, very quick slug game. So very well done to both sides. Very good work on that cipher rush at the very beginning for the survivors on Sphinx, but unfortunately it just was not able to overcome the use of those chip hits and the wheel's cipher pressure.
Yeah, really smart strategy there with just continuing to hit the Mercenary, forcing the team to not only waste their resources with the psychologist's heal, but also to stop decoding, go over and pick up the Mercenary. That did put a damper on their cipher progress, so we were stuck at the two ciphers remaining for the entirety of that match. So just very unfortunate there, but with the pressure at the that the breaking wheel was able to have over the map is just awesome, awesome, awesome to see. But yeah, that will be Omni taking the win, heading into round 2 here. Once again, we are working with best of 3, so if he wins round 2, then this will be a very clean 2-round victory for them. In the event that it's a tie, or if Sphinx is able to win round 2, then we'll be heading into round 3, where, it just keeps getting more intense. We will all with the global bans for the upcoming round. So for Omni, that is going to be the fire investigator and the patient. And for Sphinx, that's going to be entomologist and embalmer. So obviously very valuable survivors, but still, there are other options here. We haven't seen, a cheerleader yet. We haven't seen that. I wonder if that first officer is ever going to get let out of that band cage. I do wonder, because I feel like if we do see a first officer, he's going to end up needing to be his first 2 picks, because I don't think he's getting let out after that 3rd spot.
No, yeah, it's a bit disappointing. I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm a very proud first officer man, and it is really sad whenever I get to see him banned and I don't get to see him played very much. I do get it. He is a very strong rescue. Both he and the mercenary are some of the strongest rescuers in the game. But I definitely understand why you would rather ban him than ban the mercenary, because he does have those really useful watches to prolong a kite. Usually to the point where sometimes if he's let out, a hunter will go and target him first just to bait out one of those pocket watches and just waste that time on him, waste that item on him, waste that disadvantage on him. Meanwhile, the mercenary, he does have his elbow pads, allows him to gain distance, but that delayed action does put him at a disadvantage whenever he's up against a chip hunter, just like the wheel, as we saw. All those chips really did just cost the mercenary a lot. And we saw it again yesterday too during a fool's gold match. Just chip hunters really can do a number on a mercenary. But and he also isn't able to get that decoding debuff reduced, so that does put him at a disadvantage if you need to cipher rush, and he is one of the last surviving members of his team still on the map. So it does make a lot of sense why we don't see a first officer. Although I do hope we can see a Gravekeeper as well. I've noticed Gravekeeper is really popular in NAU especially, and that's something that makes me happy because we don't really get to see him unless it's like survivor specific, hunter specific. Usually we'll see him if we're expecting a Gamekeeper or we're expecting a Disciple, because he does counter those two very well. But I would absolutely love to see him again because he does seem to be a very popular pick, especially if you do want to have a slightly lessened decoding debuff. He does have 15% to the mercenaries 20, and he does offer some extra use now that they've buffed him to allow you to reuse that shovel. We did see that used pretty effectively yesterday as well in quite a few matches.
Yeah, I definitely hope that we get to see a Gravekeeper here. But in terms of heading into round two, looks like Sphinx is going to swap. Timu was the previous hunter. We're going to swap them out, and we're going to see Techno in for hunting. So that does mean a little bit of a different lineup here. So we've got Opera. We've also got a Breaking Wheel here from Techno, as well as a Soul Weaver and possibly a
Ooh.
Ripper. So I would definitely be interested in seeing something like a Soul Weaver or a Ripper coming through. You know, some of those less common picks can always be fun. But we are going to see Sphinx has the map ban here, going to ban Red Church. And in response, Omni has the map pick, and we're going to pick Arms Factory. And it looks like we will be seeing Omni hunting first. So yeah, we're gonna get more more of that pit stoppers action here. And yeah, heading into band pick.
Yep, and we have our very first two bans for survivors. That'll be the Antiquarian and the Puppeteer. Absolutely no surprises here. The Antiquarian does exceptionally well on the Arms Factory. She is one of the strongest stunners in the game. When she has those maps that have those walls, allows you to knock into the hunter very easily, disarm him incredibly well. And especially that Puppeteer too. He recently got that buff, makes him even stronger against even more hunters. Yep, you can hear right next to me the Hermit main is
Yeah,
really upset about that new
it's
switching him from he made the Hermit, it changed it so that instead of the Hermit being a Puppeteer counter, the Puppeteer is now a Hermit counter.
it's diabolical. It's diabolical. Whatever they're cooking in the Survivor nerf and buff labs, they're like, let's let's just make them all powerful specifically to counter Hermit because we don't like bones. It's for me. It's always for me. Like they're at my house right now and they're like, "Do you like playing?" And I say, "I love playing this game." And they're like, "Are you sure? Because we're gonna make it worse for you." But yeah, I mean, I would ban Puppeteer too in this situation because that taking 1.5 hits of damage, there's, I mean, you just have to wait it out, and even then, he's just terrible, terrible to go against. But looks like we are going to get our first two locks in from Sphinx. We're going to see that Dancer and Acrobat coming out, as well as ban. Now, that is absolutely no surprise here. Pit Stoppers has to be one of, if not, I would say one of the scariest Dream Witches that we have on NAU as a whole. So definitely, you know, as soon as Pit Stoppers locks in that Arms Factory map, you want to run away from the concept of that Dream Witch. So yeah, very smart here from Sphinx. And we're going to see our next Survivor band come through as well. It's going to be Coordinator. So not looking for that slower chair time. Really, you know, just focusing on getting these survivors out of the match as fast as possible.
Oh yes, absolutely. And with those two global bans for the Dancer, the Acrobat, you know, we are looking at like we were saying before, gaining distance from that hunter, kiting that hunter as we lock in the Mercenary as our next rescue. the name of the game is just kiting and gaining distance, and the acrobat is able to do that very well. You know, he does have those bombs that he can use to not only jump over windows and pallets without risking a terror shock, but the hunter will sometimes get a debuff depending on which one they walk through, if they manage to walk through it. And you can definitely see why you would want to lock in such strong survivors already, just to outrun whatever might be happening on this factory. Because I do know Pitstoppers does have a sculptor. We might get to see a sculptor this match, and that's
I
something I
would
would really like to see.
love to see a sculptor. I would love to see a sculptor. I would say we're probably looking at opera singer, maybe Ivy, but a sculptor would just be so fun. We actually, I think it was 2 years ago in Koa qualifiers. I think we were able to see Pitstopper's sculptor. So
Yes.
yeah, if it's been on Arms Factory specifically. So it's been a minute. But speaking of not wanting to run, we are going to see that cheerleader band come. And in response, actually, a survivor that has somehow managed to escape all of the bans. We're going to see Seer as that final lock here. So I almost wonder if it will be. I would say Seer is a bit of a tricky situation, especially if we're looking at something like an Ivy, because it kind of works both ways. Seer can't really get any more owls, but that one owl can be a pretty strong Ivy counter, just allowing survivors to take 3 hits. So we'll see how that ends up working out here, especially, depending on what Pitstoppers picks, because if we do end up seeing that sculptor, we do end up seeing a hunter who's able to have a secondary, kind of damage central, then that Seer in a lot of danger, against those statues, against something like a Soul Weaver Spit. It can be, just that owl done and away with in before the basic hits. So very excited to see, such a strong character kind of coming out at the end there. But was it intentional? What was it an intentional quote unquote oversight here in this band pick?
Yeah, I do wonder about that. It feels like we are trying to ban out some specific characters. We are looking to ban harassers and as well as characters who can tank hits and actually move through. But we are actually going to go ahead and select Bonbon, which is a very exciting pick. That does make a lot of sense for Arms Factory too. It's a very good map for Bonbon. If you see a Bonbon played by a hunter, it's most likely going to be on a map like Arms Factory. And we were talking about chip hit hunters having such a issue for characters like the Mercenary, who are countered hard by him. And here we can see that Bonbon is another chip hit hunter, one of the most famous chip hit hunters. He's been slowly making a resurgence back in the meta, which I am super happy about. I die on the hill as being a very big Bonbon fan, so I am super happy. It's not the sculptor, but this is still a very fun pick, and we can definitely see why you want survivors that can gain distance through jumping or flipping or pirouetting. You just want to get away from those bombs.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see the Bonbon coming out here. He's very strong on Arms Factory, as well as just being a pretty strong hunter overall. Like you said, he has been making a resurgence in the meta, especially because of that warp, or being able to use warp now. It does kind of. This is such a cute standby.
Sorry, yeah, we have
He's doing
the
a little
lobby loading.
dance.
And it's Tin Man. I'm sorry to spoil the skin selection, but I do love Tin Man so much. He is just the cutest little thing. Oh, I love Bonbon. I'm so happy.
Yeah, it's so much fun to see a Bonbon pick, especially, because there was such a long period of time where we just did not see any Bonbon because he doesn't have great mobility. That's like the biggest reason why we stopped seeing Bonbon. But with the warp in play, I'm very excited to see, what we have in store. But we are going to get into the spawn selections here. And looks like we're going to have Dancers spawning in the middle. Yeah, it looks like Dancers spawning in middle. We're going to go looking for that plus formation here. We've got Seer spawning near Seer and Mercenary spawning near the factory. Acrobat spawning up near the shack. Dancer in the center here, looking like we're going to set up some boxes. And waiting on this guard 26, Mr. Bonbon. Looks like we're actually going to go up in the north corner. So that does lock off the cipher that will spawn in or near factory. So that's actually, if we're looking at that on the Persona web, the bit that cuts off the ciphers, that'll be very smart here. To kind of go for that corner spawn instead of completing the plus sign. But once again, I am Bones here with Juliet. We're heading into the first half of round 2 with Omni in the lead, taking the hunter slot first. and Sphinx taking the survivor slot. Good luck to both teams, and very excited for this match.
Yes, I am super excited. We are loading in right now, and the hunter does have his choice between dancer or acrobat to go ahead and chase after first. It looks like we are angling towards going for that female dancer. We do want to just go ahead and try to find that Tonitis. Looks like we do have the seer in the area as well. That's also an option. And it looks like we are going to go ahead and pass by the water tank, head down into these ruins areas over near the factory, and go ahead and start kiting against the seer as we pursue that. We start throwing bombs into this tight kiting area over by the factory, landing a chip hit right away.
Yeah, very nicely done on that chip hit, and actually going for the basic hit as well. Unfortunately, not able to get that bomb here, but Seer in a very tight area. I would expect to see that owl pretty soon, at least just to block a chain bomb, but already off to such a strong start right as this match starts. And this is, you know, the power of that bonbon, you know, get up to the 3/4 damage. It just immediately, it looks like, oh, missing that chain bomb. And yeah, we are going to see the owl here. So looking to set up another chain just to knock that owl out of the way. Are we going to be able to get it, or are we just going to go for the basic hit? Nicely done there. Just waiting for the perfect timing on that owl. And Seer will be going down. Now, basement is not in the factory. It is in Shack. So we will be seeing an above ground chair. So that is better here for Sphinx. But that was a very fast down. Ciphers are only at around 60 here. And that's with female dancers. Presumably, she has boxes down to increase that decoding progress. So we're looking at a very quick down. I would say we could possibly sell the Seer here, and especially against a Bonbon, we might be looking at just giving Tinnitus, not coming in for the rescue, because it can be so dangerous, especially this early in the match.
Yeah, and this area in particular is a very difficult area to kite against a Bonbon. This is usually like a field where so many survivors tend to get downed around here. So it looks like we are giving Tinnitus away. It looks like the Mercenary is in the area in case they do go ahead for that rescue, but we have started some Cypher rushing at the moment. We do have 2 Cyphers finished. The female dancers picked up the Mercenary Cypher. We're going to have about 3 Cyphers decoded by the time the Seer is sent back to the manor, which looks like it will be the case. And we are actually going to go ahead and teleport and the Mercenary is going to go in for that rescue in the meantime, if he can make it, but he will not make it. Just a second before he gets to that chair, the Seer does get sent back.
Oh my god.
As the Acrobat goes ahead and takes this chase, already takes a chip hit, and continues to transition out towards the center of the map.
That was so bad for my heart health. I thought Mercenary
was
was going to make it for that chair. That was such a risk, but it paid off. Heading on to Acrobat here. We do have that one chip. We do have Flywheel in play, though, so that can be useful against Acrobat's bombs. I guess this is kind of bombs versus bombs in this situation, but against Bonbon's bombs, having that Flywheel in play can be very useful, but we're just going to have to be able to time it correctly. I would say, a little bit early, and that's going to be nice down. Very nicely done there, just playing that mind game with the Flywheel. Still have 2 Cyphers remaining here as well.
Yes, and unfortunately, this is, you know how I said that upper corner is a very good Bonbon kiting area? This corner down here is a very good Acrobat kiting area. The Acrobat can use his bombs the most effectively in a spot like this. He's very strong to kite. We could already see he was doing an incredible job kiting with even just that one chip. And unfortunately, he just did get caught up in that little timeout with those bombs. But we do have a full hit on the Mercenary. We do have the Mercenary about to go down, and we are aiming to get a double down with that Acrobat. He does have just 1 chip left of damage.
Yeah, missing the remote bomb here. It looks like about trying to head towards these boxes that Dancer has set up. This is a very strong area. Pallet already dropped his... Oh, but the chain bomb! Acrobat just heading a little bit too far out of that area, getting scared of tight kiting a Bonbon, which, to be fair, that is a very scary situation to be put in. But very nicely done, and it looks like we will be going for a chair outside of this area, so not wanting to kind of take the risk of being forced to break all of those boxes and take, you know, an extra 15 seconds to do that. But with Mercenary down as well, Cypher remaining, and it looks like we are going to heal Mercenary up at least once. But this is a very difficult situation because Mercenary has to be stuck on the Cypher now. We do have Teleport in play as well. Dancer does not have Tide Turner, but looks like we might be seeing her come in. I don't think she's gonna be able to make it to the chair in time though. So yeah, that is going to be a sticky situation here for Sphinx survivors going for these rescues here and just trying to get as much decoding progress as possible. It looks like Mercenary trying not to have that Cypher shake, knowing that Bonbon's probably looking in his direction. We have one last slow box here. Or actually, is that two? Oh, before the pirouette. When I see that pirouette
Oh,
go off. Oh, not able to flywheel the chip though.
Oh, and a slow vault in that window will send the female dancer down with a terror shock. Incredibly unfortunate timing. You know, those slow vaults come in at the absolute worst possible times. And we do have the female dancer being brought in closer to the center of the map. We are going to go ahead and just drop her. We do have the mercenary in sight. He is being pursued. It does look like he may have had crows, which did give away his location. We do have the guard 26 on the way, chasing him into that shack area, trying to land those bombs. He is heading around to try to kite around the shack, using the last of his elbow pads to just gain a bit of distance while the female dancer is left to self-heal. Both these survivors still have self-heal thanks to the female dancer healing the mercenary just a bit ago. So we are looking at a slug situation here unless we can get those final ciphers decoded. Female dancer, as long as she can get up, she unfortunately does not have any music boxes on hand. I believe we haven't had any break yet, but we will land a chip hit on the mercenary as he heads into this ruins area to try and prolong the kite, using these walls to his advantage and just try to avoid those bombs.
Yeah, doing a very good job avoiding these bombs, but we are looking at, one hit down. Does not have much to work with here other than the walls, but this is just such a good kiting area. And it looks like we are going to just go for that basic hit. Mercenary with no items remaining. We do have Dancer still on the ground, still has self-heal, but Dungeon, she is not near the dungeon here. So it is going to be a bit tricky. I would say we may switch to Warp here. Okay, no, we are going to just go ahead and teleport over. It's close enough to where we know she is sitting. But, it does not actually look like we know where she is.
Oh dear, yeah, it looks like that could have been game over right there, but it looks like we have managed to avoid the female dancer. We don't know where she's down. We have headed in the wrong direction. If we are able to get the mercenary sent back to the manor. Oh, it looks like we do know where the dungeon is now. It looks like the hunter has discovered dungeon. It looks like we do know where dungeon is. We know where she should be. We have all these music boxes in the way. She's about halfway to bleeding out. Looks like, are we going to just go ahead and break those boxes now? Yeah, we are going to go ahead and break that slow box she put down in front of the factory. Mercenary is already well over halfway, and there's no possible way the female dancer, even if she healed up right now, would be able to go find him.
Yeah,
it looks like
I would
she is
say
just...
the one situation here that could be good for Sphinx is if Dancer is able to self-heal and somehow a syringe or a doll out of the chest and heal up that way. I would say that's the only way that she's going to be able to push for dungeon here. But right now, I mean, Pitstop can just wait. Pitstoppers can genuinely just wait. Okay, now that she's healed, then it's a little bit more difficult to wait. But just kind of looking around, trying to see if we can spot her in the distance. It's very tense. It looks like she does have a decoy, but is she gonna be able to sneak all the way around?
We had tinnitus and then we lost tinnitus, and the female dancer is doing a very good job of trying to maneuver her way around the map. Now it is just a race against time to see if we have her in sight. We have the bonbon in sight. Come on, female dancer, will you make an excellent flywheel and a use of that decoy? She made it out. Very well done, female dancer. Oh, that was so close. An absolutely remarkable last second escape. Excellent use of that decoy. Excellent flywheel to avoid those bomb hits. What an exhilarating end to that match. Oh, wow, that was really exciting. Just managing to pull away and avoid a second 4-man elimination from Omni. Very well done. That does give some extra points on the map for Sphinx going forward. That does put them in a better position going into the second half of this round.
Yeah, and I mean that can be the difference between going into round 3 or ending things in round 2 or leading towards a Sphinx win in the end. Any points that you can get on behalf of your team are important in the long run, and it's just genuinely incredible that Dancer was able to make it to dungeon like that. Just very, very well played there.
Oh yeah, that was absolutely fantastic. That was very, very clever use. Waiting out that because we did see all he was waiting at dungeon, he knew where dungeon was. He went to go find her and she was just able to avoid him long enough that she was able to gain enough distance. And by the time he spotted her, unfortunately there was just no going back. She was able to flywheel out of those bombs, use that decoy and get that dungeon's escape, which was a masterful gameplay. Very, very well done. um, Unfortunately, I do think sharing the mercenary may have been the decision that could have broke gave the difference because that did allow the dungeon to be open. It did allow the dancer the chance to escape. Overall, though, it was a very, very fun match. Very fun kiting from survivors. Very, very good bonbon gameplay. Overall, just such an exciting match. Oh, my heart is still racing. That was so much fun to watch right up until the last second.
Yeah, just incredible, incredible gameplay there. And I mean, very much kudos to Sphinx for having that, tenacity to, stick through the slug and, just push for that dungeon escape. But that is what you have to do when it comes to these tense situations where it's only 1 point away. It's just very, very, it's difficult to sit there and go, all right, I'm just gonna bleed out. Or
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
for
that was
sure.
like the last, 2, 3 minutes of the match.
Yeah, that was like right down to the wire. That was so close. She was at 3/4 of a self heal, and really just the timing on it was absolutely fantastic. It was just really incredible to just watch, like just the timing of everything. Everyone was waiting things out. Just guarding that dungeon, guarding the mercenary, but unfortunately, just not being able to catch sight of that dancer. The dancer able to figure out where she needed to go to avoid the hunter, able to just dodge the tinnitus giving her away, and that's really just it. Like anything can happen in a match. We have two teams with such very strong survivor players and hunter players that have proven that time and time again in tournaments. But when you get into that match, absolutely anything can happen. And as we can see here, we just had an incredible, what felt like it could be a four-man elimination turn into a three-man elimination. It just goes to show just how the game can change at the last second.
Yeah, it's just incredible, honestly. And I mean, I'm still my heart is still racing from the mercenary almost making it to that chair. Just, the teleport
Oh,
away. I just want to focus on that for a second because my God, the faith in that chair time, the faith in mercenary not being able to make it,
oh my
like
gosh.
having that active tinnitus away from the chair is so risky because like he did know Pitt did know walking away from the chair the way that he did, he knew mercenary must have been because of the like range of tinnitus, but not where exactly. Like there was no telling how close mercenary was, only just that he was out of sight. So just such a risk to teleport away with a good 5-10 seconds left on the chair. That's enough time hypothetically for a mercenary to be able to catch up, but just very just incredible match there.
And we are
But as
actually going
we
to start.
Oh yeah, go ahead. I was gonna
We are
segue
going to
into that
head
as well.
we are going to head into our second half now. Very excited to see another incredible match. We have Sphinx hunting. Remember, they did submit a new hunter techno. So we do have some very exciting options as we go ahead and ban the embalmer and seer. We lock in the antiquarian and forward, and we ban that opera singer. Very strong bans, both for the global ban and the survivor ban in general, but also the opera singer ban is very smart too. She is a very strong hunter. Arms factory is very good for her. And the antiquarian is also a very strong survivor on Arms Factory. I would definitely understand wanting to get that harasser in when you can, even at the risk of globally banning her, because she usually does tend to get banned fairly often. If she is available, you want to get her in there as soon as you can.
Mhm. And it looks like we are going to go ahead and ban the opera singer, and Sphinx's next ban is going to be that psychologist. So we're not seeing any of those rescuer bans just yet, I would say, because we have that for
Mhm.
we're not going to kind of waste ban slots on another survivor that has, you want to go ahead and double up that decoding debuff, be my guest. And actually, in response to that, Omni is going to go ahead and pick lawyer. So we are, playing that decoding game here with that lawyer. And I mean, lawyer is still, I would say, one of, if not very much a probably A tier, I would say, character to play. I mean, he doesn't have obviously much kiting buffs. He doesn't have items to use for kiting, but he runs fast. And he runs fast and he can't get terror shocked. And if you know how to kite, which Omni survivors absolutely do, then that's all you need to be incredible. But we are going to see that dancer band come through from Sphinx, knowing Omni does like to play that dancer. So we will be seeing dancer off the table. I wonder if we will see that cheerleader come out here. It's definitely possible to see.
Ooh, interesting.
Oh.
We're gonna go with a mechanic pick instead. So this is a very fun team composition. We're going double harasser and double decoder. That does
Yeah, it's
give some
very
significant.
aggressive.
Yeah, I'm really excited because we do know that the forward does have a pretty strong decoding debuff. In fact, that decoding debuff is unfortunately one of the things that has caused him to fall in the meta usually. He used to be one of the most picked survivors way back in the pre-rework days, but ever since the rework has changed, the meta has changed, Cypherus has changed, we just unfortunately haven't been seeing him as much anymore. But it's really exciting to go ahead and see the forward and mechanic composition again. We haven't really seen that since the Core 4 days, even earlier. And on top of that, we also have the dancer and, oh no, the lawyer and the antiquarian, who are two newer characters to the meta.
Lawyer?
The lawyer has been in there. No, to the meta. To the meta. He's Koa 7 meta. Antiquarian is Koa 6 meta.
That's true. That's
I know
true.
what I'm talking about.
I
I
knew I
messed up.
knew
I
what
was
you
gonna
meant to
say
say.
dancer. Yeah. I saw the I was gonna say dancer, but she was banned. But lawyer had become into the meta thanks to that extra buff he got, and on top of that, the Cypheresh has been useful, and especially against an opera singer, he is one of the most well-known counters against the opera singer. And back in 2023, that was the year of the opera singer once Nightwash got that dash buff. Well, this is a very strong team. This is a team that can keep a hunter busy, a team that can stun the hunter plenty of times, stun a hunter out of ballooning, stun a hunter in the middle of kiting, and on top of that, you have two different decoders who can help get cipher progress, and that bot who can do a bunch of things. We did see in the first match when the mercenary got that bot, not only was he able to heal himself, he was able to actually set the bot up to get to help open that gate, which did help them secure the tie a bit faster. So there are a lot of options for utility for that bot besides just decoding.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Kind of this. It's such a fun comp. Because you have, I would say, the most optimal option here for technos hunting for Sphinx. So the most optimal chase here would be a lawyer, but lawyer's difficult
Mhm.
to chase, and also lawyer has the advantage of having that map. So you know where the hunter is the whole time. You can hide away from the hunter, so the hunter is forced to chase somebody else, and at that point, you're either chasing antiquarian, miserable, uh, forward, miserable, or mechanic, and then you have lawyer free to decode. And as well as, inevitably forwards coming in for harassment, antiquarians coming in for harassment, it puts the hunter in a position where it's like, do you bring excitement for this? Or do you bring blink, warp, etc. to be able to have a little bit of better, or do you bring trump card with excitement? It plays mind games on the hunter apart from just, existing. But we will be getting our hunter lock in here, and it's going to be a soul weaver. So
Oh,
very,
really?
very lots of fun. Lots of fun. So much fun.
Oh yeah. This is our second chip hunter for round two. Another character, much like the guard 26, one of them that you don't see super often, but you do tend to see consider more often than others. It's really, really exciting to see that Soul Weaver pick. The Soul Weaver is a very strong hunter. She is able to use those webs to gain speed. Strategically placing those webs can slow survivors down and also speed you up. I have seen phenomenal webbing where it looks like the Soul Weaver is able to get across the map in the blink of an eye. And when she is able to get that first hit in, she is able to go ahead and down survivors with those chip hits, which can prove absolutely lethal. And she does have, she is going to be bringing detention and trump card. Very smart use there. Definitely considering the team she's up against, I would not be surprised if we see an excitement or a blink brought here, just trying to gain extra distance or try to circumvent those harassers as much as she possibly can.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to warp in this situation. I feel like just because if we need to end up switching targets quickly, but also with Soul
Mhm.
Weaver you can do that, but it's still a little bit difficult to kind of ration the webs while also being able to use the webs throughout the entire match can be difficult, especially on a map like Arms Factory where, there's so many areas to put the web. She can be very dangerous, but it's also a matter of, using the webs at the right time, being able to have that map control capability. So I feel like warp might help an early game on that account, but also excitement definitely going to be needed against that antiquarian, against that forward. Even, looking at the amount of pallets that are on Arms Factory, that can also be a huge danger. So it's and the walls as well definitely work in antiquarian's favor. We do have that flute. Everything's really working here in favor of both the survivors and the hunters. It's going to be very interesting to see kind of who wins that game, because it's it's a very it's a very good it's a very good situation to be in, kind of individually, for both hunters and survivors. And also, once again, the win condition here for Omni is going to be a 3-man. No, it's going to be at least the draw. If they're able to get more than a draw, then this is going to end in 2 rounds. If they get 3-man elimination, then we're going to head into round 3 with a tie. 4-man elimination here on the side of Soul Weaver is winning this round, and we'll head into round 3 anyway. So yeah, very exciting. Very exciting.
Oh yeah, we are looking at a very exciting match coming up for us. We do have everyone's getting ready for their spawn picks now. Looks like we are setting up with a bit of a Tetris shape again. We have Antiquarian in the center, forward down over in the factory area, as well as it looks like the forward and Antiquarian will be swapping places. So we have forward and center, Antiquarian over in the factory along with the lawyer, and we do have the mechanic spawning in up over by the shack. We are getting ready to get the Soul Weaver's location. Looks like she is going to be spawning down in that ruins area right alongside the factory. Plenty of harasser options to go from here. Possibly, potentially even going for that lawyer pick first. It will just remain to be seen what we end up doing. But we are going to be heading into our second half of the second round. Sphinx hunting and Omni surviving. I'm Juliet. This is Bones. Here for logging off league day 3, match 1. Good luck to both teams.
Yeah, best of luck to both teams. And yeah, I feel like it's a difficult spawn point for Soul Weaver here, because you do have both harassers in the way, kind of keeping you away from those. You see lawyer with that map active, keeping track of the Soul Weaver's location, ignoring the forward here. So it looks like we are going to try and intercept that lawyer, unless we're going to actually bypass the lawyer and go for mechanic. Nope, it looks like we are kind of centering in on that lawyer here. This is a very strong kiting area. Now, Soul Weaver can use her webs to block off a lot of this kiting area, but looks like we are just going to go ahead and save them for now. Oh, and a pallet stun here from the lawyer, just hiding right behind that pallet, waiting for her to come through. We are going to use that web to increase the pallet drop, or the pallet breaking progress. So that was very well done. And we are going to get our first hit here. So lawyer has taken a hit now. We have survivors hard at work on those ciphers. Now, this does make it a little bit more difficult for mechanic, but we do have that bot in play, so a little bit less difficult than it would be otherwise. And lawyer just continuing to use that map, continuing to gain speed here. This really is kind of a race to this first down, because you have fast hunter as well as fast survivor. We are going to use that blink here, which means that we do not have excitement. That was just a very, very big flashing sign towards the harassers on this team to say, we been here, you can do whatever you want in terms of this harassment. But a very, very good first down here, and it looks like Forward actually coming in for a long stun. It was about a little over half the ball. That is going to be a clean rescue here, stunning Soul Weaver for a very long time.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to go ahead and pursue these survivors, getting that chip hit in on the forward, land an extra hit as well. Looks like we only have Tide Turner on the mechanic right now, so once the lawyer goes down again, he will be going down. We're going to go ahead and continue to pursue that lawyer. It looks like, do we have the bot in the area? I believe that is the bot and in the area decoding, but we are going to go ahead and down that lawyer, bring him down a second time. Both Antiquarian and Forward are in the area, but the Soul Weaver is going to go ahead and bring the lawyer back down towards this chair. It looks like we do have the bot running away, knowing that the Soul Weaver is in the area, just gaining some speed throughout here as the Antiquarian looks to be coming. Oh no, the Antiquarian is still coming. It's the mechanic that is coming in for this next rescue.
Yeah, Mech coming in for the rescue is honestly a really good choice because she does currently have the slowest decoding. Nicely done with the dodge on that spit there. We're not going to see a chip hit go through, but waiting, playing around this chair, looking for the terror shock here. Oh, with the double hit! Nicely done from Soul Weaver. Yeah, just a little bit unfortunate there for Mechanic, not quite able to get that rescue in. We are going to see Antiquarian here, unfortunately taking a chip hit in the process.
Yeah, it looks like we do. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
Oh yeah, it looks like we are going to just go ahead and try to avoid that Antiquarian, able to chair the mechanic right before the Antiquarian can get a disarm in. The Antiquarian does still have a significant amount of her flute, about 3/4 of her flute left. Able to take on this guy, missing that chip hit, but landing a hit in through the pallet. Very well done. But we are going to teleport to that pallet now, for that chair now, just as the mechanic gets rescued. Once again, just trying to bring that mechanic down. Just missing her, but aiming to chase her back again, trying to make up for lost time in that chair rescue. But we are going to down that mechanic again. We do have everyone at a chip hit down. This is a very, very good position for the Soul Weaver to be in. A very bad position for the survivors to be in. With risking 2 chairs with only 2 ciphers decoded, this is not a position you want to be in, especially now that the forward who has the weakest decoding is left to decode.
Yeah, this is a very, very dangerous, and almost, I would say we're now at 1 cipher remaining, and that's the thing. That bot has still been active on the field with that decoding, so that's a huge here for Omni. If they're able to just stay out of the way for long enough, if they're able to possibly regroup and heal up, we're going to see Forward coming in for another, not a stun, but just trying to get to the chair before the notice, and nicely done there, but unfortunately going to result in a double down. Very, very risky rescue, but we have that cipher at 89%. Are we going to be able to pop it before Mechanic finishes chair? Yes, we have a 2 survivor endgame here. Omni just pushing for that 1-man escape right now, and with that cipher pop, that is absolutely possible. Gives the Soul Weaver detention, but that will give the survivors multiple ways out in this situation, which is something they would not have had if they weren't able to finish that final cipher. So Antiquarian is going to take a spit here, but Forward is on that exit gate.
And that is the survivor you do want to have on that exit gate right now, because Antiquarian, remember, does have that decoding debuff, but she is using up the last of her flute to go ahead and get that Hunter disarm, just trying to buy time as much as she can. Dungeon is a little close by, but she is rock hiding now, but she is slowed down, but she will be brought down as we teleport, but this will be a 1-man escape. This does tie the round. We are guaranteed to go into round 3. Excellently done for both sides, getting that cipher rush in with that bot at the very last second, but the Hunter being able to just double down so effortlessly. Masterful use of those chip hits there. This is very exciting. I am so glad we're going to be able to see both these teams go for one more round in round 3.
Yeah, very, very excited heading into round 3. And yeah, but I'm seeing everybody with the chats commenting on that double spit. Yeah, Soul Weaver can something that, happens very commonly. It's definitely something that takes a little bit of skill to pull off, but yeah, at full presence, she can do that double spit. So it's obviously very, very good for that rescue stuffing, as we saw in that match. But just kudos to Omni as well. Once again, we're seeing that push for that solo escape, seeing that push. And, coming back to the beginning of the stream when we were talking about that confession that was like, why is mechanic still meta even though she can't decode? That's why we had that bot decoding for the entirety of Mechanic's time on chair, and that made the cipher that it completely it saved their cipher progress pretty much because they
Oh
were
yeah.
in a tough position. There were 3 ciphers remaining, with multiple survivors down, multiple survivors on the brink of death, and just being able to clutch that solo escape, keep things at a tie, and keep the points in Omni's favor because that is where we are approaching heading into round 3. It will come down to rounds, but it will also come down to points. And so Omni did win the first round by, I believe, 3
5
points, I want to
points.
say.
5
Well, it
points.
was
The
5.
first round was
Oh yeah, 5
7 to
points.
2.
Yeah.
So first
Yep,
round they were at
7
7
2.
to 2. And now I think since we did get a draw, that's going to be an extra 4 points to each team. So they still have a 5-point lead, I believe.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a bit of a it's a bit of a point gap for Sphinx to be able to come back from, but it it's definitely possible. You can never say never, especially in tournaments that are this close.
Oh, absolutely. And that second round just proved just how close this match is. These two teams were able to pull out surprise gameplays that just completely changed the course of the game, from the amazing final kite on that female dancer to get that dungeon in the first half to the that last second teleports the acrobats cipher and just dodging that seer rescue to the second half having that incredible double spit down on the mechanic, and then that double down at the chair, while the team was able to get that bot progress to go from 2 ciphers remaining or 3 ciphers remaining to just 1 cipher remaining. Just really goes to show just it all comes down to the very last second what you're able to accomplish, and just really just goes to show how strong all these teams are and just how exciting it is to just be able to watch these teams in action and just see what the best of our region has to offer.
Yeah, it's so fun to, give everybody or at least be able to, give a chance to shine, heading into 3 rounds. That's 6 matches total of being able to watch, or 6 games total of being able to watch these teams, just give it. And I mean, it's so much fun and it's such an honor to be able to commentate for them and have fun, talking about what everybody's up to. So yeah, it's heading into round 3 here. It's definitely going to for Sphinx, I would say, because we are a very I would say it's a pretty good forecast here for Omni in terms of things because with a 5-point lead, that means that if we are able to get a 4-man elimination or a 4-man escape, then I believe that's automatically going to win Omni because it won't be a point situation where Sphinx can recover from. So with that in mind, it's 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 tense. It's very tense here, because Sphinx needs to do everything in their power to prevent that 4-man escape, because I'm pretty sure that would be the only win condition overall.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to do the math in my head. I know they have a 5-point lead right now, and Omni is going to be hunting first. I believe to just guarantee a victory, they would have to get a 3-man elimination or higher, I believe. A tie, I think, could run the risk of us potentially going into overtime if the Sphinx Hunter is able to get a 4-man elimination. Because that would even out the score and bring us into an overtime scenario. So if we would automatically call it a end if we do get a 3-man elimination from Omni. But if we aren't able to get that 3-man elimination, if survivors from Sphinx are able to get 2 of their survivors out, we will move on to the second half of the match, and we will get to see these fantastic teams all play again, which is super exciting. I mean, I'm all for it. The more we can watch these characters play, the better. And just a reminder to everyone, going into round 3, we don't have to worry about map bans anymore. We do have 4 global bans per team. Omni will not have the Patient, Fire Investigator, Antiquarian, or Forward to play, but Sphinx hunting first, they will not be able to pick the Entomologist, Embalmer, Dancer, or Acrobat again.
Yeah, and yeah, so staff side, we've figured out the definite win condition. So it is a 3K or more. So Sphinx cannot lose in any capacity coming
Hmm.
into this round. So we will, yeah, win condition here is going to be a three man elimination here for Omni hunting first, um, or a 3-man or a 4-man elimination. So if Sphinx is able to tie, then their host will stay alive, continuing into the second half of round 3.
Yes, we are getting ready to move into round three now. And just once again, anything can happen. Before we go into round three, once again, I just want to thank everyone for being here with us. Very, very exciting opening so far to day three of our playoffs. We get to see three other matches after this, but right now, thank you all so much for tuning into this first one. I know we might be a little bit early or a little bit late or somewhere completely out of whack, depending on what your time zone is. But no matter where you are watching from right now, thank you so much for joining us for this match. We couldn't have done it without you. We want to put these tournaments on for you guys. What a great audience. It's always so much fun to cheer for our homegrown teams and our grassroots tournaments. So thank you once again, everyone, for tuning in and being part of something so awesome like this. And especially thank you to our staff members, our commentators, our moderators, making sure everything's running smoothly, making sure we're just doing a great job here. And it just really goes to show just how much love can go into a game like Identity 5 that we want to put on these tournaments together to just celebrate how good people are at mastering this game that we all love and enjoy to play.
Yeah, and yeah, just as a refresher on what's coming up next, after this match is through, we are going to see. My bad. There we go. Good Babies versus Maphasy, which I'm hoping that I'm pronouncing correctly. That's going to be myself on the mic again, as well as Mima, who you would have seen the past couple of days. So very, very happy to have Mima back with us. And then it will be myself and Juliet once again. After that match, we're going to see Red Moon versus BYD. And then I will finally get a break from talking after that match, and we will see Divorced Women versus Drunken with Essie and Bugs. So yeah, lots of fun heading up or coming up ahead. And yeah, a very long day ahead for all of us once again. So yeah, shout outs, as Juliet said, shout outs to our wonderful staff, shout outs to the other commentators as well, including Joey, who I see in the chats, who unfortunately is not with us today. Um, you can obviously see Joey yesterday on the stream, so make sure that you catch up with all of those. And yeah, as we're heading into our third round, we're going to see Lakeside as our map pick, so no longer here with those
Yes.
small maps. Juliet, we know you're a big Lakeside fan.
Is it
I
pizza hat? Give it away.
it's yeah, the Hoster hat, the green sludge around you, but
Their music notes, thank you.
nobody sludge. But
No.
um yeah, Lakeside is a fun map, and I feel like it's definitely like a I would say a pace changer from
Mhm.
the previous rounds because we were working on very small, very tight maps. Now we're in wide open space. We are on Lakeside Village. It's very big, very open. So it forces both the hunters and the survivors to bring completely different strategies to the table. In terms of,
Oh,
especially on Lakeside, the ciphers are so spread out on this map.
mhm. Yeah, and especially this is one of the biggest counters to current Hunter meta, especially. As we know, the two strongest characters in the game right now, just in a term of pure meta sense, are the Opera Singer and the Shadow. The Opera Singer does have her work cut out for her on such a big map like this, but the Shadow, this is considered one of her absolute worst maps. You'll see it picked against Shadow mains in round one all the time. It's one of the strongest ones against her. And we are going to start right away by banning that Antiquarian and Coordinator, two of these stronger harassers in the game. We saw in this last match just how long the Antiquarian is able to prolong a kite just by disarming the Hunter at different opportunities. And there's plenty of walls and kiting areas around the Lakeside Village, despite its size, that make her very tricky. And that Coordinator as well. And we're going to go ahead and lock in Priestess and Patient and ban the Dream Witch and Ivy. as well as banning a seer as well. Very, very strong bans all around and very strong picks, especially getting that priestess on Lakeside. She can definitely be lethal on here.
Yeah, very excited to see that Priestess Impatient coming out. Priestess here is, yeah, just so strong, and really being able to take advantage of how large the map is can be so good. Now, I almost wonder here if, well, I guess we'll get to hunter predictions in a second, because we are going to ban once again. We're looking at that first officer ban mercenary lock. We've also got a puppeteer in the mix,
Ooh, boy.
so we are going to see that puppeteer buff in action, which I actually haven't seen yet. For some reason, I have not seen a lot of puppeteers since the buff. I wonder if people are just like scared of playing him, or I'm not really sure what it is, but I'm very excited to see that puppeteer coming through, and it'll be fun. Also, in regards to chat, this is, I mean, I'm friendly. I like making friends with people, but this is a, yeah, okay, yeah, it is an unofficial tournament. Unfortunately, we are not on any payrolls yet. If anybody from NetEase is watching this, I would love to. Um
Yeah,
however,
yeah, we're just here for the love
we're
of the
here for
game,
fun.
honestly. I
Yeah, we're
I
here out
genuinely
of
just like
love and
talking about this
passion.
game so much that I love to just be able to talk about it for a tournament, you know. And we
Yeah, it's
actually
giving
are
us
gonna go,
yapping excuses.
and we actually are gonna lock in that opera singer. Really, that does put the puppeteer pick into perspective. He is one of the top counters to the opera singer. You know, that puppet is able to take all those hits that she's able to get at such a breakneck pace. If you play your cards right as a puppeteer, you can get up to about, so you can tank about 4 hits until you finally get down. So you can rate waste a ton of time against an opera singer, especially on a map as big as the Lakeside, which really does put her at a disadvantage to her usual cipher pressure.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that opera singer. I was almost going to say, I wonder if we're going to see a wax artist here, because strong on the on Lakeside. Again, we're working with those open areas, but yeah, obviously opera singer, out, she is still the strongest hunter in the game, and as well as this being pit stoppers, very scary. So very exciting to see. Very exciting to see, you know, us able to finally see that opera singer, because we haven't had an opera singer in this matchup yet. So yeah, it feels backwards almost to be seeing an opera singer in round 3.
Yeah, it's really just goes to show how much the meta has changed. You know, she has had that nerf recently, and we haven't seen her as much as we used to. I think people are finally starting to embrace other hunters, you know, find their own strengths, and which I really appreciate. I for one, I think that it's best to try and play hunters that you excel at rather than try to play hunters that are meta just for the sake of them being meta. We've seen so many times where that just unfortunately hasn't worked for people. We've seen so many people in pro settings, like professional teams over in the Chinese mainland and Japanese regions, who get 5-man escapes against characters like Shadow and Opera Singer. Like, it can happen, and when it does, it's like absolutely brutal. But we are going to go ahead and get into our map spawns now. We have the map split in half. We have Priestess over on Big Boat, Mercenary down by Big Rock near that shore gate. We have Puppeteer up in the shack, and we have the Patient and Opera Singer splitting that little boat spawn point. So it looks like we will be trying to pursue that Puppeteer or Patient. No surprises there. Those two survivors are some of the most annoying to chase. Better to just get at least one of them out of the way while you still can. And we are heading into the first half of round 3, Omni hunting. Sphinx surviving. Remember, win conditions are 3K or more eliminations for Omni. A draw or any less eliminations will bring us to the second half. I am Juliet. This is Bones. Good luck to both teams.
Yes, best of luck to both teams. Love this skin as well for opera singer.
Yes.
It's
Oh, so
such a nice
beautiful.
A tier. But yeah, heading in, it looks like we are going to just go right for that patient immediately. And we're going to see that first hit coming through. Really nice hook, but unfortunately, Opera Singer's decoy was on the other side. We're going to be able to teleport back to that Shadow Remnant and get our first hit on patient very, very quickly. Now, that's a very strong start here for Opera Singer. We're going to head into the double pallet area and just set up a bunch of remnants here, looking to try and teleport back to those once the patient loops around. But we're going to start transitioning out of the area. Looks like another hook coming into play. That's our second hook here. And we will be heading towards this pallet as well. Now, we do have Blink in play, missing that hit, but being able to corner patient right there. Unfortunately, patient not quite able to use that pallet to his advantage. And that is going to be our very, very fast first down. So a very aggressive start here for Pit Stoppers.
Yes, very good start so far with 5 ciphers remaining. We do have, it looks like we did get a global portal in play here, but it looks like we do know the location of that. We're just going to break that while we can, try to avoid any distance, but we are going to use a decoy right back to the chair as we have the mercenary coming in for that rescue. We land a hit on the mercenary. He is able to go ahead and use one of his elbow pads in the middle of the attack recovery and land that rescue for the patient, who was going to go ahead and continue to transition right up to the shore gate shack up near that big boat. He has one. And a blink is going to cut off that hook. Very well timed by the hunter. The patient will be going down. Knowing he's about to go down, he's trying to run as far as he can to the corner of the map, just trying to gain some extra distance. Hopefully trying to help the team decode some more ciphers. We're at 4 ciphers remaining, with one, the puppeteer, working on about over halfway. We are just trying to work on getting that rotation. We got the mercenary all healed up, and we are just going to go ahead and try to go in for that second rescue. Remember, we need to get as many people out of the gate as possible just to get to the second half of the round.
Yeah, we're going to see Mercenary. Ooh, a bit of an odd elbow pad trajectory there, but it did avoid the hit. We're going to see that hit connect here, but this will mean another rescue on Patient. And not quite able to get that extra hit on the Mercenary. With that heavy hit, we are going to see the Mercenary able to elbow pad away. No, we're actually going to go and chase after the Mercenary. This is something that Pit Stoppers has been doing, is just chasing after the Merc, going for that second hit. Working out very, very well so far. We are going to see Patient actually just running into the corner here, having accepted his fate, and just trying to get as far away. I do wonder if we will possibly some points in struggle here, working towards just trying to get away from this chair as much as possible. But with this is going to be our first match. Mercenary is also not too far away. And it does look like Pit Stoppers knows where he was left. So yeah, having another... Oh, but we actually were able to heal up Mercenary Priestess in the area. So that can be very, very good for Sphinx, but looks like we may actually be switching targets here to the Priestess, which honestly, no, that is...
Unfortunately, she was not able to use that flywheel to get away from the attack in time. She took the hit right as flywheel hit. We are going to go ahead and continue to pursue her in this tight kiting area. We do have 2 ciphers remaining. We have both Mercenary and Puppeteer on a cipher as the Priestess takes over this kite, but a hit from that Opera Singer is going to send her down right as she gets through that pallet. Not a terror shock, but still a very useful utilization of the Opera Singer's hitbox. And she is going to leave the Priestess to self-heal as she goes ahead to continue pursuing the Puppeteer as he takes over the kite into the shack area. Let's see if he'll be able to absorb a hit using that shack. Instead we're going to go loop back around to try to get that Priestess.
Yeah, this is a little bit risky, I would say, but with that global, we do have trump cards. So we could see possibly a teleport here just to catch up with that healing. That's exactly what's going to happen. Teleporting right over to that cipher. I want to see Priestess going down here again. Now this is we're seeing kind of in play here, the disadvantage of Priestess, which is that she has slow vaulting and slow pallet drop, both of which are coming into play in this Priestess going down, but she now has no self-heal, so we will be leaving her to... Mercenary also does have self-heal, but we will be seeing him down once again. Puppeteer is at 1 chip hit as well, and it looks like he's just going to be hard at work decoding. But with this Mercenary heading towards a chair, this is getting more and more dangerous here for Sphinx.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we don't have much other choice than have the puppeteer could try to come in and heal that priestess. Unfortunately, she does not have borrowed time, which does put this team at a significant disadvantage with who's been downed. We are trying to just look for that puppeteer. He will be able to prolong his kite with those puppets as long as he's able to stay up. But if we are able to, we are looking at a potential for three mana elimination at the minimum. This might just be depending on how long. Oh, but we will be going down. This is the end of the match. A 4-man elimination. Very good game. Excellent work from just. Remember, this match is a significant disadvantage map for the opera singer. To cipher pressure like that with 3 survivors remaining is no easy feat, and yet we were able to do that and not get to the cipher pop. So very, very well done, knowing which survivors to chase after at what time.
Yeah, just such a great match there. Really just putting the opera singer on display. The only time that we were able to see because she just was not picked at any other point, but that is part of the mind game as well. Opera singer that whole time, having the other team ban Ivy, ban Dream Witch, and just allowing that opera singer out there, just such great work. And especially, taking advantage of that priestess's slow vol, taking advantage of the mercenary slow healing as well, kind of throughout the match. Every time we saw a mercenary, Pitstoppers was taking every opportunity to go out and hit him down again. So yeah, it's been very, very fun, but that will mean that Omni will be moving on to our next bracket next weekend. This will be the last that we saw of Sphinx, but very, very well played.
Oh,
And just
absolutely.
yeah, the I feel like I'm gonna be replaying that Dancer's Dungeon Escape in my
Oh
head
my
in like my
gosh, right?
nightmares, in my Hunter nightmares. I'm gonna be
That
replaying.
and that Soul Weaver domination as well. That was absolutely phenomenal. Double downing just constantly on the Soul Weaver side, stuffing those rescues. Just overall, what an exciting match! I'm so glad we got to see both these teams in action. I'm so glad we got to see them go up against each other. Again, that's just the worst part of a knockout bracket is that you don't get to see certain teams again. That's one thing I do envy official pro tournaments for, is that group stage where we get to see all these teams play. We get to fall in love with certain survivors and hunters and their play styles. We get to understand the strategies of things. But I am so glad we were able to watch these two teams in action. I'm glad. Well, I am sad that we will not be able to see one of them going forward in this tournament. I look forward to seeing what Sphinx can do in other tournaments beyond. And I'm really excited to see what Omni has in store for us going forward to next weekend. Do you want me to switch with Mima at that point?
Yeah. So yeah, we're
We
gonna
are
head into
gonna.
intermission in just a second. Sorry, we're getting the live announcements as we go. But yeah, we're gonna head into intermission now. Juliet will get a well-deserved break for the next matchup. But in about 15 minutes, we're gonna be heading into our next match, which once again is Good Babies versus Maphasy. And that's going to be with myself once again. So I hope that you guys aren't sick of me yet, because you still got 2 more matches with me. And it's going
We
to
get.
be Mima as my co-commentator coming up. And then we're going to have Juliet once again after
Woo-hoo!
that. So yeah, welcome. Welcome. We will welcome our, I guess not new commentator, because we did see Mima quite a bit for days. But yeah, it'll be very, very fun. So don't go anywhere, or do go somewhere, go to the bathroom, get some water. I'm definitely going to be doing that for the next about 15 minutes or so. And we will with our next matchup. Julia, is there anything else you want to say before we sign off?
Just thank you so much, guys, for having me. This was a super fun match to commentate for. I'm really excited to go ahead and join you guys in the audience and cheer on Good Babies and Maphasy as they get ready to take on 2 p.m. I want to thank Bones for being my co-commentator. I want to thank Mima for her co-commentating with me as well yesterday, taking the gauntlet that Bones is basically taking on today. I'm really excited. Thank you again, Bones, for all the work you're doing this Sunday. I'm so excited to hear you two commentate, and I'm excited to be back at 4. But before that, make sure to see everybody at 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern for this upcoming match between Good Babies and Maphasy. You don't. I'm gonna hop off now. Good luck, y'all.
Bye bye. All right, we are back. Hopefully, you guys didn't go anywhere, but hopefully, you are all hydrated, all ready to go for our next bracket between Good Babies and Maphasy. Once again, I am Bones, and today, I guess, for this matchup, I'm joined by Mima.
Hi, nice to see you. Hopefully again, but welcome on in, everybody.
Yeah, and before we get into our next match, we're going to read another confession from IDV Confessions on Instagram. So, when I was new to the game, I used to down every pallet that I saw, even when I wasn't kiting, and I dismantled every chair near me, which I love the dismantling chair thing because I too was also like the gardener main because I didn't know how to use items when I first started playing because it like wasn't part of the tutorial. So I didn't know how to play any character other than Gardener because it would give you the prompt to use the item. And this was way before bubble rework or anything, so she could only break chairs.
I remember that too. I was also a gardener OG. That's such a fun question too. Like I'm wondering who out of the veterans everybody started with when they started this game. Because I guess for me and Bones, it's gotta be Emma. But yeah, I can definitely relate with the chair dismantling. I mean, I did pick up gardener when I came back to this game. So I still have a habit of breaking chairs. It really depends on like the spawn and who the first target is. Sometimes I feel like out in the open, I will still break the chair closest to me because it's like, oh, I'm gonna kite anyways. Might as well trouble the hunter even more in the future. But uh yeah, not so sure about the palettes though. I definitely feel like it is a habit that some people have, and I don't know if I relate,
Duo
but
hunters.
oh gosh, yeah. But then
The
it's like,
gardeners and duo hunters who just run around the match and do anything but break chairs.
hmm. Oh my goodness. I will say, I do think that I used to down every palette when I would play blackjack because my my blackjack main was gravekeeper. So I kind of feel like, okay, every man for himself.
Oh,
Only I can use these palettes to their fullest potential, and I would just hide under them.
that's actually
I
kind
don't.
of smart though.
Right? And I would just palette stun other people, and they can't stun the hunter anymore because all of the pallets are used. And if the pallets are broken, well, you just move on to the next area. It's funny.
Yup.
I recommend it for anyone wanting to play blackjack in this day and age.
See, my blackjack strategy was Embalmer.
Oh yeah.
Before I think because I think they nerf him in blackjack at some point because he was too broken?
I think so, and I think they nerfed him in tarot as well, especially a crystal ball.
Oh my god, Crystal they had to nerf Lizard in Crystal Ball Tarot. They had to nerf Lizard. You know how bad a game mode has to be for them to need to nerf Lizard?
That's too funny. I'm so sorry. I like that you know that as like the lizard expert. All I know about Hunter nerfs and Crystal Ball is that I used to do Crystal Ball for dice farming with my sister, and she would always play Naiad, and her trick to get the points right away was to throw her spear, but they nerfed that. So it's not as
Oh.
quick to get the points. Yeah, it's like an
They
immediate
should
200.
Yeah, that's the same way that that Disciple works in duos is she just farms points anytime like anytime that you have a cat out. I don't remember how many points it is because um I don't play Disciple that much in duos.
Hmm.
I know that it's like enough points where every time I do play her, like I'll get to my first down and I'm like, "Oh, I have enough points for the speed pill. I have 4,000 points now." And like it's not um because I usually play Lizard or
Hmm.
something. Like I'll play Lizard, I'll play like Wuchang sometimes, Nightmare, um, in Duo Hunters, and I'll just be like Gamekeeper, and I'll just be like, oh, because I'll usually have like maybe 2,000 by first
Hmm.
down or by first share. And then with Disciple, it's like, yeah, you're already good. You're already good to go. And then every time I go against the Disciple in duos, I'm like, ugh, why is she so fast so quickly?
Oh my gosh, that's so interesting. I love hearing about it, especially since I don't particularly play Hunter or duos, but that's so fascinating to me.
Yeah, and we've got Juliet in the chat again saying that Doctor was their first character. And yeah, I mean, I was always scared of playing Doctor because A, I didn't know how to use items, but also because I was scared of standing still.
Mhm.
I'm still bad at Doctor.
No worries. I feel like it definitely takes some patience and experience as well. I've been trying to practice her as well because Firefly came back to the shop and I bought the accessory because I just love the animation.
Oh,
I
it's so
fun fact,
fun.
yeah, fun fact, I love to sing, so I was like, okay, I want this accessory, but it's so obvious when you're healing.
No, that's the thing with Doctor accessories is that like they're always loud too.
Hmm.
So it's like you're just screaming at the hunter like I'm here, please come hit me through this pallet. That can't drop fast because I'm Doctor.
Have you ever seen the or heard the Dr. Koa accessory, the one with the little people, and they go around her while she heals? They're so
Oh my
cute, but it's so
god.
loud. It's very cute. I
I
hope
don't
I'm
think
not
I've ever seen that
mistaken.
one.
It's super cute. I hope they make more accessories that are similar to this because I think Explorer might have had one, the one on the it's like that extra shop, the one where you get the SS skins.
Yeah, the I don't remember what the accessory is called, but I know the skin is like Lilliputian or something. I don't know if
Oh
I'm
my god,
pronouncing that
yes.
correctly.
No, it is Lilliputian because I remember I used to always say Lilliputian.
Lilliputian.
It's funny either way, I think. But when I started hearing people say Lilliputian, I was so shocked. It's like Pilates. I didn't know it was Pilates. I thought it was just pilots.
Pie ladies.
Ladies, that's what happens when English is your second language.
See, English is my first language and I still can't pronounce anything because I don't speak well. Haha. Funny thing to say, but I don't speak very much. So I'll read something and then I won't use it in a sentence until I'm already using it in a sentence and then I'm like I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Very very funny like I get we're getting anecdoty, but
Mhm.
the the word phlegm, I
Oh yeah,
misread as it "felm" for years because I mixed up, like, where the L was in the word.
that's so real. At least you weren't in the Phlegm gang.
Phlegm. See, I
Phlegm.
that's the funniest thing, like, I knew the G was silent, but I didn't know how to spell a word, apparently.
Phlegm. That's too funny. I love the mention of coordinator too. Does anyone remember when coordinator used to just be the reward you would get if you recharged any echoes?
The one echo reward, and then people started exploiting it to get more fragments because everybody realized that if you just like gifted your friends um like the coordinator, then it would just and you already owned coordinator. If you owned coordinator were gifted coordinator, it would just translate to fragments. And so people used that to just get a ton of fragments that day. And then they patched it the next morning, and so many people were in negative fragments because I think it was around Thanksgiving. So like a bunch of the skins had
Oh
just come back.
no.
And so everybody was like, wait.
I remember that. I remember that because my friends were gifting each other coordinator. It's
Oh
so
my
funny.
god.
I definitely wish they kept it as cord being a recharge reward though, because it's like now even if you recharge just $1 for the 60 echoes, it's like you could do that and you could buy coordinator, but now you can't buy the three-sided dice, for example. Um I don't know if that makes sense, but I know like not every player has the ability to recharge echoes all the time. When I started Identity 5, I was still in high school, so I didn't even have like my own PayPal account or whatever. So if I wanted to recharge echoes, I had to go buy iTunes gift cards. So I wasn't always in a position where I could like recharge for echoes, and I know that Mhm. And with some people they have different currencies, so I wish they kept it the way that they used to have it instead of making chord just one echoes and non-giftable.
Yeah. But I think we are heading into band pick now. So yeah, we're gonna get started on this matchup. Good Babies and Maphasy, which I do hope I'm pronouncing that correctly because that is another word that I have read but not heard out loud. So yeah, but we are going to heading into the first half of round one. We've got Maphasy is hunting, and I believe Moonlit is going to be the map. Yes. And
Ooh.
Eversleep the band map.
It's nice that we're getting to start off on such a big map. I always love Moonlit River Park. And when it comes to round one, where you have all of the hunters on the table, there's a lot of possibilities here.
Yeah, we're really, there's pretty much anything on the table for round one, especially since last matchup we had no opera singer, no Ivy until um until round three. So we could really have anything on the table, especially with Moonlit being it's a large map. It's a little bit harder for, like hunters to be able to handle if they don't have great mobility, but we could see that opera singer coming out again. We could see Ivy as well. We could also see something a little bit more daring, like we could see another breaking wheel. Hermit even is decent on this map because the higher he uses elevation to his advantage for the teleports, we
Hmm.
get a lot of distance on Moonlit.
Yeah, absolutely. Haven't they adjusted something like that too? I remember with one of the more recent patches or adjustments they made, there were so many hermit videos coming out where these hermits on Moonlit River Park were just teleporting so far, like beyond what I would expect.
Oh, was it like the update?
I think
When
so.
yeah, there was an update, there was a patch once where they like changed the herb and they messed it up so that the ball suddenly spawned like way higher than it's supposed to. Because he works on height, he could just teleport literally clear across any map, and it was they buffed it. They patched it like an hour later, and I was like, no,
That's
my
too
hermit
funny.
teleport.
That's way too funny.
It was
Yeah, I
so funny.
mean, as a Survivor main, I'm definitely happy that they patched it, but it was 100% hilarious to see all of those clips. Like, you're going from one side to another, like the hermits were just slamming into the edge of the map, not even walls, but just
Yup.
the edge of the map.
Yeah, it was great. But back to the ban pick here, it looks like MPH is going to ban Prisoner as well as Coordinator. We're going to have Good Babies lock in the Barmaid and the Acrobat in response, and we're going to see a Seer ban as well.
Good call on taking these survivors off the table. I'm glad to see Acrobat in play, especially for his home map. There are just so many strong kiting areas for him here. And when we have Barmaid, there's always that possibility of getting in easier heals to support your teammates. Guys, this is not a drill. Our next lock-in for GB is going to be Fire Investigator.
Could we
And
could we
guess
say fire
what?
drill?
This is not a fire drill. This match is about to be on fire because Florian will be a part of it and we won't be seeing him in the global bans. This
Yeah, we rechargeable fire investigator this time. So, and just in time for Mima as well. So this is a great turn of events here. We are going to see one. We're actually going to see a reverse of what we were seeing in the last matchup. We're going to see
Ooh.
Mercenary is banned out, and GB is going to lock First Officers. So a little bit interesting there to allow that First Officer out. I would say he's definitely one of, if not the strongest rescuer right now, because he just buys so much time with that pocket. He can still tank hits similar to a Mercenary, not as it does take a little bit more precise timing, but he is very, very strong for that rescuing capabilities. Very exciting to see that First Officer finally able to come out. And this is a pretty strong team. I almost wonder if they are kind of working against that Hermit with that Barmaid pick. Barmaid's also been coming up as an Ivy counter. So, and I mean, Acrobat always great for containment, Fire Investigator as well. Such a strong containment pick. So Yeah, we're looking very good here on Good Baby Survivor side.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot that this fire investigator can do for this team to support uh, either just themselves or for their teammates. There's a lot of areas where you can put the airbags, not just to block walkways or doorways, but you can also use it to transition into areas, especially when there's quite a bit of open space in between you.
Yeah, we did see that pretty effectively used. Um, the in the last match with the fire investigator being able to block off just entire kiting areas with that airbag, kind of using it as a replacement pallet, and he's just really, really valuable in that sense. I mean, I've also seen fire investigators use the airbag to support kites as well to block off the hunter from entering areas like as they're about to enter it. It's very, very cool to see, especially since it takes so much time to break the airbag as well. It's very he's very annoying. He's very annoying to hunt against, but it's to the survivors to be able to have them.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much that you can do with him. And it is really annoying to not only go for that airbag break, but the Florians can just close it on your face. Like, sure, they can take a hit. You can miss the hit too. But it's always funny to see fire investigators let you think that you can break their airbags, but they're like, nope.
Oh, they can
And
defend
then because,
as it's being broken?
oh yeah, you can because the hit has to connect. And sometimes
Oh, and because of the wind up for the heavy hit?
yeah, you can just deflate it and then pick it up. If you dodge the hit, then you just wait for that hit animation to go and then move forward to pick it up. It's so funny. It's really funny, and you can definitely do it. Your teammates can also deflate the bag, so it's not just Florian who can do this.
That's crazy. That's awesome. But yeah, we will be seeing that hunter pick come through, and it will be an opera singer. So we will have that opera singer round one here, a little bit more traditional, I would say, because
Mhm.
just as things are, opera singer is the top dog, so to speak, on the hunt. Very excited to see that opera singer coming out before she ends up being banned. And she's just a reliable hunter as well. I mean, once you kind of get that learning curve, a bit difficult to she's a little bit difficult to maneuver, obviously, with that dash being as slowed down as it has become over her nerfs upon nerfs upon nerfs.
Mhm.
But I mean, she's been nerfed like that for very, very good reason. As I guess it is a little bit unfortunate. I do get sad seeing hunters get nerfed again and again because I want hunters to be stronger.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's just unfortunate. Um or it's unfortunate for opera singer, but not so unfortunate for going against an opera singer that she has been nerfed as significantly as she has been.
Absolutely. On the bright side, this speed and this reach of her Shadow Realm will definitely benefit on such a big map like Moonlit River Park. They're really going to have to synergize with one another and make sure they stay on top of rotating and hopefully utilizing the rest of their terrain as well. Of course, I always love some good roller coaster maneuvers, but pretty easy for Opera Singer to catch up.
Yeah, it's very interesting as well to kind of think about the character versus matchups because Barmaid I feel like was definitely picked in order to counter that Ivy, possibly Hermit,
Mhm.
but she's a little bit less strong against Opera Singer. Not that she's not strong because she can definitely be utilized very well to be in a very good area because Opera Singer is so fast to catch up. It's much more difficult to pull off the Dublin against her, especially if that speed drink has already been used. So Barmaid is going to have to be really careful coming into this, and it's also a little bit unfortunate that she has been those first two picks because we won't be seeing that Barmaid or that Acrobat again. So we're taking out some pretty heavy hitters right away. Acrobat obviously just such a strong containment character as well.
Absolutely. I also see why our Maphasy hunter is taking off Seer right after our lock-ins. Being a single hit hunter and of course having that barmaid in the team. This is really going to hinder her healing, but hopefully we can be able to see it used for the rest of our teammates as well. It'll definitely be handy if our first officer needs to go in for another rescue. Hopefully, we'll be able to get some support as well from our fire investigator. Of course, the downside of not having mercenary as an option is that mercenary would have definitely been able to cover much more grounds in a shorter amount of time than first officer. But once again, as long as they stay on top of their rotations and know just when to go for that chair, it'll definitely work in the survivor's favor.
Yeah, it's definitely I'm really interested to see, that the management of the survivors. The management of the survivors with being able to be in the right place at the right time, because that's so important on Moonlit. And I also wonder, just as a little treat, if we're going to be able to see any of the coaster coming in to, or yeah, to help the survivors with this containment, because that coaster can be so strong when used well, and especially on a 4-man VC team, you have that capability to be able to communicate with your teammates and make sure that everybody's in the right place at the right time. We're gonna get into our spawn picks here. We've got first officer up on the bridge, Gator over at first stop, Acrobat over at fourth stop, and Barmaid in the 2-story. These are very, very strong spawn locations, and it looks like we may be seeing that Acrobat over at fourth stop taking the first.
All right, we are going into the first half of round 1. This is going to be our good baby survivors up against our Maphasy hunter. My name is Mima, and I am joined by Bones for commentary. Best of luck to both teams.
Yeah, best of luck to both teams, and very excited to head into this matchup. Acrobat obviously so strong at that 4-stop. I would say Barmaid's definitely in here for that first chase, but we'll see who we end up going for. Yeah, it looks like we are going to just go ahead, take the plunge with that Acrobat here. Acrobat is very, very, very strong kiting survivor, and especially with this 4th stop, he can just use the balls, go anywhere he wants. It looks like we're running peepers on this opera singer, so just trying to slow down the Acrobat a little bit and kind of, mess with his ability to drop pallets, ability to vault as well, but already just a lot of distance being covered here by this Acrobat, not to get that first hit very early.
Yeah, really great pallet discipline over here to avoid that first hit, but we are going to be seeing it just as we go over to the other side of the ruins here.
Yeah, and it looks like that was an interaction bomb, so Opera Singer is going to avoid breaking those pallets for now, but Acrobat does have a lot of room to maneuver. We're going to use the firebomb here that would cancel skills if Opera Singer was in it, but unfortunately not going to be able to get that hit through the window with Opera Singer's small hitbox. We do have a pretty good loop set up, trying to bait out the Remnant teleport, but unfortunately just waiting a little bit too long from Opera Singer. We are going to be able to get the Terror Shock here, though. Acrobat unfortunately not able to use a bomb, but we do still have those 2 bombs remaining, it looks like. 1 slowdown bomb, skill cancellation bomb, and that's going to be a very solid first down here.
Of course, and it looks like our first officer is already on our way for the rescue. We are going to close in on him, and we are going to activate the pocket watch.
Yeah, nicely done with the pocket watch here. A little bit away from the chair, but we do still have those 3 shakes going in for the second one here, but we are going to get the hit on that first officer.
And unfortunately, we are going to... Oh, that's going to be the first officer for reals. But we still have sight of the Acrobat going into the circus tent here, and Opera Singer is not far behind.
Over to the tent. Yeah, we do still have those bombs to work with as well. And just a lot of containment potential from this Acrobat. Looks like another peeper dropped here. And is Acrobat going to be able to break the distance? No, not quite. Just a little bit unfortunate of a vault there. And Opera Singer able to win that mind game. And we do have a double down as well here, so that is going to mean... Oh, it looks like we're going to be priming first officer's heal here. Barmaid is right in the area, so we're going to be looking for, I would say possibly, yeah, we're going to get that heal up and maybe a Dovlin. There's the Dovlin, all right.
Yeah, first officer has definitely got to move away. We're going to put down a peeper at the cipher, but Barmaid and first officer are close by. First officer is going to use the last of his pocket watches, but Opera Singer is going to go for our Barmaid now.
Oh, and Barmaid wasn't able to mix a drink, so she is going to be without Dublin for this containment around the 4th stop here. And unfortunately just not able to get out of the way. We did use the speed drink there, but unfortunately it just was not fast enough. And Acrobat is going to be sent back to the manor there. First officer not able to arrive in time. We have 2 ciphers remaining here. It's a bit of a difficult situation for good baby survivors. They need to be able to decode those last 2 ciphers, but also keep their survivors alive until the cipher pop.
Yeah, and speaking of ciphers, it does seem like our ciphers are on this side of the map.
Yeah, so a little bit cipher locked.
First officer is going to get a rescue on our barmaid here, but Opera Singer is going to put some peepers down and get a hit on our first officer.
Yeah, great hit on the first officer there. We're going to see, looks like first officer might just continue this containment. Yeah, barmaid able to escape. We'll see if she's able to mix that Dublin up now that she's out of the range of the hunter. Unless, no, it looks like Opera Singer is actually going to keep following her trail. So very nicely done. We are seeing this strategy kind of over and over again today where the rescuer gets double hit and is just left to bleed on the floor. But Barmaid does have Flywheel to work with also. Okay, yep, we are going to see that Flywheel come through. We also have Broken Windows in play. Barmaid does not have Borrowed Time, though, so with 1 cipher remaining, this is a little bit dangerous to have Barmaid taking the final kite.
Absolutely, and it does look that our Opera Singer is going to shift gears, going back to our first officer, who is slowed down in healing due to the peepers. Fire Investigator gets off our old cipher at our 3rd stop, and of course, I think we can anticipate, seeing another peeper put down on our last cipher with progress. Barmaid was able to mix for her last Dublin, so we're going to see Opera Singer go back, trying to get her before that heal sinks in.
Yeah, pallets in this area have been somewhat used, and we're going to be very, very close here, but right before that hit connects, beautifully done from the barmaid, able to get that Dublin through. And first officer is back up. We aren't going to see any decoding happening just yet, but it does look like we're making our way over to that 4th stop with Fire Investigator. Unfortunately, that cipher was not touched before, so it will be started from scratch. But Fire Investigator can be very strong on that stop due to the fact that the airbag just blocks the entire way. So Opera Singer is going to have a little bit of trouble here. Yup, we are going to be forced to break that airbag and take the chase onto the Fire Investigator.
Now we are going to be working with only 1 airbag remaining, but that cooldown is off for it, so we can definitely anticipate it. Beautiful airbag to knock the Opera Singer out of her dash in the Shadow Realm. We're going to be putting down a peeper on this 4th stop and abandoning the Florian to find our next target.
Yeah, just very, very good pressure here from the Opera Singer, but also... Oh, we're gonna get the bullet!
Drop down hit! Unfortunately,
Nicely
our
done.
Fire Investigator is going to be going down, but yeah, that was beautifully well played by Ling. Such a good drop down hit, even though we used the flywheel here, it just didn't pull through. So we're gonna leave the Fire Investigator on the ground and locate our next target. It seems to be our first officer with that trail showing up.
Yeah, first officer does have a decoy to work with here. Nicely done just to be able to pallet. We're going to see another peeper dropped as well. And first officer, unfortunately, not quite able to avoid the hit for long enough. Cypher is at around 50% here from Barmaid. Really is just going to be which side can kind of, tough it out the longest. We're going to see Fire Investigator with that self-heal, and it looks like they're actually switching positions. Barmaid coming in possibly for a rescue.
But knowing this, Opera Singer is going to maneuver over to that wiggling cipher over by the circus tent. And unfortunately, Florian doesn't have any more airbags to use, so we're going to have to move away from the cipher here. This does allow for the barmaid to go over for the first officer, but of course, they're well away from the map. We're going to leave the Fire Investigator on the ground after he's used the exit path, but barmaid is going to be able to get this rescue in just before half, thank you to that first officer's chair time.
Yeah, first officer having that longer chair time, it's almost underappreciated, I feel like, but it's definitely going to help out good baby survivors here, just with dragging out the match as long as possible. Because it really is, it's a war of attrition. Whichever team can last the longest here, kind of just break down the other team. Nicely done with that pallet mind game. Is waiting to get that hit through. We do have still that flywheel is up, as well as broken windows here. But if... Ooh, very, very close on that vault.
Alright, it does look like First Officer has gotten to the other side of the map, while this barmaid is doing a great job kiting our Opera Singer. Ooh, we are gonna see a flywheel, but it doesn't quite connect, and Opera Singer is able to get that hidden.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be impressed here if Good Babies is able to get just one survivor out the gate, because this is so difficult. Especially, are we going to end up seeing this trump card come into play? Because we could teleport here, but it would also... Yep, okay, we are going to go ahead and use the teleport, looking for the fire investigator here, and there is almost nowhere
beautiful
from the run, but a
flywheel!
beautiful flywheel!
Oh, it does look like we've already dropped this pallet, so unfortunately we are gonna get a terror shock in! Is First Officer going to make it to the chair, or are we gonna get another repeat of our acrobat situation? We are! Unfortunately, Barmaid does get sent back to the manor.
Yeah, one survivor remaining. We're gonna see that First Officer running around on the other side of the map. Looks like he is gonna open a chest, but does he have time before Opera Singer catches up? And it looks like no. He is going to be forced to get out of that chest. This is looking like a 4-man elimination unless First Officer can just do the impossible and kite this out. Fire Investigator a little over halfway bled out, but unfortunately this is going to be the end for Good Babies unless they can somehow crawl over to the dungeon, I would say.
Florian's
But
closer.
Florian
I vote him.
He is pretty close to the dungeons. So I think that
Wait! Okay, it does look like we're going to leave First Officer on the ground. Even with that long chair time, Fire Investigator is quite a ways away from that dungeon over at the Cypher Bridge.
Yeah, it's very close here. I feel like, yeah, that was just checking where dungeon is, making sure nobody was near
Yeah.
it, and making our way back towards First Officer. If he's able to self-heal, I mean, we could push this out further, but it's not really going to do much for Good Baby's chances of getting it. The hunter is approaching!
Yeah, unfortunately we are going to have First Officer picked up here, but hey, Fire Investigator is still continuing his crawl over to the dungeon. This is the roll part, like stop, drop, and roll.
Yeah, stop, drop, and roll all the way to the dungeon with...
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. That is going to be our 4-man elimination here for the side of Maphasy in the first half of the first round. But what an incredible match there. You know, it kind of felt like we're in overtime here, kind of pushing for that long match time.
Absolutely. That was such a fun match to watch and such a strong start for this bracket. I'm really excited to see how our Good Babies Hunter is going to respond.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like that's definitely going to be kind of what this match boils down to, is just if we're able to go, you know, hunter for hunter, survivor for survivor, and just, you know, continue to push these matches, because that was a very, very long, very drawn out match. It's up to the survivors, I feel like, at this point, to be able to make it, you know, faster, because I feel like if the survivors are able to work more quickly, then it can throw the hunter off. So I feel like it's going to be kind of that battle of being able to stay alive. You know, maybe we'll go for tankier picks in the future, but I mean, Investigator, Acrobat, both very, very strong picks. And maybe we'll see another Fire Investigator again, because that was fun.
Please. I mean, yeah, I would love to see the Fire Investigator in later matches. It would be interesting to see the airbag utilized in different ways as opposed to blocking off. I think it worked really well in this match, and I was kind of anticipating when was the Fire Investigator going to use these airbags, because with an opera singer, especially one with peepers at that, you could definitely make a bit of an escape route if you want to use that airbag. But yeah, really tough call, especially when our ciphers were all on one side towards the end of the match. That's always a tough scenario to be in, especially when your hunter is the opera singer.
Yeah, being cipher locked, especially on Moonlit, can just be so difficult. to be able to kind of maneuver around, because the pro of Moonlit is that it's a huge map. You can really force the hunter to spread out, and I feel like that was definitely a danger here for Maphasy's hunter, because bringing peepers on Opera Singer, it means that you have much less mobility than, say, bringing warp, bringing teleport, anything along those lines. I mean, obviously we did end up switching to teleport in the later stages of the game, but starting off with peepers is just so bold of a move. Um, you know, the survivors ending up cipher locked as a result of, being kind of forced off that side of the map at the beginning because of those peepers, I feel like really out.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was a really good call to ban out the mercenary here because we did see half of our team unfortunately get eliminated on their second chair. That's definitely a downside to the amount of ground that first officer can cover just by moving there regularly. So that was definitely a shame. I think the survivors that got eliminated were still uh, really doing their best, and we did see some really great kites from both the acrobat and barmaid. So I'm looking forward to seeing how these survivors play out in the later rounds, however. Maybe we'll get
Yeah,
a smaller
same.
map.
Yeah, I feel like round one in particular to be, it's either a huge decision maker or it's a tie. It's
Mhm.
it's never whatever, which, I mean, to be fair, I don't think no round is really whatever, but round one can just set such a stage here, and I feel like that's they've been set. We're looking at some very, very formidable hunters, very formidable survivors. Um and if I almost hope that this ends in, double four-man elimination, and we're kind of working down from there as to, which survivors can scrape as many escapes as they can. Those are my favorite matches. I know that I feel they're a little bit grueling, but I do love when it's really just a battle of hunters.
Absolutely. Oh, that's so 5v5 core. I love it too, I won't
It
lie.
is 5v5 core. But yeah, heading into the band picks here. Oh, it looks like we're going to have Antiquarian and Patient banned out from Good Babies. And for Maphasy Survivors, we're going to have the Aeroplanist and the Prisoner. A little bit of Game 10 action here for anybody who bothers to read it. Because I don't have a life. But
I was
Aeroplanist and
gonna say,
Prisoner.
I was gonna say, oh my gosh, Bones, look, it's your non-rescuer picks.
Well, I would argue Aeroplanist is a rescuer, but I don't have all
Okay,
day to
fair
talk
enough.
about that. But yeah, these are two of my mains. I do play a lot of Aeroplanists. I do play a lot of Prisoners. So very excited to see those coming out here, and especially if I would say these are Aeroplanist is a little bit of a niche pick, but Prisoner absolutely has been rising in the meta against Ivy. So I wonder if we're going to be expecting an Ivy here. Prisoner, honestly, against Opera Singer, but kind of, I mean, it's a Prisoner. You have that one stun. You got to make the most of it. It can be made the most of. I mean, I will testify the Prisoner pick. I know the 1 second stun is a little bit controversial, but I when it's in good hands, it's a very, very strong um it's a very strong skill set. But heading
Mhm.
into our next ban and lock, we're going to see First Officer taken off the table, Mercenary added in response, and we're going to see Psychologist banned as well with a lock on the Gardener.
Yay, it's always fun to see the gardener, and definitely in round one as well. She's definitely been rising in usage, especially with the current opera singer meta. And I do think it's still fair to be able to utilize the dismantling of the chairs with her toolbox. And of course, there's always that recall. The recall is a really great asset to the team. Even if it does technically feed presence, you're not always guaranteed to have the hunter hit you during its first summoning when you start the match. And it does come in clutch when maybe you're still at half health or something. And it does come in clutch in kites as well. Even if you are having your recall bubble interrupted, there's still the uh, percentage that carries over when you're going to be summoning it next. So I think that's definitely useful.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see more Gardener action. I feel like we got a little bit of Gardener action in the past couple of days, but I love seeing that bubble, priming the bubble right before you get hit just to like have it pop
Mhm.
right up again. It's so much fun. And she's just a really versatile character, I feel like, because she can kind of do it all. Like she can, soft harass with the chairs. She's a great container. Doesn't really have a lot of debuffs to work with, so yeah, really strong pick there. I mean, mercenary, obviously, you know, it's it's a mercenary.
Mhm.
Um, and I kind of the I wouldn't say mirror, but like we're looking at kind of similar roles. Like we have two very strong containers, an assist or a decoder, so to speak, and Mr. Rescuer corner there.
Mhm.
Um, but I'm also very excited to see if we're able to see this aeroplanist, because the hover can be used really well on this map with the stops, with the kind of the changes in levels can be used really well with the airplane's hover, but he only gets one. So it's very important not to misclick and waste that hover. Happened a million times. It is so I had to move the button for it away because I kept hitting it by accident in the
Oh
middle of like a
no.
normal jetpack and I'd be like, no.
Honestly, good call. I I don't play Aeroplan as much myself, so I've never had that happen quite yet, but I've had it happen to similar characters, so I tend to shift around the custom controls. Uh Another thing about this team, they're not quite as long of a chair time as First Officer, but I love that you can still leave the mercenary to marinate. Same with the Gardener, especially when you dismantle those chairs. Uh, Once you dismantle a chair, it makes the rocket chair cooldown just a little bit, the countdown, a little bit
Yeah.
slower.
Yeah, I definitely hope that we get to see that come into play. I feel like a lot of the time Gardner doesn't end up breaking shares just because, it's a waste it's not a waste of time. But early game especially, like you do want to get to that decoding, you don't want to waste time on the chairs. But late game, however, once there's
Mhm.
a little bit of harassment freed up, and there aren't any other harassers on this team, so I feel like Gardner, if she's not first chase, which is definitely possible, we could see some Gardner action coming on later. But it looks like we will be seeing another opera singer. Very, very classic here. These hunters are definitely sticking to their guns. And not, I mean, Good Babies is definitely in a position where they need to stick to their guns because heading into the second half of round one, if they get anything less than a 4-man elimination, then this round automatically goes to Maphasy. So we're in a bit of, I would say, not a dire situation. It's still just round one. Anything can happen in the next round or even the round after if we end up pushing to round three. So but in terms of, being able to kind of keep those points even, which is all they can do at this point is just keep the points even, and look for a tie in the first round and heading into round three automatically. So,
Absolutely. I
no
love
stakes.
I love the pressure is on just from round one alone. And I definitely think that we can anticipate having to say goodbye to the opera singer once we get our hunter brand. So it's nice to be able to I guess how do we say appreciate opera singer while she's still on the table.
Yeah, and I mean, after these, um, I definitely think that opera singer is going to be banned throughout the rest of the rounds, unless we see something crazy. I mean, we could definitely end up seeing, the Ivy ends up getting banned, instead, and they were like, okay, we can take the opera singer again from either team. I mean, it would be daring. It would be definitely daring, but it's definitely something that I've seen before.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Ah, we'll just have to see into our round two and hopefully our round three as well. Uh, I'm interested to seeing what these survivors are going to end up bringing since we're trying to get the lead here. I wonder if anyone's going to, I guess, not bring borrowed time. We see it a lot, especially for opera singers.
Yeah, I hope that we get those builds filled with no borrowed time.
Me too,
No
since we're
borrowed
in a
time,
we're in a
full
tourney
tank.
setting. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, not in rank, not in my rank matches. This is not this is not me advocating for my randoms to go no borrowed time with no communication and then pop the cipher badly. But this is in tournament settings when you have a 4-man VC and you're able to communicate that with your teammates, when to pop, when not to pop. I don't have borrowed time. It can be very, very strong because, with no borrowed time, you can have both flywheel and broken windows, great kiting build. You can have tide turner as well as something else. I would definitely expect to see it on the Aeroplanus, I would say, just because Aeroplanus is kind of that dual, he's a bit of a sub
Mhm.
rescuer, but that's really just because he looks like one. There's really no other reason why he's been kind of he's been categorized as sub rescue. He's kind of like sub decoder. His kit is so weird. I could talk for hours about Aeroplanus kit because it doesn't make sense. They threw traits onto Aeroplanus and we're like, yeah, this looks good. He's not patient too.
He's like a smoothie. I love it.
He's a smoothie.
Yes, it's like how you can have fruits, you can throw in some ice, you can add a little bit of vegetables. He's a smoothie.
Yeah, a Charles smoothie. That's what's gonna happen to him after game 10. That's what they're turning him into. But yeah, heading into the match here, I'm definitely really excited to see because right now MPH is in a very good position. So we will have, if they're able to get just a 1-man escape here, they will win this round. So Turkey Billy is a beautiful name. I'm sorry.
It is. And it looks like we're going to be having our prisoner, of course, in our second story. Gardner is going to opt for our first stop, and our Aeroplanus is going to be on our last stop. Of course, our rescuer, the mercenary, is going to be on Cypher Bridge, but our opera singer is going to be spawning in the God Kite outside of 2-story.
That's a really interesting spawn. That's not a traditional spawn at all, but it does mean that 4th stop cipher, I would say it'll probably be either 4th stop or in the tent that's going to get locked off, which means that for Aeroplanist or Mercenary, they're going to need to rotate otherwise to get that early game decoding. But heading into the second half of round 1, I am Bones here with Mima, and best of luck to both teams. Once again, win condition here, or not win condition for the match, but win condition for the round is a 1-man escape for Maphasy. If Good Babies is able to get a 4-man elimination, we'll head into a tie. But starting off with this prisoner here, we're going to take a route, looks like side of that 2-story building.
Oh, and it does look like Prisoner is going to leave a trail here, allowing the opera singer to catch sight of him.
Yeah, nicely done rotating around back into God Kite. That was honestly a really smart route as well. Singer doesn't have a lot of shadows to work with. Oh, that's it!
Yeah, beautiful double stun, you could say, with a 1-second shock, followed by the pallet hit. We're gonna go over to our first stop.
Yeah, and that's always a great way to use that 1-second stun, is you can guarantee a pallet hit through it. And yeah, just great job here, continuing this containment around the first stop. Looks like all the other survivors have been able to find their ciphers here. Aeroplanus almost done, well, not almost done, but definitely well past half here as Prisoner heads into God Kite.
Yeah, now we really need to watch out here because now Blink is online for this opera singer. And we are going to see that Blink, so our Prisoner is going to be going down.
Yeah, honestly, good choice to use that Blink right away here. Very confident as well, knowing exactly where that prisoner is, kind of cornering him in that open area, but also getting that Blink back online as soon as possible by setting it into cooldown is definitely going to be very smart here, especially heading into the later stages of the match. But we do have one Cypher fully popped, and looks like Mercenary is going to be coming in for this rescue, but we're going to scope out a little bit of wide camping here, trying to find the other survivors, but Mercenary fast approaching, nicely done elbow pad, and playing around the chair a little bit, but we are going to get that rescue very nicely done right before half.
Right, and of course now that we have been able to get that trait out, we are going to be using the but really nice stun here by the Prisoner.
Yeah, unfortunately not quite able to make it to that pallet in time, but we're going to use the Tide Turner to set up a connection. Great work there from Prisoner. Just making sure, I think that it will allow... dismantling the chair, but basement is also here. It looks like we are just gonna go for the above ground chair though.
Yeah, especially with the cipher progress going on. It's Lady Truth. I'm sorry, I just had to appreciate. Yay!
Yeah, I also love Lady Truth, but yeah, it looks like Gardner has left the premises here, heading around the outside. Are we going to rescue Prisoner is the real question, because we don't.
No, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, just that, like, we don't need to rescue here. We only need a one-man escape. So, yeah, Gardner, it looks like, is just going to give Tinnitus, force Opera Singer to stay at this chair, and, yeah, not allow any more presence, not allow any more damage to be set on the team. It was a very good choice from Maphasy, but heading into the later stages of the match here, we've got 3 ciphers remaining. Looks like we're going to just go ahead and break that. Oh, that cipher was nearly done, I believe. You can hear it shaking.
Yeah, we
So
do
that was
have
a
the
smart connection.
yeah, we do have the aeroplanist moving away from the 4th stop, hopefully to take over that cipher with so much progress. But knowing this, our opera singer is keeping a close eye as we have this tinnitus.
Yup, and it looks like we are going to be heading right back there towards Aeroplanist. Aeroplanist does still have all jetpacks as well as that hover to utilize, because he has not been in the way of the Hunter just yet. But looks like we may actually be leaving here, heading back towards Gardner. Unfortunately, that dash is heading back into cooldown. We do have a bubble up here. I think it's going to run out right before that vault, though, so is going to need to be careful. It looks like we may... Oh, we're actually avoiding that window here, wanting to just transition towards it and get as far away from Opera Singer as possible. That was really smart there from the Gardener.
Yeah, really nice patience there. Our opera singer is going to vault off the 2nd story window, but keep a close eye on these ciphers. It looks like we're switching to teleport to teleport onto the mercenary over in our circus tent.
Yeah, and ooh, nicely done with the elbow pad just to get a little bit more distance. Once again, that dash is going into cooldown here. And we are at 1 cipher remaining, so this is honestly a really good spot here for Maphasy. We have not seen a chair since Prisoner was out. Oh, but Mercenary unfortunately losing that mind game here around the window, trying to just stay alive as long as possible here for that final cipher. It looks like it's at 76%. That will very likely be primed by the time Opera Singer can do anything about it. So heading into this end game here, 89% on that cipher. Aeroplan is just hiding as long as possible here. Going to use that jetpack to get a little bit closer to the chair. And that is our rescue. Now, all survivors do have borrowed time here, so this pop is not going to be a problem. I almost wonder if we're going to pop with this coaster in play.
Ooh, if Mercenary gets terror shocked here,
Oh.
yeah, I think that's...
We're just gonna wait. We're
what
gonna force the hit.
Oh, and Aeroplanist did turn off the 2nd stop.
Yeah, so we're gonna look to just send Mercenary across the map with this cipher pop. But it looks like, I would say Opera Singer probably just, oh, not going to wait. And, oh, just a little bit too long on that pop.
Yeah, Opera Singer is going to be catching a ride on our roller coaster with our Mercenary. Now, of course, being at half health makes him vulnerable to this detention hit. And let's see how this pans out. Our 3rd stop is not turned off, so it's just a matter of getting off. Ah!
Oh, nice. And Mercenary is down. Now, we do have both survivors on the other side of the map. We are going to use teleport here just to get there as soon as possible. Nicely done with the Gardener bubble.
A good call, but it does look like we're going to have to mind game at the pallet here. And thank goodness for our knee jerk, but ooh, good discipline with the vault. Unfortunately, Gardener is going to be going down at the 1st gate here, 1st stop gate. And Gardener will be picked up going into a chair.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely difficult, I would say, here. Aeroplanist does still have 2 jetpacks as well as hover remaining, so I think he can make it to the chair pretty quickly. But Mercenary also well on his way to that gate, so Opera Singer needs to be careful here and not lose sight of these survivors.
Yeah, our Mercenary is actually going to be taking the coaster to the last stop as our Aeroplanist circles back to our Gardener in the chair. But we are having Opera Singer close in on the Mercenary over at our 4th stop here. Now getting that tinnitus. All of the stops should be turned off, so if Mercenary ends up kind of looping our Opera Singer around here, it is possible to be able to utilize the coaster.
Yeah, has been rescued here. Back on Mercenary. We do need to be able to get Mercenary before detention runs out. We've got 17, 15 seconds here with detention. And we are going to be able to get Mercenary down, but it looks like another 10 seconds before we have teleport up. Exit gate at 50%. Are we going to be able to make it?
Gardener still has her recall, of course, and she's gonna summon it in advance. It looks like we are going to be getting a 2-man escape.
Yeah, very nicely played there from Maphasy Survivors. That is going to mean the first round as a victory. And yeah, that's just going to mean that Good Babies is going to need to lock in for the next couple of rounds. But very, very well done there. Just beautiful pressure from the Survivor side. And that is kind of what about before, where you can, run the opera singer in circles, keep her confined to one space. And that's exactly what Prisoner did with that first kite, just keeping Opera Singer in that 2-story, in that God kite, allowing the rest of the survivors to decode around the map. And just, forcing the Opera Singer's attention in one area, and also not allowing for more hits from that Gardener not coming in to rescue the Prisoner on second chair. Just very well done with the discipline from Maphasy Survivors.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of discipline, I think they did a really great job with avoiding those terror shock possibilities. They knew just when they could drop pallets and vault over windows or pallets as well. And I really loved the usage of the prisoner shock to guarantee that first pallet's done, utilizing it after getting off the chair as well. Really well done.
Yeah. I'm very happy about that prisoner stun, honestly, because I mean I have spent so much time defending the prisoner stun, because every time I'm like, oh yeah, I play prisoner, and people are like, oh, like all you have is the 1-second stun, you can't do anything with. Like, no, you can. Trust me.
Yes.
Trust me, it's effective. And then it is absolutely effective. So yeah, like
No, always
it's
has
always
been.
fun. It's always fun to see your mains get played in a way that does them justice.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, I can definitely relate. I have been an ex-prisoner main. I haven't played him in maybe years at this point, but he is still my most used character. Or he might be second now to Mechanic, but oh my gosh. I feel like once you've played Prisoner enough times, you'll be able to utilize the shock for a lot of other things beyond just kiting. And honestly, I think people are really wary about it because prisoners tend to farm their teammates with that 1-second stun. But it isn't
Yeah.
always bad. I mean,
Or the stun
I
out of
won't
attack recovery.
Oh yeah. I won't defend every scenario, but there are just some times where even just the smallest bit of time counts. And, if you're able to get that balloon rescue in, maybe you're trying to get the last cipher primed, you have to exert all your resources. And sometimes it can be that option.
Yeah, and it looks like coming into our next round here, we will be subbing out the Hunter for Good Babies. So Yu will be coming in for Billy. So we will be having another Hunter on the table, which I feel like is definitely going to be a little bit of fun, changing things up. Bringing in, a little bit of a different kind of take to this next round. So I'm definitely very excited. It actually looks like, checking my notes here, we could have a sculptor on the table coming up from Good Babies, as well as a whole host of other hunters, as well as I think you use actually double faction. But very excited to see possibly a sculptor main coming in for this next round, because I mean, I love Sculptor. She is one of my favorite hunters. So even if I'm not very good at her, but I do love watching Sculptor play. So hopefully we'll get to see that. I'll put a little bit of my points into that.
Yeah, I'd love to throw my hat into the ring as well. It's always fun to watch Sculptor gameplay, even if she's kind of fallen from her original grace. I do think that uh just out of virtue of being a chip hit hunter, I think it's always really fun to see how sculptors utilize their statues and of course the graveyard as well. I almost missed the old sculptor meta a few years back.
Me too. Me too. Especially since like I feel like I wish they would buff her again because I feel like she does have a pretty good chance in this meta just because she is a chip hunter. She does have a lot of she has a lot of versatility. She has a lot of map control. It's really just like the statue judgment being changed is just so detrimental.
Mhm. Yeah, for sure. Especially with that max presence, when you have that nobility statue into play. Oh, it's so it's so intense because you can get kind of chipped off of anything. I don't know if anyone else can relate, but I swear, sometimes I get chipped like against air. But it's always fun to see how sculptors are able to utilize their statues.
Yeah, I love watching good statue snipes. I like doing incidentally good statue snipes. The few
Mhm.
times that I play sculptor and I'll get a lucky statue and I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh, especially with the graveyard. Oh, it's so funny when sculptors harass the other survivors on ciphers and you just see them like running around like headless chickens on the cipher and they're like, "Oh, the hunter's nearby." And you very clearly see the sculptor's silhouette at the chair like, "Oh,
Yeah. It's just so much fun. It's so much fun to see, hunters that we don't see as often get played.
mhm. Ooh, it looks like we're going to be seeing another big map. Oh, we did have some sub-ins for Good Babies, and we're going to have GPU for GB Billy, and for their map ban, Maphasy went with taking Chinatown out of the equation. But in turn, we are going to be getting Lakeside Village.
Yeah, always fun to see Lakeside. And again, that another large map to be able to kind of you have to manage your survivors. And I it's almost interesting, I feel like, that Good Babies did pick that map because there was you know, having that first officer not be able to get to and was a little bit detrimental to them. But, second time's the charm here. Lakeside is also a very different map. You have that big boat to contend with, as well as, just I feel like it's in some ways it's smaller than Moonlit. I think they're the same size, but you can run in more places on Lakeside. Like there's not the bridges in the middle. It's a lot
Mhm.
more like round as opposed to square. I
Yeah.
don't know if I'm saying words that make sense right now,
No,
but like
absolutely.
it's a open map, but like
It's not
literally open as
split.
opposed to Moonlit, which is like, yeah, it has those two halves to it. It's very like, you know, here is one half of Moonlit and here is the other half of Moonlit, and there is nowhere in between.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does look like we're going to get our first couple of bands in. Of course, we do have our global bands moving into the second round of Barmaid and Acrobat. And Maphasy is also going to go ahead and ban the Mercenary and Seer.
Yeah, not surprising to see that Mercenary and Seer ban. I'm a little bit sad about the Hermit ban as well from Good Babies because I always love seeing a Hermit, but it's definitely it's a little bit interesting because I did expect to see an Opera Singer ban. And I
Mhm.
mean, we know that Opera Singer, she does struggle a little bit on Lakeside just because of the size of the map. But we did just see, Ling's Opera Singer dominate on
Mm.
a very, very large map. So obviously, that opera singer is not uncomfortable on a large map. And I don't know. I feel like, I mean, Hermit, absolutely ban Hermit because we do Hermit is very strong and I feel bad for, advocating for a Hermit ban. I mean, look at me. But it's yeah, it's always sad to see a hunter go, but I also understand, Hermit can be very, Hermit's very make or break. Opera singer, you can at least like push towards a tie or push towards another situation, but Hermit, I mean, one misstep on either side, and it's, it can completely swing the match.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you have to consider the damage that not only one teammate may have, but what they're splitting with the rest of the team. And I do want to say one thing I love about Lakeside is that it's one of those big maps where you can kind of have like a gate where it's hard to see where everyone's going. So there's a lot of anticipation that you have to do in prediction. But when it comes to a Hermit, the fact that he can cover so much ground, I see why we're taking Hermit off the table because in such a short amount of time, you can easily make it to one gate or another. Or if you want to head over to Big Boat, or even just during the match, you can switch targets quite easily.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to see that cheerleader band out as well, and Good Babies is going to lock in that fire investigator. So we are once again having some fires to put out here, I suppose. Uh with that fire investigator. But I'm interested a little bit to see because he definitely has areas that he can lock off, but I feel like it's going to be a matter of if he can rotate towards them because there's also a lot of open space.
Absolutely, but with this open space, we can definitely either stick to one area and set up a loop, or we can use it to transition to the next one. Open areas are not as bad for Fire Investigator because it gives a very clear shot as to where you're going to push off from the airbag. What I like about the airbags too is that you can access it from any side. It's literally a ball. So at any point, you can just go up against it, and wherever you turn your camera to is the direction you're going to get launched at. So uh, it's really versatile. Like you can really place it down and just hug against it whenever you need it. And with Fire Investigator, especially, he does have a shorter cooldown when we're utilizing the airbag. It's 10 seconds as opposed to other survivors 15. And he does get a 2-second speed boost after pushing off this airbag. So it really, really helps when we want to loop around an area or transition to another one, respectively. Just as a Fire Investigator main and fanatic, I definitely vouch for this fire investigator maybe going over to the small boat area. There's a lot of ways that you can break lines of sight, and if you set up your airbags on opposite ends, you can almost just transition to one another. It really won't be long before you get that cooldown taken care of, so you can really just go around. And by staying in one area, you can allow the rest of your team to cover the rest of the ciphers across the map.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you know how Fire Investigator works. Because I've definitely I've seen him played and I know how he works in theory. But on maps that are on maps that are more open, he's a lot harder to predict, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not as cut and dry as something like, um obviously Moonlit has the stops. Red Shirt, she's a menace on because he can lock off pretty much anything. But yeah, it's always fun when new survivors and new hunters come into the mix and, you know, kind of make a splash like this.
Yeah,
But I remember when
absolutely.
people were saying that Fire Investigator was like the worst addition to the game.
No, oh my gosh. Yeah, I remember that too. It's unfortunate because uh we're we had like these recent releases and they made such like a splash, but Fire Investigator was a little bit lukewarm in terms of
Yeah.
how people perceived him, and everyone was very I do think it makes sense the some of the arguments with him that it really requires some communication, and I know I felt that way when he was first released because no one could see my airbags and I would have to kind of like ping like,
Oh,
"Hey, follow me,
oh, did
follow
they
me."
did they have to change it like toy merchant catapults?
Yes, I
Why
was
does this keep happening to you?
right? I was so
It's all
glad that
your
they implemented
mains.
that. It is, and it's so frustrating because sometimes people just ignore it regardless. But at the very least, now you don't really have to be able to be on VC to communicate, hey, I put an airbag here. You can really
Mhm.
easily just set it up and boom, you can see it across the map. And I love it too because you can see when the hunter breaks it. It's a little bit frustrating when people wonder, like, oh, where are your airbags? They're gone. The hunter broke them.
Yeah, but speaking of that water metaphor we were talking about with all that splashing and lukewarmness, where it looks like we're gonna have Naiad as our hunter pick. So a very, very fun
Ooh.
hunter, definitely map appropriate as well. But always just I like Naiad. I feel like she's kind of like phased in and out of meta. We kind of see her,
Mhm.
enough in competitive, but like she's still like we see her enough that she's not uncommon, but she's still kind of a niche pick, I feel like. But she's so much fun to watch. I'm terrible at her.
Me too. Oh my gosh, I
Which
remember when she was introduced. I was so excited for her. And I remember my sister was like, "Okay, finish if you finish your homework, I will buy you the Naiad package." And she did. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to play." And I lost every single match.
yeah, I was trying her recently because the A tier, um the A tier from the I no Evelyn Essence, my bad, for Faro Lady
Mhm.
Essence. That A tier is gorgeous. It's
Yes.
S quality. Like it is S quality. But speaking of S quality, it looks like we are going to be seeing that Halberd of Silence here, her beautiful fishtail mermaid theming, and excited to see. This is what I was talking about again with the fun hunter picks.
Absolutely. And on her home map as well. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this Naiad gameplay goes about. Same with these survivors too. It's interesting to see the Weeping Clown. I don't think we've quite seen him in season 2 of LOL yet, but honestly, I feel like he's been a popular pick in like the Asia server, the China server, and despite the recent adjustment to his decoding speed, I feel like it's still pretty viable, especially on such a big map with those rockets.
Yeah, Weeping, I like watching Weeping because he kind of has like a very long gun, and with the coordinator as well, there is a lot of stun potential here that I feel like can be, used very well here from good babies. But looks like heading into the spawns here, we're gonna have Weeping Clown in that shack, and Fire Investigator on the boat, coordinator, and aeroplanist near the small boat. I think I missed half the spawns there, but yeah, Naiad in the center there. Yep, okay. At the big rock in the middle. But heading into our round 2 first half here, Maphasy currently has the lead after winning round 1. But I am Mima, and best of luck to both teams. We're going to head up to the boat immediately onto Fire.
Run, Florian! Oh, we're going to put down an airbag right away. We're gonna push off the airbag and force the Naiad to get out of her swimming. Oh my gosh.
That's
And
a
we are gonna...
really strong play.
Yeah, and we are going to transition away from the boat after Naiad has made an abyss over there. We still have one more airbag to work with, but Naiad is really fast approaching. Oh, and it does look like we're going to use the airbag to cut off this area by the pallet, transitioning over to our tri-pallet area in the middle.
Yeah, it looks like, I think that was Aeroplanist decoding there, so we're not going to be able to get any stuns in the mix, or a lot of support, but we are going to get that first hit in. Fire Investigator at about 57-ish%. It looks like Insolence also in play, so we do have that dash to work with, so Fire Investigator does need to watch out, especially with no airbags or anybody. Can kite back to this one, and he is absolutely going to do that. 91% on that water. Very, very close here, and we do have Blink
Watch out for the blink.
well. Oh, but not even going to need it to get that first down.
So we are going to be seeing Fire Investigator chaired a little bit outside small boat at the big rock here. Hopefully the Naiad doesn't break the airbag, but it does look like we are going to be creating an abyss around our chair here.
Yeah, and it looks like Aeroplane is coming in for that rescue from behind, but looking for the water, not quite able to get it. Aeroplane is doing a great job avoiding the water here when he's continue to run around the area, trying to bait Naiad away, not wanting to go into, this is a lot of abyss here, a lot of water. Oh no!
We're going to be seeing a terror shock on this aeroplanist as we are approaching, passing the halfway mark on Fire Investigator's chair now. This puts the pressure on the coordinator to go in, but we still have that gun to work with after the coordinator gets hit.
Coordinator and Weeping Clown actually coming in for this, and Coordinator is going to go down to the water as well. We're looking at almost a triple down situation with Fire Investigator avoiding the hit a little bit, and the rocket coming in clutch. Beautifully done, just to keep Fire Investigator longer, but that harpoon is going to come back up. We do have a dash in play. Fire Investigator to be careful here, but getting hit right through that vault point.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. Fire Investigator wanting to utilize that knee jerk, but Naya just being a step ahead. We are going to be seeing Fire Investigator sent back to the manor here, but all of our survivors are up. Coordinator and Aeroplanist at half health.
Yeah, that terror shock was just incredible there. I think that was just purely bad timing on the Aeroplanist's part, not seeing that hit coming. I mean, Naya does have a really fast hitbox. But good that they were able to somewhat reset here, because I've seen matches on Lakeside go this way before, where, you know, everybody gets downed on a hit and then somehow it just ends up working out. So we'll see if they're able to, you know, pick the momentum back up. Weeping Clown taking this kite here is definitely very good for these survivors. He is at full health for now, but almost getting that water. It looks like we are actually going to go ahead and change targets here.
Yeah, beautiful abyss by the Naiad. We are gonna go over to the Aeroplanist at the big boat.
Yeah, he does still have full. Oh!
Unfortunately, we did get a drop down here, and Aeroplanist is gonna go down to the water of Naiad's abyss.
Yeah, that was just really unfortunate there. I wonder if Aeroplanist would have had time to use the hover out of that area. That would have been so clutch, but unfortunately, just, you know, it's hard to think fast when you drop into an area like that. So that's just really unfortunate, but it did give the survivors enough time to heal up. Unfortunately, we are still at 2 ciphers remaining, and with coordinates on the cipher.
Unsuccessful flywheel, but we are going to be using a rocket to get to that chair. Are we going to be getting this rescue? No! Oh, we did get the rescue.
Here's hover. Nicely done, just to get out of the area in time. It is kind of like a little mini flywheel, so that was very well done from Aeroplanist here. We do still have 2 jetpacks remaining, but that cooldown is so long on the jetpack, and we are going to see 90. Oh, and watered down here. Coordinator hard at work on that cipher, but it is at 85%, so we can possibly get to 1 cipher remaining here, but that is still going to mean, you know, we still have 1 cipher remaining. Coordinator needs to come in to rescue. Does still have that gun, though. So
that's right,
and can get this rescue.
Yeah, and I do believe that there was, the outside cipher of Big Boat was Aeroplanist's old cipher, but Elaine's doing an amazing job making these abyss here.
Yeah, and staying on the other side of the fence as well, but we are going to see that gun come into play. Coordinator 98% on that water. I'm going to try and water off Aeroplanist.
The airbag is still there. Oh no! We are gonna see Aeroplanist go down to this blink.
Yeah, I was going to... I feel like Aeroplanist could have dropped that pallet in time, but Aeroplanist does have a pallet drop debuff unless he's around other survivors. So I feel like that pallet could have been dropped in time, but definitely, you know, you do have to be cautious of pallets when you are playing Aeroplanist. So I understand the hesitation on that. We are going to see Coordinator here taking the kite, going to take the basic hit here too at 84%. Flywheel is still on cooldown. Weeping Clown needs to get back to that cipher. We're going to see that focus on decoding, but it actually looks switch targets onto Weeping Clown.
Right, and we are seeing an abyss being created. Does close around the Weeping Clown, so we are looking at a little bit, 55% moisture for the Weeping Clown. Coordinator has opened up a new cipher over by our left shore.
Yeah, we do actually still have this
Nice
pallet here for Weeping
flywheel.
Clown to use. Ooh! Gonna here, 70% on the water, and Harpoon is up in a moment. It is gonna take us a bit of a second to get that dash back up, but it is back up now. Weeping Clown losing that water progress and just staying out of the way as long as possible with that flywheel used. Yeah, just unfortunate on timing. Weeping Clown is going to go down. That cipher unfortunately not quite primed yet, and it looks like we are just going to go ahead and go for the chair here. Oh, this is Weeping Clown's first chair. Yeah, so that is going to be a minute before he blasts off back to the manor. Coordinator needs to just stay out of the way if Good Babies wants to look at even a solo escape here.
And it does look like our dungeon is over at the shore here, but Naiad is fast approaching as Coordinator moves over to the big boat.
Yeah, Big Boat definitely, we can do a lot of containment here, but it looks like we're going to try and water off the whole thing. Coordinator taking the vault.
Oh, this is so intense. We only have Flywheel to work with here. And it does look like we're gonna avoid the dash, but Naiad is gonna close in the Abyss here, putting Coordinator at 67% moisture.
Yeah, this is so here.
Oh,
We've
watch
been
out!
about to take off.
Beautiful
Oh, the flywheel!
flywheel!
But she needs to avoid that drop down and just stuff. There, nothing else to work with. It was a beautiful flywheel on that, but yeah, just a little bit unfortunate there. Not quite able to get out of the way in time. And that's going to be another 4K for Maphasy Hunter's side. Putting Good Babies in a situation where they need to 4-man eliminate. They need to 4-man elimination in the second half of this round if they want to head to round 3, because any will result in Maphasy winning in just 2 rounds.
So intense, really great stuff. Oh, that match really put me on the edge of my seat the entire time. Congratulations for the 4-man elimination.
That was just so well played there from Naiad, and I mean, you know, Florian did have a very good first containment. I wish that I would have been able to see more, because that first airbag right at the exit of the boat was so strong, because it forced Naiad to get the out of the harpoon. It also forced her to, you know, it's an extra long stun because she has to go through the heavy hit. She also has to get out. It's a little bit like using him against Breaking Wheel, I feel like, because there's just those situations where the hunter can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and forcing them to get out of their
Oh
swimming, their
god.
wheel. Yeah, I
Sorry,
would
I'm
have.
just thinking like Antiquarian and Fire Investigator would be evil.
Oh, they are.
Except
I
for,
see.
I guess the debuff with Antiquarian around other survivors hurts, but like if you just leave the airbag in and then run away, like that would be
Absolutely.
crazy.
Yeah, although they didn't buff Florian's reach in terms of shooting out that airbag, setting it up isn't too bad from a distance. You just need to move in. You can do it while you're on the move, even. I would have loved to see more of that airbag use, because the perks about Fire Investigators airbags, and why I definitely vouch for putting those airbags out, even if your first kite, just trying to use them all, is that even if Fire Investigator is eliminated, he's one of those characters where his items or the setup will get left behind, even if he's sent back to the manor. It's similar to Toy Merchant's catapults, but in contrast to characters like Female Dancer, whose boxes go away when she's eliminated.
Yeah. I always forget that the airbags stay on the field.
Yeah, it definitely would have been harder to work with them, because I feel like even Florian couldn't go back to the airbags, considering the abyss over in that area by the big rock. And of course, two of the survivors were on the floor or injured in that area too. So rotating away from that was definitely a good bet.
Yeah, just so well played there. And that terror shock again, nightmare
Mhm.
moment. Nightmare moment. Because it was just, I feel like part of it was definitely, you know, kind of pushing the aeroplanist into, you know, being forced to touch the chair in that moment, but it was just so perfect. Like, you could barely see the aeroplanist touch the chair, and then he's immediately on the ground.
I felt that pain immensely. Like when you
Yeah.
just lightly graze the chair and you're on the
Yeah, you
ground.
think about touching the chair, and then you've touched the chair, and then you're
Oh, yeah.
dead.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially after such a good dodge from the abyss that Naya was trying to set up there. That was rough. I really felt that.
Yeah, but heading into the second half of round 2, once again, Good Babies needs to 4K here in order to see a round 3. But we will be seeing the first 2 bands come through, Priestess and Mercenary, and just to review, Prisoner and Aeroplanist are unfortunately global banned. So as much as I liked seeing that Prisoner in the first round, we will not be seeing him again. Very sad day, but I'm definitely excited to see what other survivors are on the table here.
Yeah, absolutely. Same here. Especially on a bigger map like Lakeside Village. I think there's a lot of survivors that really benefit uh, from such a big map, and many survivors who are able to kind of account for this distance as well. Of course, there's always the toy merchant as well as a really beautiful alternative to the priestess.
Yeah, looks like we are going to lock in the embalmer as well as the psychologist for our first two picks. So I'm very excited to see that embalmer here once again. You can have some incredible plays with an embalmer on a team to, get those appearances, stay out of the way of the hunter for long enough. But even with him, it means that the survivors don't need to go into rescue. They can save their resources, they can save their damage, and just, rely on that coffin, because if anything, it just buys time. And it's also, it's pretty typical of teams to want to lock in that embalmer when they need to get at least one escape. And that's exactly the position that Maphasy is in right now. They need to get at least that one escape in order to guarantee their win here in just 2 rounds. And it looks like we are going to go ahead and ban Ivy here, even if she does struggle on a map like Lakeside Village. It's still, you do want to be able to ban the Ivy just because her map and on a large map is just insane. It's insane.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Especially moving into the late game. And it does look like we're going to be banning out Patience. So sorry, Bugs. But in turn, we are going to be locking in as Gravekeeper.
Yeah, I'm so sad Juliet's not here for this one, because
Right.
we've been asking for that Gravekeeper, but maybe we'll get Gravekeeper in the up next. Will be myself and Juliet back on the mic with
Yes.
RM versus BYD. So don't go anywhere after this match is over. We have 2 more matches to get through today. So yeah, very, very busy day. But once again, thank you to everybody who's been watching. If you've been watching since the start, I salute you.
Mhm.
And obviously thank you to all of our wonderful working so hard to keep this running, keep it together. You guys are awesome. And yeah, thank you guys so much.
Yeah, a whole lot of love and appreciation for you all. I really hope you'll continue to join us for the rest of the day. It's very stacked, but 100% worth it.
Yeah, and it looked like for our next ban, we're going to see Antiquarian taken off the table, which yeah, I mean, if you have a chance, we were just talking about how strong that Antiquarian can be, and it's as long as you have the chance to get her off the table, I'm a little bit sad to not see her locked in while she still could be. But you definitely want to have those first 2 locks be a little bit expendable, just in case this does still go to round 3 again. Always, you know, there is always an opportunity for a 4-man elimination here. So baby's definitely, it's never over. So even with Maphasy being in the lead right now, they are still being a little bit cautious, which I respect that. Locking in that embalmer and psychologist, they're sticking to their guns rather than taking taking a win right now.
Absolutely. I'm really interested in seeing who we are going to be having as our fourth and final pick, especially now that we've solidified our rescuer.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see the last survivor to come out here, because I feel like there could really be anything right now. Like we could see another fire investigator. We could see a cheerleader, mechanic, something crazy like that. But
Oh, mechanic on Lakeside. I feel like it doesn't hurt as much, but I'm definitely the type of mechanic player that detests large maps. Like, what if you wanted to play mechanic, but the game said Lakeside Village, Moonlit River Park? That's how I feel sometimes, especially when you
oh,
want to preserve that bot life. But it looks like we're going to be locking in as Seer.
yeah, another one of those. Is this left off the table on purpose, or are we, is this just
Mm.
the seer pick here? I feel like seer pick here is definitely really good, especially since Ivy is off the table. You don't have a hunter who automatically counters the seer just existing. So definitely really good to have the seer in play.
Absolutely, especially on a team composition with the psychologist. I find that they're such a great duo, especially with just healers in general. With the seer, allows for some extra protection to guarantee those heals. So I do appreciate that. I'm looking forward to seeing how they utilize the owl. We've seen seer a few times so far in the last couple of brackets, and sometimes we have it done on the seer himself if he's kiting, but we've also seen some seers send out some owls in advance just in case for teammates that are kiting. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and especially with the psychologist on the team as well, seer and psychologist can be really, really strong. Both, together for support, having that owl come through when psychologist already takes 3 hits, psychologist now takes 4 hits to get down if she ends up being the first chase. But
Hmm.
even as well, you can use the seer owl to support psychologist heal, and that can be really strong. Because obviously survivors are forced to still um during their heal time, but having that seer kind of on call, so to speak, if they still have an owl to work with, can be really strong.
For sure. It's nice to have not just one, but two survivors here able to remote support in terms of protecting teammates and healing them too. I think it'll definitely be useful when you have a rescuer if they need to cover uh, all of the rescues that need to be happening. We usually go for one tide nowadays, so that's also been pretty consistent composition throughout all of these matches and these brackets as well. So I definitely could appreciate that, and we could definitely anticipate that as well.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see kind of how this ends up playing out, because it can it's a comfortable spot, I would say, for Maphasy, but it's also, again, anything can happen. Any change in the scales, especially when we're looking at this hunter lock. We do have a hunter who is somewhat. We do have sculptor obviously on the table, but as well we have gamekeeper, another breaking wheel. Even we could see, so it's very exciting to have a kind of a matchup like this where even if things, obviously, there is a prediction, there is a forecast here, things are very tough for good babies in this situation, but if they're able to 4-man elimination, then we could see this go in round 3 and beyond. But it looks like, yeah, we are going to see that breaking wheel come into play. We have seen that breaking wheel earlier today with pit stoppers. So I'm very excited to see if we're able to do that again with for good babies.
Hello?
You're here.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was from my end or not, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to this breaking wheel. I hope I'm not repeating any points, but it's such a strong map to be able to play him, especially with how much ground you can cover as the breaking wheel. It's really easy to pressure survivors and harass them on their ciphers as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how our decoding progress could potentially be hindered here. Especially with some of the cipher placements on this map, it's always kind of a mixed bag where the ciphers end up spawning. But uh, there's so many areas where you are susceptible to the breaking wheel, but there's also some areas that are pretty strong as well, with the window vaults right next to the ciphers, of course.
Yeah, I do wonder, if we're going to be able to, first of all, get that map pressure in play, because that, I feel like that is going to be the breaking wheel's biggest strength here, with that, having that map pressure available, being able to just run around the map, damage as many survivors as possible. Gravekeeper here, though, is a really, really solid choice, and I'm excited to see that Gravekeeper in play, because Gravekeeper is unspikeable. when it comes to breaking wheel. So I definitely hope to see that kind of, coming into play.
Absolutely, same here. I'm really interested in seeing how the shovel gets utilized here. Oh, same with the owl as well. I know it can definitely be a little bit of a finicky thing when it comes to the spikes, and I worry for the embalmer as well, who definitely has to rely more on rock hiding. How much distance that breaking wheel can make in a matter of time, getting to that coffin if we choose to rebirth.
Yeah, I feel like that'll definitely be. Oh, interesting. We're gonna swap that spawn there so that we're spawning closer to the Gravekeeper and the Seer here, and we're over at the small boat, Psychologist up in the shack, Seer obviously at big boat, and Gravekeeper in that back corner. I feel like Gravekeeper here kind of acting as bait because it's a very open area. It's a very difficult area, but we do have those shovels utilized, and Breaking Wheel can really go anywhere. So I feel like what may be our first course of is to head after the Gravekeeper, force that shovel out, and then just switch targets immediately onto someone else. But we'll see how it's going here for the second half of round 2. Once again, Good Babies needs to 4-man elimination if they want to stay alive in this tournament. But I am Bones here with Mima, and best of luck to both teams.
Yeah, best of luck. We are going to be getting a chip hit on the Gravekeeper despite trying to utilize the window. Are we going to be seeing a shovel? We did see a trap placed down by the breaking wheel. Ooh, really nice shovel body block.
Yeah, and it does look like Breaking Wheel is running Insolence as well as Confined Space, so no detention. Definitely a common build for Breaking Wheel, a big risk as well. If we can get that second spike in on Gravekeeper, not quite yet. Gravekeeper doing a great job of just taking this Breaking Wheel in circles.
Yeah, really great discipline on this Gravekeeper here. Just knowing when to vault and when to avoid heading over to the window. We're going to see Breaking Wheel break the pallet, but we are going to have the kind of tree area stunt that. Ooh, nice shovel.
Yeah, using that shovel here is really, really strong against the Breaking Wheel because, again, he can't spike. And if he hits, that just sends him into attack recovery. We still have the Seer on the field. We still have Embalmer as well. Looks like we are just going to go ahead for that hit. So Gravekeeper is now shovel-less, which does mean that we can spike him a little bit easier. But we did just see this Gravekeeper, using this window to his full advantage, not wanting to get stuck, with those spikes. But we do have the trap in play, not quite getting it as well, and we're going to see that owl wasting even more time. Already 3 ciphers have been decoded. Seer cipher is almost popped here, and we're just waiting out the owl. Gravekeeper is going to go down, but there's already a 3 cipher kite here from Maphasy.
And earlier, as Gravekeeper was transitioning over to this tri-pallet area, I do believe Embalmer was able to get a hold of his appearance.
Ooh, so yeah, if Gravekeeper is rescued before half, we can definitely use that coffin or not, but we are going to see Embalmer for this rescue. We do have Flywheel in play. Unfortunately, Embalmer not quite able to dodge the spike, but we could definitely see that Flywheel coming in later. It looks like we are just going to go ahead, ignore Embalmer for now, and share the Grave over near the boats. Now, this share is much more difficult to rescue from, so I definitely agree with moving the chair over here, but it's a very tight situation here for Good Babies.
Yeah, especially with the blink still in play for our breaking wheel. Our Seer was also able to use the owl on the earlier, but that was a really great flywheel.
I'm going to try and use the traps here to just delay it as long as possible. No, we're actually just going to go ahead and go for the swing here, trying to slow down Seer, looking for a double down. And just kind of heading for the ciphers. Are we going to... Okay, yeah, we are going to go back onto the Gravekeeper here. Gravekeeper, no items remaining. Coming around the shack over by the boat. We're going to get 1 spike in, second spike here. No, actually, no second spike. but Gravekeeper going to go down. So that is going to be Gravekeeper sent back to the manor. Seer may be able to self-heal, though. With that flywheel, he will have max sticker, which does increase that healing speed. So we see Seer get back up right now. And yep, that's exactly what we're going to see as Gravekeeper takes off. Last Cypher is at 52% here with the Embalmer, but it looks like Breaking Wheel is just going to go ahead and pressure.
For sure, and it does look like we're going to be switching targets from the Embalmer over to the Seer at our big boat.
Yeah, we've got that one spike here, and getting caught in a second spike, missing the hit, and the owl coming out! Incredible. So unfortunate there from Breaking Wheel. He does have like a weirdly small hitbox at very specific angles, and that was one of them. But heading back towards the center cipher here, we're going to see Psychologist with 50%, and Breaking Wheel, we do have those double hits on Embalmer, but that Coffin is in play. Not quite going to see that yet.
It does look like we're going to be slugging the Embalmer for now in the center. As we go over to Psychologist at the shore, this Cypher is just past 70, but our Psychologist is going to be forced off of it.
Yeah, if we are able to get the 2 hits on Psychologist, I believe she will go down just with full shield, which can be dangerous, especially since we are looking at Breaking Wheel. Getting her down before her shield is up can be, I would say, very dangerous, especially heading into this endgame. We do still have Blink online. We might use it here unless we're leaving it for that endgame. She will be going down. Cypher is nearly primed from that Seer, but good to go ahead and share Psychologist.
Ooh, we are going to be seeing a Coffin placed down as Embalmer gives off that tinnitus, closing in for the rescue as the Cypher has now been primed. Ooh, beautiful flywheel, but we are going to go down and pop the Cypher to be able to rescue our Psychologist. Now again, this Breaking Wheel is not bringing detention. So at the moment, oh, we're going to see the blink on the Embalmer, who is going to be rebirthing himself. Oh, it's going to be a dangerous game. Yeah, we're going to be switching targets off the Embalmer and onto the Seer, who is at the big boat gate.
Yeah, Seer did not have borrowed time here, so it is a bit of an easier target for this break. But obviously, you know, we still have this kiting area to work with. We still have this window to continue with. And, oh, nicely done with that flywheel to avoid the snap down. Unfortunately, is going to get caught in a trap here. And we can just go ahead and leave Seer on the ground. He has exhausted self-heal. So heading towards the exit gate, I don't think Breaking Wheel is fast enough to be able to get to that gate before it opens. So Psychologist will likely be getting out. We're at 80%. Very close here. But the gate is open and without detention. I believe that is... Yeah,
Wait,
there's...
wait. Oh, yeah, so close.
Yeah, that was it. There was no... A little bit unfortunate to see the surrender there, but that is true. With Psychologist out the gate, that was automatically a loss for good babies.
What an intense last match. Oh my goodness, really well done from both ends. That was such a fun match to watch. I was really impressed by the last minute maneuvers into the cornfield trying to get to that Psychologist. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just really well done there, but unfortunately, you know, Maphasy survivors are just very strong, and that initial kite there from the Gravekeeper just really, you know, immediate 3 cipher kite is just incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. Really great work. And again, like utilizing your resources, even if you are that designated rescuer, can really pay off in the end too. We are able to utilize all of those shovels into our first kite by the Gravekeeper. And again, we had the Seer use not one but 2 owls. The owl for the first time around really bought some more time, even if the Gravekeeper had it waited out by the Breaking Wheel. And then the second owl, right when the Seer was in a pinch, really pulled through as well.
But yeah, with that, that is going to be Maphasy victory here in just 2 rounds. But don't go anywhere yet. We still have 1 more match, or what? No, 2 more matches. My bad. 1 more match with me. I have 1 to go. But we have 2 more matches up today. It's going to be RM versus BYD in about 25 minutes. So yeah, just don't go anywhere, but do get some water, get some food. It's around dinner time for me. Um, so stay hydrated, stay comfortable, get up and stretch as well, because I know I've been sitting for way too long right now. But after that, we're going to see Divorced Women versus Drunken with S and Bugs on the mic. And we are going to see Juliet coming back to co-commentate with me, but it has been so much fun to commentate with you again, Mima.
Absolutely. I was really looking forward to this as well. It's such a pleasure to be able to work with you, Bones, and all of our commentators on board. Once again, thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much to the staff. Thank you so much to our participants, and of course, our lovely audience members. Be sure to take care of yourselves, and I will see you all again on next week in terms of commentary. But I'll definitely be looking forward into these matches, and I hope you tune in as well. See you all later.
All right. And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for waiting. I hope you all enjoyed your intermission. This is Juliet here with Bones again for commentating for our third matchup of the day. We are looking at Red Moon versus BYD. This should be a very fun matchup.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this match. This is actually a match I've been excited about since I got the rosters because RM, I mean, is I would say it's a little bit of fusion. It's a little bit fusion-y. So a lot of the survivors and the hunter for RM, obviously Mushin is familiar faces that I've had the commentating for before. BYD though is a completely new team to me. And I always love seeing new teams that I haven't been able to see before, but they do a lot of very, very powerful survivors, very powerful hunters. So I feel like this is going to just be such a fun matchup. And I mean, any matchup, honestly, with playing is always going to be fun. They tend to have a good time. So I'm excited to close out my day on this one. But after I have one more match, so again, hello everybody. I think I forgot to introduce myself again, but I'm Bones in case you're popping in for the first time. I've been here all day. And if you've been here all day and you saw mine and Juliet's Rosie, thank you for sticking through. Thank you for watching. And really thank you everybody for still being here today and still coming out to support these teams. And yeah, and obviously, big thank you to the staff, big thank you to everybody who is, VC modding, stream modding. We love you guys. So yeah, it's good to be here. It's good to have a space where I can just talk and talk.
Yeah, this has been so much fun so far. Thank you all so much for having us. Thank you all for putting on such an awesome tournament. And thank you again to all the teams playing this tournament. We have had incredible matchups so far, an incredible playoff so far. We have about 6 teams taken care of. This is the penultimate match to determine playoff results. We'll have 8 teams moving on next week, and it'll be really exciting to go ahead and see those quarterfinals. I know we have some incredible hunters. We've had several really good matches just today alone in these past 2 matches. We've just had so many cool gameplay moves, things that have like switched up the games at the very last second. Every single match from start to finish has been absolutely thrilling. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what BYD and RM has in store for us today.
Yeah, myself as well. I mean, it's been so exciting. I did have to catch up on the tournament this morning because I was busy all weekend. But going back, watching all of the matches from this weekend, and just really, it's just been so much fun to be able to watch these teams play, really giving it their all. I mean, there has not been a single interesting match today. Every single match has just been, packed with and it's always fun to really watch these teams fight for their spot in the bracket. So I it's all been great gameplay, and it's really showing what NAU has to offer just on our own server.
Oh, for sure. I never want to miss an opportunity to watch our NAU players go head to head. I was so disappointed with the IVT Summer just for the fact that they only aired the top 8. I would have loved to see so much more. I
Yeah.
wish we could have seen all those matches. I mean, just teasing the fact that we had a top 32 and then cutting it all the way down to 8 before streaming any of it was just a bummer because I love seeing our regions teams. I love seeing regional meta. I just love being able to participate wherever we can. And so I'm so grateful, for tournaments like this, other grassroots tournaments in the area that really go to highlight how awesome our region truly is. Because unfortunately, we don't get to do that too much in the official broadcasts. So any opportunity we have to see any of these amazing teams, these amazing survivors, these amazing hunters in action is always so great.
Yeah, it's so much fun. It really is just so much fun, especially because, I feel like a lot of people, kind of think that it's an unattainable, you know, standard to be on a team, to be participating in a tournament, but literally anybody can do it. As long as you have enough people to throw together, literally anybody can take part in a tournament and form a team, join up. It's a good thing. And it's always so much fun to, see our tournament, see other tournaments as well, going on and bringing people together.
Oh, for sure. And it is really nice too that we will have some NAU rep coming up in next week's Identity 5 Stellaris tournament. We have everyone representing everyone who won their region's uh, IVT or IVL or IJL, save for GG who did decline. So we get to see second and third place there. But for our region in particular, we're going to get to see rivals represent us in that tournament. So that'll be really exciting. Please make sure to tune in and cheer on our region, help us to reach new heights and really just show what we're capable of out here as well.
Yeah, I mean it's very exciting that NAU finally has a spot in IVS, in, kind of as a more global mainstay, because I feel like, it's been so long for us just kind of making it into Koa and then not really going anywhere from there. But I feel like, now that we actually have a professional team, it really puts into perspective, like, the more that you do the game, the more that you're able to dedicate to the game, and the more, I guess fun. It is fun that you're able to have with the game, and keeping a team together is a challenge of itself, making sure that everybody's able to have time. So it's definitely, all of these teams are really coming together in a way that it's nice. It's really, really nice to be able to kind of host a space for that.
Oh
So,
yeah,
like, yeah, like, thank you to all the teams. Thank you to everybody who's been playing in the tournament and putting on a great show.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you all so much, everyone, for joining in. I know we have a couple of official tournaments coming up soon. We have, I believe our region should be getting an IVT Autumn. And on top of that, we do have COA qualifiers coming up. Remember, anyone in these regions can make it just through playing the game. And our region is lucky enough to actually have 2 spots now. I'm so glad they've recognized that potential for NAU to bring 2 teams to the mix. And I really am so excited to see which teams of ours are going to make it this year. We do have a couple of veterans of finals and even making it to the main stage of COA who are participating in this tournament, and it's really a lot of fun to see them. But again, who knows who could make it this year? It could genuinely be anyone.
Yeah, it was really exciting to see Omni earlier, and as well as RM now does have not only COA veterans, but again, Fusion veterans after winning IVT, and I believe it was 2022, I want to say. Um, but yeah, just really, really strong players. Still dedicating enough time to the game to really, show out and show up. So it's always awesome. It's always awesome. But heading into our first round, we are going to have BYD ban Arms Factory, and it looks like RM is going to pick Moonlit River Park. So once again, we are going to be seeing that the Moonlit as our first map, round 1.
Yeah, absolutely no surprises there. As we've seen, it is a very strong counter map for the opera singer, just being so big and giving her so much space to work with trying to pressure the ciphers and that spread out nature of the game. But as we've seen also previously, it's also possible for someone who is that dedicated of an opera singer player to still pull out a 4-man elimination. And we still have so many other very strong hunters that can do some serious damage on Moonlit River. There's Breaking Wheel. There's even the Wax Artist can do very substantial damage here. You have characters like you see some reptilians here and there. We've been seeing quite a few of him pop up lately. And we are actually going to go ahead and see BYD hunting first. So it'll be really fun to see what BYD plans on bringing to the table. And their first bans are Priestess and Entomologist. Now, that Entomologist ban is pretty tricky because that usually means we're anticipating a few certain hunters. She is a special counter to both Axe Boy and Clown, among quite a few others.
Yeah, definitely. I'm interested to see that entomologist band coming out here. I definitely, obviously, Priestess
Oh yeah.
being taken off the table on Moonlit. It's basically just her playground. So not surprised that she's off the table. But entomologist here is really interesting because it's definitely a niche band here, like you were saying, that smiley face as well. Um I I'm curious to see her band specifically because I feel like she is such a very specific band. We could also see her for Hermit ban potentially. She is very strong against Hermit, but she is also just a very strong character and a very strong kiter in her own right. So not surprised to see that entomologist being taken off the table.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. The priestess, she is a very universal band, especially on a map like Moonlit River. Long, long ago, before she got a nerf down to as strong as she is today, there was that infamous match against a clown that just went on for hours. But but even so, now she still is very strong. She has those portals that allow you to get across the map without having to use those bridges that cut off the map halfway. And responding to these bans, we are going to go ahead and lock in Acrobat and Coordinator for RM's first two survivors. Now, remember, we are following the official tournament system of global bans, so these two survivors will not be able to be played by RM going forward in this tournament.
Yeah, a little bit sad to see that acrobat and coordinator go, but I mean, these days we have so many kind of substitutions that we can lock in for acrobat coordinator as well. Both very, very strong characters, very strong first kiters as well. And especially on a map like Moonlit, having that acrobat on the team is very, very valuable when it comes to being able to kind of, harness those those stops. Fourth stop is a very common spawn point for that acrobat, first stop as well. But pretty much all over the map, he does have small obstacles that he can jump over with the bombs. So that can be very strong for him. We've also got an embalmer on the team with BYD banning the seer. RM is going to pick that embalmer in exchange. But yeah, embalmer as well can be taken great advantage of in the kind of the size of Moonlit.
Oh yeah, for sure. The embalmer is a very tricky character. If you use your coffins right, you can get all the way across the map and have the hunter waste significant time, depending on whether you get yourself or someone else coffined in time. But we are going to have our final ban picked in. We're actually banning the magician, and we're going to lock in the merc. Very interesting that we hadn't gone ahead and banned any other rescues. I'm wondering if the coordinator lock in kind of turned off the idea of banning a rescue, and instead going for that magician is a very, very interesting ban. You don't usually see him banned every day, so I'm excited to see exactly what hunter we're going to be working with here.
Yeah, really exciting to see kind of a non-standard ban there. But I I almost wonder if that magician was banned out with an opera singer in mind because magician is very strong against opera singer, doesn't feed presence, can, tight kite very effectively and really throw the opera singer for a loop. So I wouldn't be surprised to see an opera singer here. We could also see obviously an Ivy on the table. Would definitely be excited to see that. We have not seen an Ivy all day today. So, yeah, I don't think we've seen an Ivy. We've barely seen Ivy at all. So I would love to see her if she's out there, but she is a very difficult um a very difficult hunter to play. So I definitely understand the lack of her despite her being so strong.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, only recently now, if at all, she is still, I think, being less banned in rank than she is normally. So people don't really have as much of an opportunity to practice against her. So it does make a lot of sense that other hunters are currently being utilized as people get used to the meta. But we do have our hunter lock in, and sure enough, that entomologist ban gave it away. We have a clown coming out on round one for Moonlit River on BYD. This is going to be a very exciting match. The Clown can get great distance once he gets those rockets going, and he can do significant damage to a team. And the Entomologist is one of his most notorious counters, so really no surprises there.
Yeah, I'm almost worried about a clown pick though, because it is such a niche hunter pick. He is very strong on Moonlit, but I feel like the entomologist pick may have been a bit of a telegraph. We might be seeing more like a lot of flywheel on these builds, which is very strong against Smiley Face. It's a very bold pick here, and it does I do love these non-meta picks in the first round of a match, because if you have, a main that is very niche, that is very known for playing, then it's a very good chance that that hunter will be banned in subsequent rounds, just because the survivors don't want to see it. So taking out the niche pick in the first round, not only does this put the survivors in a position where, you know, either as long as this goes well for the smiley face, it puts the survivors in a position where they either need to ban the smiley face and take the more meta hunters, or they take the more meta hunters and they're met with the smiley face again, provided the map pick obviously is good for a smiley face. But yeah, it's very interesting. And I feel like it can be a lot of fun, especially when you get into kind of these ban pick situations.
Oh, for sure. This is going to be definitely a very interesting match. Like you were saying, it could have definitely be dangerous to ban such a known counter to begin with. I mean, right when we saw the entomologist ban, we immediately picked up on that and predicted a possible clown pick. Just because he is definitely not typical meta, but he's been slowly surging up in the meta. So we have seen people play him quite a bit, but it'll be really exciting to see what he has in store here. We have a lot of potential ways to counter him. We have the Embalmer able to gain distance over that map with the Coffin use, trying to just counteract the rockets. Mercenary using those elbow pads. Acrobat using his bombs to get away, and Coordinator being able to use her stun to buy some time and distance between that hunter. So there definitely is countermeasures in play here to try and avoid that clown as he starts to just completely take control of the map with his rocket.
Yeah, very exciting to kind of have, a and I mean I keep saying this, but it is very exciting to have the non-traditional hunter pick, especially because like I I feel like he is meta, but he's kind of fallen out since Flywheel has been introduced. So I'm hoping that the entomologist ban wasn't too big of a like giant red flag saying I want to play smiley face right now. But yeah, it's very um it's very fun. It's very fun to kind of have, non-traditional hunter picks, but as well as, this is the first time that I've seen BYD play. So we're going in with high expectations, I suppose. But I'm
Yes.
really, really interested to see the smiley face play.
Oh yeah, me as well. This is going to be a very very fun matchup right here. Like you were saying, non-meta hunters are so much fun to see in a first round, especially. You get so used to seeing opera singer picks. You get so used to seeing I think we've seen a lot of Hermit actually this round too, a lot of Reptilian, a lot of Wheel. So it's nice to see a hunter we haven't really seen yet, if at all. I absolutely love the clown pick. I really hope that we can keep this up. It really just goes to show that we might be dealing with a hunter main who has a wide hunter pool. So we have no idea what might be waiting for us coming the next rounds. And especially also whether or not to ban with the regular meta or try to go and counter that clown again just in case. So there's just so much that can happen. I'm very excited to see what happens.
Yeah, it's really exciting. But
we're-
yeah, I mean, I do hope that we get to see one lizard today. Um there was a lot of lizard the past couple days that I unfortunately wasn't able to see, but I'm hoping that we get at least one. At least one lizard just for me because I mean, those who know me know this, but for those of you who don't, I've been a lizard main for quite some time now, and I love the fact that Lizard is kind of meta now, ever since the rework, ever since the buffs. But I've played him since before those buffs, and it's it's incredible, kind of what's happened with him. But it's fun to see your kind of diehard main because I started playing this game for Lizard. I literally started playing this game because I saw Lizard and I thought he was cool. Um, so I love seeing him get played kind of on that higher level because it's just so much fun. Because there was a time where if somebody said like, yeah, Lizard's gonna be meta in like 2 years, I would have been like, are you insane? Like, what are you saying to me? These are not words that belong in a sentence together. Lizard meta that doesn't go together. It doesn't work. So having be living in a world now where Lizard is meta, Lizard is a viable pick. It's like, wow, okay. We're making big moves. We can jump across the entire map now. It's beautiful.
Oh yeah, it's been a lot of fun to see Reptilian come into the meta. It was kind of tragic just how much we hadn't really seen him, and then slowly but surely, with every new buff he got, people at tournament levels and just in the game in general have slowly been pushing so hard to get him into the meta, and now we are at a point where he finally is able to be more of an off meta pick. It's really really exciting. Ooh, and it looks like we will be seeing Nether Walker this tournament, which is going to be a lot of fun. That is by far my favorite clown skin. Well, actually, that's not true. The face changing S tier from Lunar New Year last year, I think, is one of the best ones as well. But we are getting into map picks, map spawns. We have Acrobat and Embalmer at first and fourth stop. We have Mercenary over in Big Top, Coordinator in two-story, and the clown over on the bridge, over by two-story. I mean, Big Top.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Mercenary didn't take that bridge spawn that is spawn, but I definitely see the vision in going for that tent right away. It is interesting though that the clown did go for that bridge spawn, but I guess we'll see how that plays out. But once again, I am Bones here with Juliet. BYD versus R round one first half. We're gonna have BYD on the hunter side, RM on the survivor side. Best of luck to both teams, and let's get this going.
All right, and we do have our hunter heading off towards the two-story, trying to get his rocket modified. We are going to be dealing with a lot of flywheel over here. I know we unfortunately can't see the builds on hunter or survivor, but we do have quite a few instances of flywheel and borrow time, as well as insolence and trump card on the hunter, as he is trying to go around the Big Top, trying to locate that mercenary.
Yeah, Mercenary doing a good job dropping all of these pallets, trying to just stay out of this dash that just keeps going, will not end. And not using dash to break those pallets yet. It does look like we are going to allow that to happen now, but Mercenary breaking a lot of distance here. Mercenary as a first chase is honestly interesting, but it's not a bad choice here. The main issue is that Mercenary is a little bit tankier, can just elbow pad away, but oh, good dodge there. We're just running around this corner, but Mercenary is going to take that hit. And on Mercenary,
Yeah.
but these ciphers are moving very, very quickly.
Ooh.
And oh, a beautiful elbow pad there.
Yeah, it looks like we are trying to just bait out those elbow pads, trying to just get them out of the way so those can't be used to the advantage for rescuing later. But still, we are doing a very good job of kiting around here. Already we have one cipher popped. We have, just the clown continuing to use that rocket, trying to gain distance, trying to locate that mercenary, but he is already transitioned over towards the carousel. It looks like we are going to be changing targets onto the acrobat now that we have him lined up in sight. And he uses flywheel just to
Oh.
get away from that rocket.
Yeah, very nicely done there with that flywheel. You know, really just well coordinated these survivors are. We are going to get the basic hit on acrobat. So we are well past presence here with that insolence in play, but going to go ahead, pick up another few rocket pieces and just go for this dash here. Looking for, it looks like Coordinator now, but we're already at 2 ciphers remaining. This cipher rush from the survivor side is incredible.
Oh yeah, this is really good cipher rush, and it really is a big in part thanks to that very good kite from the mercenary, able to just keep the hunter occupied throughout the big top and those ruins right next to it. It looks like we are trying to go ahead and just pressure these ciphers best as we can, just trying to run these rockets around, just keep those survivors running and avoiding those ciphers. It looks like we are going to try and just chase around this area over near the slide and the broken carousel and looping right back to Acrobat and Mercenary as they try to heal up again.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure here, and it is meaning that the survivors can't just sit still and decode. But with all of these drop pallets, these survivors are prepared for this clown. You can see all of the drop pallets around the map. They're just dropping them in preparation for the clown to come over and just trying to confine him into these areas. So really, really smart gameplay from RM survivors. We are going to see that healing continue. Unfortunately, Mercenary still not able to heal up. And we're looking at Acrobat Bomb as well, but once again, just stuck in this corner here. Can't do anything about it while he's still dashing unless he uses the dash to break those pallets, but it doesn't seem like that's in the plans right now.
Yeah, we are able to just get that heal on that Mercenary, trying really hard to pressure this Cypher on the Coordinator. Trying to go ahead and chase her now. She does still have her gun. The Cypher she's been working on is nearly primed. Thanks to just the fact that nobody has been shared yet. Very unfortunate for the Hunter, but because that does mean that the Coordinator's decoding debuff has not been in play. And it looks like going ahead and just continuing to chase that Coordinator, just trying to keep her off that Cypher. The Embalmer is now going ahead to that Cypher, but we are going to go ahead and push him off. Just knowing that this is the prime Cypher, this is the one that we need to look out for. But we do have Mercenary on another Cypher, just trying as best as we can to pressure these two Cyphers. Unfortunately, the fact that they are spread across the two halves of the map could make that very difficult, even for someone with the map control that the clown offers with his rocket.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate here that we haven't been able to get a hit. Coordinator, we are going to get a hit on, but that Cypher is nearly primed. We are going to be able to Terror Shock Acrobat off of it. Are we going to pop it in time? But no, it's actually not primed enough. Survivor's getting a little bit overconfident there. We are going to get not quite on that hit.
Oh! And the Coordinator does not have borrowed time.
Well, I guess that ended up working out.
Oh,
but
very,
yeah,
very
Coordinator on chair, but Mercenary does still have Tide Turner to utilize because this is our first chair this match. And actually going to ignore the chair here.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and drop Coordinator in favor of just trying to pressure that exit gate, even though we do have the other exit gate about halfway finished now. Coordinator's about a quarter of the way healed. Remember, we don't have detention right now, unfortunately. So we aren't going to be downing the Embalmer just yet. Mercenary is currently healing up Acrobat over at the other gate, which is definitely open by now. Coordinator is still in the process of healing. We might want to just go ahead and chair her, though she might be able to struggle free if we don't pick the right chair. Oh no! And sure enough, the Coordinator is able to struggle free. She doesn't have a flare gun anymore, so it will just be a raw kite if she's able to make it, but unfortunately she goes down. But she's been coffined!
The coffin!
Oh
the
my
coffin
god!
in the area, all 4 survivors are at that gate. Smiley face teleport is not quite up just yet. I believe the gate is open? I would say the gate is very likely open by now. We're going to use a short dash there just to try and get a little bit more distance. 13 seconds left on that teleport, but I think this is going to be a 4-man escape for RM.
That was such a masterful finale back there. The Embalmer able to get the coordinator in the coffin completely changed everything. That went from a nearly guaranteed one man elimination to just a complete four-man escape. That was just absolutely incredible. Very, very well done survivor coordination at the end. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible there, and that really is the end game potential of the embalmer. Just being able to coffin like that. It's a little bit like a priestess global. It kind of has the same effect. But yeah, just
Oh,
really, really great gameplay, really great discipline there from RM survivors as well, because there was, just so much of that was planned. The dropping pallets there to kind of confine the smiley face. I know I was talking about that in the middle of the match, but that was just such a really, really great teamwork decision to, just kind of prepare for that smiley face. Just really, really effective teamwork, really effective way. Mercenaries kite, just keeping him in that one area once again. That really is the strongest thing that you can do on Moonlit is just keep the hunter stuck in place. Not allow the hunter to move, not allow the hunter to, kind of run around the map and damage every survivor. Smiley Face was really just confined to that tent and to that force stop area.
oh yeah, this was an absolutely incredible match. I mean, we had been talking before the match about how we would want to see what a non-meta gameplay would look like, but as we just seen here, the RM survivors were knew how to kite that uh, smiley face to perfection. That incredible kite from the mercenary over in the ruins in the big top, the incredible coordination on getting that stun with the gun into pop the cipher, and that final gameplay with the coffin. It just goes to show that I think once we saw that entomologist ban, they locked in, they had an idea of what to anticipate, and they had a strategy to deal with that sort of complication, that sort of survivor, hunter, and what he has available. So very, very well done. Just absolutely incredible work, and excellent work for the hunter too. Unfortunately, you know, that map control can be very, very dangerous. And when people know what to expect, they were able to just make sure to rotate so that they didn't have all of their ciphers on one side. Because if ciphers had all been on one side, that could have gone way differently.
Yeah, it's just, and that is the risk and the gamble of taking that smiley face first. On one hand, it does mean that if you perform very well, then the survivors are put between a rock and a hard place. But, as soon as when you get four escaped like that, the survivors aren't going to be banning smiley face next match. So it really does. It puts BYD in a situation now where coming into the next round, once we get to that point, it's going to be very, very tense, very a much more tense decision on what hunter to play. But heading into the second half of round one, we are going to have RM taking the hunter slot this time. And it looks like our first two bans are going to be the Acrobat and Antiquarian. So yeah, two very strong containment characters, as well as just the harassment potential of the Antiquarian. Definitely want to take that off the table. This does leave Priestess open, and I would be really interested to see if BYD decides to go with Priestess.
Yeah, that would be a very smart pick, honestly. She is very, very strong on this map. The letting her open doesn't look like we are trying to focus on something a bit different. We might not be scared of that priestess pick, or we might be trying to bait that priestess pick into the very first that priestess pick so we can get her into a global ban. So there's a lot of potential for what could be going on here. Of course, the Antiquarian and Acrobat are two very strong survivors. Very strong harassment potential for the Antiquarian, very strong kiting potential for that Acrobat. There's just no real wrong picks when it comes to banning those meta characters, because no matter how many you ban, they're still going to lock in two that are going to be an absolute headache to deal with.
Yeah, and
Speaking
speaking
of,
of headaches to deal with, round two there, we are going to lock in the puppeteer as well as the coordinator. And now puppeteer,
oh boy.
was lamenting the buff before, but I will lament it again. He has been very recently buffed to tank 1.5 hits of damage, and not just the 1 hit of damage that Lewis was capable of doing before, because I don't know, he wasn't balanced, I guess. But yeah, Puppeteer definitely a really strong pick here, and Coordinator as well, a very classic first couple of picks. You know, you want to have that tank. You also want to have a very strong first kite, and Coordinator can do that first kite. She also can guarantee a rescue with that gun. So even if it's only one gun, it can absolutely change the tide of a match. And we are going to see RM ban Seer as well, and BYD is actually going to lock in a Prospector. So very exciting to see a Prospector. I think that is the first one today. If not the first one in the tournament so far that I've seen, at least. So very exciting to see that Prospector come out here.
Oh yeah, the Prospector is going to be a very fun pick. It looks like we have 2 harassers already on the docket, with Puppeteer that is very good kiting potential. And our final lock-ins, our ban is going to be the Aeroplanist. Makes a lot of sense. We see him get banned on Luna a lot more than others just because of his kiting potential on here. His utilization here is very strong. But we are going to lock in that Prisoner. So we're not entirely ruling out the potential of spacing an Ivy, but also with that Puppeteer pick, we're also anticipating a Opera Singer as well. 2 very strong hunters with 2 very telling survivors. It looks like we are just trying to anticipate that meta, trying to focus on harassment and kiting while also trying to just cypher rush as best as we can with that Prisoner pick.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that Prisoner coming out once again. I really hope that it's another great Prisoner here, doing me proud with that 1-second stun. But there is just a lot of potential here, especially this is a very strong team. You know, we have Puppeteer, we have Coordinator, Prospector. Prisoner is the easiest chase here. I would say Prisoner and Coordinator are the easiest first chases, but you still have those stuns to deal with. You still have, you know, neither of them have any kiting debuffs. Coordinator obviously has kiting buffs. So it is, you know, it's a very strong team. Puppeteer is practically unchaseable at this point. Not that he wasn't before, but is even more so now. And we are going to see the Prospector as
Ooh.
well, but that first hunter is not going to be an Ivy. We are going to lock in the Geisha, which is a
Oh
classic
boy.
from Mushin and very, very scary. If you have not seen Mushin Geisha before, you're in for a treat. Excuse me, but I'm confident in saying that because we have seen Mushin time and time again with that Geisha, and just so entertaining to watch. He really does just have, you know, like a total grasp on being able to play that Geisha. And Moonlit as well is just such a good map for her because that whole bridge, I mean, Mima and I were talking about it before, but Moonlit is kind of split into 2 with those bridges. Geisha can completely ignore those with those butterflies, so she has such mobility on this map.
Oh yeah, for sure. Geisha is a very exciting pick, especially on Moonlit. She is able to gain distance quickly with those butterflies, and as long as she's able to angle them properly, she can just dash right across those that river area, no problem. Just get it from one half to another so easily. And she does have some very good dash hit utilization. Makes a lot of sense why we'd want to go Puppeteer. Makes a lot of sense why we'd want to ban characters like the Seer and the Aeroplanist. Really, it does make a lot of sense to want to get rid of those survivors who can gain a lot of distance in a short amount of time. It also does make sense that we want to go Harasser too, because once she gets up close and personal, the Prisoner has a very close, short stun. The Prospector is able to get her away as long as it charges up. So overall, this is a very strong team to go up against a Geisha. It'll be really interesting to see how things go. We do need to get a 4 escape in order to tie the round. If the Geisha is able to eliminate at least one person, the round will go to RM.
Yeah, really, you know, the stakes here for RM are very, very low. I mean, as long as BYD is not able to get another 4 escape, which will be very, very challenging here. But I mean, anything can happen. Seriously, anything can happen. And I would be very impressed to see if BYD is able to really push for this 4-man escape.
Oh yeah, this is going to be very, very fun. With that Geisha, you just want to make sure you keep her as distracted as you possibly can while you focus on that Cypher Rush. The first kite is going to be absolutely crucial to be getting this victory. You just want to make sure that you're able to just keep her distracted, keep her off of you, keep your rotation up so that you don't end up on one half of the map at the very end. You need to make sure against someone like a geisha that you are as spread out as possible, that you just make sure that she cannot reach you.
Yeah, which I mean is much easier said than done.
Mhm.
With a geisha, because man, I mean, with the mobility from the butterflies, but we are working with a nerfed geisha though. The cooldown is now 9 seconds
Right.
instead of 8, which is it doesn't seem like much, but just a single second can make a huge difference when 60-second kite is more than enough to guarantee at least a tie. So very excited to see, how we're adjusting to that, how we're going to utilize that. But getting into the spawn picks now, we're going to have Puppeteer up at the bridge, Coordinator over at the 4th stop, Prisoner in the 2-story, and Prospector at the first stop here. And a very interesting spawn point. I almost wonder if we could either migrate down to the 2-story here and chase the Prisoner. We could also go for the Prospector over at first stop, but a very interesting spawn there. But once again, I am Bones here with Juliet, heading into the second half of round 1. Once again, BYD only needs RM needs 1 survivor elimination in order to clutch the round. So best of luck to both teams.
Yes, best of luck to everyone. Very excited to see this Hunter in action. Very excited to see the skin in action. Love seeing this Fatal Fame crossover. It looks like we are going to go ahead and target the Prospector first over at first stop. He's going to go ahead and take this kite, just looping around, trying to transition into this ruin area, trying to gain a bit of an advantage with these tight kiting areas just to gain some distance from the geisha. Oh, but she will land a hit right away, landing a hit right on that Prospector. He's going to go ahead and kite past the connected cipher. We'll see if the Hunter... Okay, we're going to go ahead and not worry about breaking that connection just yet. Just going to go ahead and focus on getting... Oh! Before the magnet can land, a downed Prospector. Very nicely done.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I love to see, just the confidence of this geisha. Just walking right through that pallet at the start, not being afraid at all. We're going to see teleport right away. And it looks like we're actually only carrying detention on this build. So yeah, very bold, very confident. We're going to see that first hit go through from Puppeteer, and that buff is in play, so that's still a quarter of Lewis remaining. But heading back to the chair now, we do have Prisoner actually coming in for this rescue, and he is going to take a hit. We are working with no borrowed time on the Prisoner as well. Coordinator also with no borrowed time, but she does have Tide Turner. Hopefully she will be able to come in for that second rescue. Prospector continuing this chase. We do have 1 magnet. Unfortunately, that magnet's not going to come through. We do have a flywheel, but not quite able to make it to that pallet. We're going to see that second chair coming through for...
Yeah, this is not the best position right now. We still have 5 ciphers remaining. Excellent use of map pressure, excellent use of cipher pressure already. Looks like we are going to go ahead and just continue to monitor the situation, just keep an eye on the survivors over on this side of the map, while also just keeping an eye on Prisoner. It looks like Prisoner is going to just focus on decoding now. We do have 1 cipher popped. It looks like the Prisoner has taken care of one of those ciphers. As we go ahead and transition over to the other side, realizing that the Prospector is about to be sold on chair.
Yeah, unfortunately with that sell, this does mean RM takes the win for the first round, and it's really up to the rest of the survivors here to make that point differential not so painful, but the gun coming through just a second too late from Coordinator, and that is going to be pretty much just a free gun, knocking the geisha out of attack recovery. And we are going to be able to continue this chase over by third stop, playing, losing that mind game there, Mushin hiding the camera for just a second and Corden completely walking right into that trap. So very unfortunate there. We are going to see Coordinator chair here. Unfortunately, that is also the only Tide Turner on the team. And that teleport coming through once again here, Puppeteer with the second puppet, but it looks like we are just going to go ahead and wait it out. Is now injured, so if we are able to time this right, this will be an immediate down, but Puppeteer able to hit the puppet once again there. So very nicely done.
Oh yeah, excellent kiting from the Puppeteer, and that just goes to show why you would want to lock him in immediately. You see, you can take up to 3 hits as long as you are, at least 4 hits maximum, as long as you're able to use that puppet. Oh, Looks
We
like
do have
we
some
have,
shout emoting over there from Prisoner.
yeah, it looks like we have a bit of over here as well. Guess everyone feels a bit silly today.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the round is spoken for, so RM has won the round. So I guess we'll see how the rest of this game plays out. Because right now, yeah, I mean, Mushin can't afford to play it a little bit casual here, as long as, just securing as many downs as possible. But I mean, it's always fun to see kind of how hunters handle this. But actually, heading towards the tent here, we aren't going to find any survivors over here. They are both healing over at the 2-story, or at or around the 2-story.
Yeah, it looks like they are
But
just taking their time to heal. It looks
oh,
like
is
we
that
did get.
crows?
It's either crows or it's the I think it might have been a missed calibration on the healing.
Oh, yeah.
And we are going to go ahead and just follow that to go find the survivors. We do have a connection set up with the electric field right around there in the God Kite area. Prisoner's going to go ahead and take this. He does just have a bit of chip damage now. Because it did get healed when he healed the puppeteer. Oh, and the puppeteer, unfortunately, all right, cannot be healed. Ooh.
Yeah,
I forgot
really
the
nicely
puppeteer
done with
can't
that
be.
dash.
Not
But
afraid of
yeah,
those
continuing.
connections.
Nicely done with the stun, just to hold off a second longer. But and going to just continue right through that pallet. These pallet games are so scary, especially with a geisha, because she is very vulnerable to pallets. But a lot of the strategy is to just take advantage of the survivors knowing that you're afraid of those pallets, and it looks like that's exactly what's happening here. Beautiful dash right through to the prisoner, and prisoner is now on the ground. Now we are looking at a 4-man elimination here, potentially heading after the puppeteer here. But are we aware of our dungeons? I do think that we ran into the dungeon before, so yeah, we do know where
And
dungeon
now,
is
yeah.
for sure now. But puppeteer is only somewhat in the area. We are getting tinnitus. He's on the other side of that tent, but it's only a matter of time unless he's able to just avoid detection here, if we're able to find the puppeteer.
Oh, and we are able to get a pallet stun in, able to just hide long enough to be able to get that in. It looks like prisoner has already self-healed by now. More than likely going to go ahead and just decode. We do have puppet up again. We're just going to go ahead and wait that out. All right, and we have the puppet. But a terror shock right there as we have prisoner coming in. Prisoner still deciding to be a little silly over in 2-story. I do appreciate that we do have a good sense of humor in our teams right now.
Yeah, I love it when teams, once the match, because I mean, really, once matches kind of end up at this point where you've already, whatever happens for the rest of this match, I mean, I will say, it could have been possible for BYD to, try and get a couple more escapes here, but we are still in round 1. Anything can happen past round 1. And I like it when we're able to have a little bit of fun with it, because I mean, it is fun. It's IUV. Taking it seriously is one thing, but it is let loose and, kind of, be able to live stream your silliness. But another stun there, nicely done from Prisoner.
All right, and able to
Playing
just
around these
bait
pallets
out
as well.
Oh yes, very, very well done. But the prisoner is going to go down, unfortunately, as the puppeteer continues to decode. Once the puppeteer is down, that will... Oh, and we actually are just going to go ahead and surrender. Very well done to these teams. We are at 10-0 going into round 2.
Yeah, very, it is a pretty stacked board here right now against BYD, because I mean 10-0 in round 1 is a pretty formidable odds to go against. So yeah, we are in a situation here where BYD has a lot of ground to cover if they want to look at winning this match, but anything can happen here. We still have at least one more round to go through. If BYD can start, racking up those escapes, racking up those kills as Hunter,
then you could be looking at a completely different match by the end of round 2. It all just comes down to how they're able to even after that round 1.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw even just yesterday how a team that does win in the first round could just turn it around. I mean, a team who loses in the first round can turn it around and manage to cinch the victory in the end. Really, just anything can happen. You can go from a full 10-0 point like this and still manage to win on rounds and even on points if you're able to just turn things around significantly. And, we still have plenty of options for whatever happens going into round 2. After that clown gameplay, there's still plenty of other hunters on the table and plenty of other maps on the table as well. We might be seeing a smaller map uh, get used. We might be seeing a potential for certain hunter bans. Would not at all be surprised if we see a geisha ban, but at the same time, Mushin does have such a wide hunter pool that you really just don't know what you can expect. And we still don't know what to expect from this other hunter too. After seeing that clown play, we might be seeing clown round 2 on a smaller map that might be more in his favor. It really just all depends on what we end up seeing and what bans we end up seeing and what survivor comps we end up seeing.
Yeah, it does look like we are going to swap out our hunter here. So we are going to be looking at a different hunter coming into the second half of the round, or the second half of the round, the second round for BYD. So very excited to kind of see a different hunter take things around. And it'll be interesting as well because that also means that Smiley Face isn't even a thought in this situation. We do have a new hunter on the table, so yeah, I mean, anything can happen coming out of BYD, kind of switching things up. We aren't going to have any subs from RM, so we are going to be seeing um, the same survivor lineup, same hunter lineup for RM, and yeah, it's always fun to see when a hunter switch can kind of shake things up.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a lot that can happen. One of our teams yesterday, had a different hunter every single round, so you just never knew what to expect whenever someone came to play. And at the same, so it's going to be a lot of fun going into round 2, having another new hunter that we don't have much of an idea for what to expect and what to predict here. At the same time, having Mushino as a very unpredictable hunter pool. I mean, going geisha round 1 is really no surprise there. And we got to decide whether we're scared of that geisha or not or scared of another possible pick going into round 2. And right away, we're actually going to get our first map pick this time in round 2. RM is going to go ahead and ban that Sacred Heart Hospital. No surprises there. That is a very survivor-sided map, especially a very good counter against a lot of very strong hunters. So really a good idea to just get that one out of the way, not have to worry about that one.
Yeah, I mean, I would always if we had map bans in rank. Actually, no, I'd probably ban church because I'm bad on church. But no, I mean it's such a strong map. It's such a survivor-sided map as well. That hospital can just be ugly, but not even just the hospital. The ruins near the shack can be deadly for hunters. So definitely definitely respect and understand that hospital ban. I really do wonder what map we're gonna see from BYD in return, because there's, obviously all kinds of maps to look for. I would definitely want to see something maybe like Ever Sleeping or Chinatown on the map, just because they are more neutral maps. And okay, yeah, we are actually
Oh,
going to get
hey,
Chinatown in the mix here. So yeah, fun for me. But we
well,
are
fun
going
for
to
me too.
see RM hunting first, and I feel like this is definitely what RM wants to do right now. Because if Mushin is able to get, another 4-man elimination, that's going to make things really, really difficult for BYD Survivor side. On the same vein, though, if we're able to get at least a 1 or a 2-man escape, we could definitely bring things back for BYD. But yeah, it's very interesting here because, as obviously, I feel like the geisha is probably going to be taken off the table, but we still have Ivy, Opera Singer, Mist, so many hunters that are so strong on this map. So it's very exciting to see Chinatown. Even if that was BYD's map pick, it's still a very strong hunter map.
Oh yeah, and it's such a departure from the first map we've seen too. Moonlit River is so spread out and spaced out, but this map, Chinatown's a lot smaller, a lot blockier. You have that extra added factor of those two-story bridges to add a whole new dimension to your kiting. We are going to go ahead and lock in Priestess and Antiquarian as our first ban, and we're actually going to lock in Perfumer and Prisoner as our first survivor picks, as well as banning that geisha. No surprises there. Like I said, that those two stories are hard countered by that two-story Kaiden is hard countered by geisha, who's able to just use her the way she's able to rise up into the air and use those butterflies to counter that. Really no surprises with these first with banning that geisha right out the gate.
Yeah, I'm definitely not surprised to see the geisha off the table, but I'm very excited to see that Perfumer and Prisoner locked in. Two of my mains here once again, but I I feel like Perfumer here is honestly a really interesting choice because I feel like they're going to try and counter, I would say, both Ivy and Opera Singer, and with our next lock-in being that first officer, that's definitely the course of action here. BYD really needs to be able to at least guarantee just one escape. I almost hope to see something like an Embalmer, maybe like an Embalmer or a Mechanic here, something that's a little bit more of a safe. Oh, I almost said a Psychologist, but it looks like that is going to be our next ban from RM, not looking for those tanky survivors. So really, really, an interesting kind of game of chess here with these ban picks, looking for just what survivors can get the most escape potential here for BYD.
Oh yeah, and I'm always happy to see a first officer locked in, as well as a gardener who will be our final pick. The first officer is a very meta survivor. We've seen him banned so often throughout this tournament. Able to use those watches to trip up the hunter and distract them from his location. Able to keep anyone he rescues at a different looking just like him, so you get tripped up that way. Delaying his rocket time, as well as using those pocket watches to get a reprieve on the debuff for his decoding. He's very strong. And the gardener we've also seen be utilized very well throughout the meta recently. She's able to use that recall in order to dodge all sorts of attacks, to tank hits, and just do some significant kiting. In fact, sometimes we even see her used as a sub rescuer in some cases, where sometimes people will feel like they can bring a second amount of tide on her because they don't have to worry about getting terror shocked when she has that recall on in the middle of a rescue. So this is a very strong team overall. Very exciting team, a team with a lot of kiting potential, a team with quite a bit of decoding potential, because they do have that first officer with the strongest debuff, but he can definitely build it back up with those pocket watches. So overall, this is a very strong team to go against. They are ready for whatever Mushin has to bring.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see, what that will be. There are so many options on the table, but I also really hope that we will be able to see at least 1, 2 escapes coming out of this match, because that's really what BYD needs. They need to be able to turn the tide with this match. And I feel like with this comp, they were definitely able to do that, regardless of the hunter that we're seeing. I think Perfumer is a little bit of a scary lock here, especially if we are going to be looking at an Ivy, if we are going to, just because there's less time with those hunters. Opera Singer can catch up very quickly to Perfume's. Her attack recovery is not that long, and she is very, very fast. Ivy as well. I feel like Perfumer is not bad against Ivy,
Ooh.
but well, I guess we'll throw that discussion away for another day, because we are going to get our hunter lock in as naiads. So once again, I feel like we're seeing this naiad a lot today, or a lot more than I expected to see her today, but definitely not unwelcome. She is very strong on Chinatown. She can water off a lot of those leveled places if she's able to play. So that's definitely a really big boost for her, I would say, because though the loops on Chinatown, the hotel loop, restaurant, those can be really, really strong. We've seen them before and again on. Having the Naiad to be able to lock those off is a very good decision.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The Naiad, she is a notorious tide hunter, but a tie hunter. But I do know I have seen Mushin's Naiad before, I'm sure. Very, very strong. Very fun character. Very fun character to use to lock off ciphers, to just try and gain hits on survivors without having to force in that attack recovery. There's a lot of potential here. We most likely will be seeing a bunch of flywheel builds on these survivors when they come in. Just trying to get away from that water damage, just trying to avoid it, just trying to make sure that they can get away. Just trying, because without that, with those dashes, once she gets to half presence, she can be absolutely lethal. Being able to use those twice in a row to just get one free hit on you and then being able to just knock you down. So it is very good that we have that first officer to try to just avoid those puddles, maybe try to circumvent them. You know, that perfumer could definitely help to avoid some water damage if she's able to time it just right. Prisoner able to just avoid that geisha that naiad when she gets right up and close, and that garter to just take hits as long as she can get bubbled. So very exciting.
Yeah, and I mean, it really does come down to I feel like I'm a little I'm a little bit afraid just because I know how strong of a hunter Mushin is and how obviously we've just seen, how strong that first round was. I'm scared for BYD, but I really, I believe in this comp. Like first officer, there's a reason why he's almost always banned. There really is a reason why first officer is almost always banned. It's because he is just such a strong rescuer, such a strong container as well. And there's a lot of mind games that you can play with him as well. Now he does, I would say, struggles a little bit rescuing with Naiad just because if the puddles are placed correctly, that can knock him out of his watch. But he is still resistant to double hit, just like Mercenary, and so he's still able to get the rescue in that situation. So I feel like it's definitely a really good choice here to be able to have that first officer kind of on lock.
Oh yeah, for sure. That was a very good lock in right there. Just wanted to make sure you have all that potential to just try and counter the Naiad's puddle making. As we saw in last round, in our last matchup, we did see a very, very good use of the puddling through the Naiad, where very many downs were accomplished just by knowing when to close off those puddles. And with the use of the pocket watch, the first officer is able to try and just avoid that as long as he's close enough, because the Naiad does rely a lot on very close combat when she doesn't have those puddles in action. So this is a very good team for up close and personal. The prisoner has that very close stun he is able to use. The perfumer able to just go ahead and take hits, as well as the gardener. Overall, this is just a very strong team to face off against a Naiad. I mean, it's a strong team in general, but definitely the Naiad does have her work cut out for her going into this match. But it'll be very exciting to see what she is capable of as we get right into it.
Yeah, very I'm very excited to see how this goes because I feel like it's been a while since I've been able to see a perfumer, but I'm very excited to see how she's able to go against the Naiad. But that's the skin. That's the B tier from Naiad's release essence for perfumer.
Yeah.
So that's cute.
And we have the B tier from a shop as well for the Naiad. This is a very cute little matchup, and I am very excited to see Christmas first officer. We don't get to see him too often, but he is very whimsical, very silly. And we are going to go ahead and get right into our map spawns. We have very interesting spawn points. We have the gardener at Umbrella Gate, perfumer at Lantern Gate, first officer in the middle near the big tree. We have prisoner down right at the back of the hotel, and Naiad spawning in right above him over in that alleyway. All right, we are heading into the first half of round 2. RM hunting, BYD surviving. I'm Juliet, and this is Bones for your commentary. You are watching Logging Off League Day 3. Good luck to both teams.
Yeah, best of luck to both teams as we head into this. Once again, RM is looking nothing round lead. So if we're able to get a 4-man elimination, that's going to be very, very good. But heading into this, we're going to go ahead and water off the hotel loop. And it looks like Prisoner heading around towards the... stay out of the way of that water. But very nicely done here. That does force Prisoner out a loop, which is so dangerous for hunters. So it is... I'm loving the shadow mode because I kite with this. So... oh, and nicely done with the stun as well.
Yeah, it just seems like a very Prisoner thing to do here. We do have the first Prisoner actually here, getting that pallet stun right in. And we are going to go ahead and chase after that. We're going to go ahead and leave our harpoon as we go ahead and continue to go ahead and chase that Prisoner as he transitions into the middle of the map, heading in over to the restaurant area, trying to get to that 2-story mannequin, or just kiting around these pallets, just trying to buy some time. Very close to the perfumer getting some water damage. We do have insolence on the Naiad, so she was already able to get that dash in and get that hit in as we have the Prisoner down with only 5 ciphers still remaining.
Yeah, there as well, that they weren't able to force out that blink from Naiad. So she does still blink online, and we will be seeing that 5 cipher down here going to area around. It does look like First Officer going to pocket watch a little bit early here, trying to head in for the rescue, but we were actually able to get the dash here, and a second pocket watch here. We've got a shake of it, and that's going to go ahead, just trying to throw off the Naiad as much as possible, and nicely done. We were actually able to get that body block here from the First Officer, so Prisoner is back up and running. Oh!
Excellent use of blink to get the Prisoner as he goes through the window. That will bring the Naiad to full presence. Very tricky to have it 5 we do have 4 ciphers now. Prisoner doing his best to gain some distance, trying to get as far away from a chair as possible, forcing the Naiad to chair him over at the corner of the map rather than in the center. We do have our second cipher popped now. We do have dungeon reveal that is close by, right inside the restaurant. I believe we might be able to get a glimpse of that as the hunter passes through. Yep, sure enough, the hunter is now aware of the dungeon location. And we do have Gardener with a bubble up.
Yeah, really nice. Looks like that did water off the entire area around the chair. And BYD is just going to go ahead and allow Prisoner to take off. So that is going to be 1 survivor eliminated here at 3 ciphers remaining. But honestly, not the worst position to be in, especially if we are looking for a tie, if we're looking for, you know, just as many escapes as we can manage. Gardener here is going to take a hit, though, to really avoid that with, and no time to pop that bubble here. And we're going to see First Officer actually needing to rotate out of the area because he was decoding this cipher. So not seen by the hunter, but once again, we're going to go ahead and water off the hotel area. And Gardner is going to be trapped up there with the water. Will she be able to find the edge of the abyss? 98, 95%. Unfortunately, not able to get that bubble up in time, and then she is going to go down. That bubble should be, I would say, not prime, but it's definitely on its way. Chair.
Yeah, so we are going to see the Gardener take her first chair as we go ahead and just continue to pursue the Perfumer. We are at 1 cipher remaining, though, but we still need to get that last cipher decoded. Perfumer taking over this kite around the corner ruins near the dungeon spawn over at the bridge, but we are going to get some water damage on that Perfumer, able to use both of those dashes to go ahead and land that on the Perfumer, continuing the kite around this tight area. She does have one of her perfumes in play. Then let's go ahead and continue to dash. We are going to create an abyss, try to just make it much more difficult to kite around this area.
No! Oh, nicely done!
Ooh.
But unfortunately, she is going to go down. Just the Naiad's hitbox does go through those windows. But very nicely done with that flywheel. That is so hard to pull off. We are going to see nicely done with the abyss as well. Going to get about 60-70%. And Officer just playing around here. And nicely done with that prediction as well. Getting First Officer here. Are we going to go for the pickup on either of them? It looks like we will be just going ahead for the First Officer here. Now, he does have that longer chair time to deal with. The Perfumer has been able to self-heal, so she is back up. I don't think she's going to be able with Gardener, though.
Yeah, well, we do have Gardener in the area right now. We are going to go ahead and share that First Officer over by the hotel Cypher makes a lot of sense. I believe that Cypher's almost primed. Or not, I can't. Yeah,
It's
we're just going to go ahead and
definitely,
water up
yeah,
that
it's
Cypher
definitely being
just to make
worked on.
sure. Yeah, so we are going to go ahead and continue just to follow the area. Perfumer has used self-heal. She still has 2 perfumes. The gardener still has her toolkit, but the gardener is actually looking to switch out the toolkit for something else. It looks like if we do end up going to rescue the first officer, we will be doing so after half. So that is a bit unfortunate that we will have the first officer guaranteed to go back to the manor whether he is rescued or not. But it looks like Gardner was able to get a pair of elbow pads, so that could definitely be used to her advantage. Perfumer is currently working on a cipher on the other side of the map. We'll see if when Gardner decides, Diane decides to go in pursuit.
Yeah, Gardner heading for the chair here, but oh, is that crows?
Oh no!
I think that might be crows here on the Gardener, or did she break a chair? Oh no, that is
No, it's
crows.
crows. Oh, that's unfortunate.
That is crows. So Gardner is going to be spotted out here. Cypher is at 50%. Gardner not able to stand still long enough for that bubble, and she is going to go down. Now she does have self-heal still, but it looks like we are just going to go ahead for that chair. Not really worried about allowing the survivors to, you know, risk that escape. Possibly because we know... Oh, wait. Perfumer can get dungeon. Does she know where it is? We do have Blink
so.
online. It looks like we are going to go for that Blink through the wall here. Oh!
Oh!
The
flywheel
from
right at the
Perfumer!
last second! Managing to
Nicely
get
done!
very well done, BYD, getting some points on the board right at the very last second. Very well done. Managing to get through, dodging that last second attack with that flywheel, getting right away. Very, very well done.
Yeah, just absolutely, you know, incredible there. And really lucky on that dungeon spawn as well. You know, that's definitely a moment where if that dungeon had spawned anywhere else, that would have been another 4-man elimination. But getting that 1-man, just very, very well done from BYD survivors. And that does mean we are looking at 1 point to BYD, which, hey, if their hunter is able to 4-man elimination in the next round, we will be heading to round 3. So their chances are still alive here. It is never, you know, this is my tournament motto. It's never over until the matches are completely and utterly over. So there's always a chance to turn things around, and BYD can, you know, they can do it. They can still turn it around.
Oh, absolutely, for sure. This is so exciting, so much fun. And we do have that new hunter coming in, so we do not really know what to expect this time around. And especially on a map like Chinatown, there is a lot of potential for strategy in both the hunter pick and the survivor composition. There is just a lot of potential on both sides here, trying to get as many survivors out the gate as we can just to secure that victory in round 2. And meanwhile, trying to eliminate as many survivors as possible in order to move on to that round 3. These are the win conditions right now are if if 2 or more survivors escape, this will be a win to RM. If we do get a draw, if we get if we have 1-man escape, it will be a tied round and we'll go into round 3. And if we do get a 4-man elimination, that will give the round win to BYD. So really, anything at all is possible. There is a chance for anything to happen. And as we are going into the second half with BYD hunting, our first 2 bands are going to be the Priestess and the Antiquarian. We still have our global bands as well, which are the Acrobat and Coordinator, 2 very strong survivors that we will no longer be seeing played by Coordinator won't be played by either team now, unfortunately. But we won't be seeing her for sure, as well as the Acrobat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Priestess and Antiquarian as well are very good bands here because, I mean, Priestess, obviously, very, very strong on Chinatown. Antiquarian as well, just a very strong harasser. So getting these off the table now, definitely a really good idea. And, you know, just not having to deal with them when we don't have to deal with them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just in general, very strong survivors to have locked out very strong survivors to go ahead and ban. I mean, we've seen plenty of strong antiquarian gameplay already, plenty of really strong priestess gameplay. Really, no surprises when to get them out of there, especially on a map like Chinatown. You know, there's a lot of very tight hiding areas for the antiquarian to do some very disarming damage to the hunter. Even with those open spaces in the middle of the map, there are all those pallet spam areas, all those tight hiding areas, and which also offer the priestess a lot of damage she can do as well, countering a hunter. With not just her global portals, but those small portals. There's a lot of solid blocked off areas in this Chinatown map that she can gain incredible distance by if she knows her portals just right. So there is a lot of counter potential for those survivors. It makes absolute sense why we'd want to get them banned first and foremost.
But I'm curious as to what we will end up be playing here, as well as picking for our hunter ban, because with a new hunter on the table, it's not easy to be able to figure out, who are we going to ban. I mean, obviously, just going with meta, trying to go for a more niche pick. This hunter does play, I would say probably, every hunter plays a range. Are going to go ahead and ban the sculptor though. So yeah, really kind of looking for those niche picks in this situation, I think.
Yeah, really no surprise to ban a sculptor on this map. She is very strong on these small blocky maps like Chinatown, Ever Sleeping, places like Arms Factory as well. She has a lot of damage she can do. A lot of ways to be utilized, but that does open up a lot of other hunters. The Night Watch, this is a very situationally good map for him. We've seen several really good breaking wheels here. Evil Reptilians, Wax Artists, even Opera Singer and Ivy can do some significant damage on this map as well. And we are going to have our first two survivor lock-ins. We're also going to be locking in the prisoner first, as well as the embalmer. Now, the embalmer we've seen him be utilized very well. Really no surprise that RM would want to lock him in the second time. We saw how he was able to cinch a 4-man escape in the first round with that well-timed coffin. There's a lot of potential here for a very good utilization of that embalmer again.
Yeah, and with the prisoner as well. I'm a prisoner that we've seen today. There's been a lot of prisoner. And it's so fun to see, a character that pretty much it's Prisoner's in such a funny spot because everybody plays Prisoner. Like it's so difficult to go a match without seeing a Prisoner because literally every tier plays Prisoner. So it's interesting to see, how he's utilized on a higher level, in higher tiers, and that he is actually effective as opposed to, the Prisoner random who stuns the hunter out of which we've all been, which we've all done that at least once. It's a rite of passage, I would say. But we are going to go ahead and ban the mercenary and in turn lock in the first officer. So once again, I feel like it's really interesting that we've been seeing more first officer than mercenary this time around. I feel like it definitely comes down to hunter preference, but I think it's so funny, like the differences where some ban merc, some hunters will always ban first officer. It really just, it's what it comes down to.
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of potential for all these survivors here. We actually do have the Seer Band as well as the patient locked in. No surprises there. It looks like we are building up a team to try and gain as much distance against whatever country we're facing. The embalmer able to use pretty much any location on the map to try and gain distance with those coffins. First officer able to disorient the hunter using that pocket watch. Patient is actually lethal on the Chinatown map with those bridges. A well-timed hook can get you some significant distance from any hunter, no matter who it is. But it looks like with that mercenary ban, they do want to just try to counter survivors that can gain distance as far as they can, especially with that priestess as well. Deer just a very strong survivor tanking hits. Very interested to see what we will be dealing with in our hunter pick.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that hunter pick because I feel like, really, really anything can happen in here. especially with that sculptor ban, you have so many hunters on the table. But it looks like we are going to go with another smiley face, which, I mean, I definitely wasn't expecting. So hopefully for BYD, RM survivors were also not expecting a second smiley face. But I mean, I would say Chinatown ultimately a very good map for smiley face.
Oh yeah, this is a very good smiley face map. This is yeah, a very good map for a lot of hunters in general. Smiley face does, as we did see, he does have potential for very good map control. And I would say on a smaller map like Chinatown, he does have a lot of potential to gain distance much faster, a lot better chance of catching up to survivors as they get up on those two stories, able to catch up with that embalmer, able to just cut off whatever they're able to do very quickly. This is a very good map to bring a smiley face on. And we are seeing a different smiley face player. So we might be seeing a different play style set up here. So a lot of potential for just a lot of things to happen. Really excited to see where this match goes. Remember, win conditions, we do have to get at least a 3-man elimination or higher to go on to round 3.
Yeah, I'm very excited to hopefully see around 3 out of these teams. So I'm 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 interested. I'm interested, and I have high hopes. You know, we we did just see obviously RM prove themselves against the smiley face, but anything can happen. Again, this is a new smiley, so we will have a much different match ahead of us, I would say.
Oh yeah, for sure. There is just so much potential. You can play the same hunter several different ways and get very different results. Just about, yeah. There's just so much potential here, and there's a lot of potential with these survivor picks as well. We have the prisoner, the patient, the first officer, and the embalmer. Very strong team, a very balanced team, I would say. You have the prisoner who can focus on fighting, with that stun he has, as well as get some good decoding in. For, if not just for himself, if he can make a connection and help his teammates out, they'll know what to do. First officer able to take those all his utilizations we talked about previously. Embalmer, being able to gain distance, and patient being absolutely lethal on those 2-story ledges. But we do have very good potential for this hunter as well, being able to close those distances, speed along the map, and once he gets to full presence, he can be an absolute menace. And we are going to be going ahead and getting into our map picks, our map spawn picks. We do have prisoner spawning in the center. We have patient up in the lantern gate. It looks like we have embalmer still trying. We are still actually trying to find our map picks. Finishing up with prisoner over in center, embalmer down by the hotel, patient up at the lantern gate, first officer over in the restaurant, and we have the smiley face spawning in right above that back hotel. It looks like he does have any selection of survivors to go after, but we are heading into the second half of round 2. BYD hunting, RM surviving. I am Juliet. This is Bones. Good luck to both teams.
Yeah, best of luck to both teams. Really, really intrigued as to what the smiley face is capable of. But heading up now, looks like we are going to pick up a couple pieces and equip them here. We're going to get that dash started and heading right out. Looks like we are heading in the direction of patient, but right now we're just going to take some time, gather the rocket parts, and look for prisoner actually. Oh no, prisoner's in the area, but it looks like we found first officer crashing right into that wall. We do still have the pocket watch active as well, and just going to shake it another couple times onto the first officer chase. And of course we can take the time here. Oh, okay, that was actually the second shake. We've got that third shake coming through here. And trying to find the first officer here, but unfortunately, just really great job using that mind game. But there we are, that's their thing, and that's going to be our first hit of the match.
Yes, very well done. Oh.
Double dash here. Maybe our first share here at 5 ciphers remaining. This is a very different match than the one we had before.
Yes, very well done so far. Very good. We did see that hiding potential of the first officer with that disorienting pocket watch, but he is going to be down. But we also see the potential of the clown to go ahead and counter that as we go ahead and continue to just guard this chair with the first officer on it. We do have cipher progress going. No cipher is decoded just yet. We did get a hit on the prisoner, but we are going to use a stun to get him out of attack recovery and a blink to down that prisoner. Very well done. Are we going to go ahead? It looks like we are going to go ahead and continue to pursue that first officer, try and get that double down while we can. Very well played on this clown's behalf.
Yup, and
Oh,
that mind game! Beautiful prediction there from the smiley face. Just expecting, instead of the first officer going around and looping that pallet, just expecting Vault to come through, and that is exactly what happened. That was incredible work there from the smiley face, and we're going to see him also get rid of that wall and just continue with this chair on the first officer. Targeting the rescuer first is very bold, but I feel like it is working out because now none of the survivors have Tide Turner for later in the match.
Oh yeah, this is very useful. And it looks like Patient has gone ahead and healed up that prisoner. We won't have to use a self-heal just yet. We do have 2 ciphers decoded. Dungeon is in that back corner, but I don't think anyone's noticed it yet. We have Patient in the area giving tinnitus. They did decide to go and sell that first officer. That's fine. They know that they can afford to lose at least 1 survivor, but as long as they can just continue to keep up this momentum. We have the Embalmer on a new cipher, but right as we land a hit on the Patient, we do get a pallet stun. Gonna go ahead and just continue to take this kite around the sculptor's house and restaurant.
Yep, heading through. Gonna have another dash here, looking to play a pallet. Are we going to be able to connect a hit? Looks like no, but a terror shock on the window. Very nicely done. That's Patient down here. No, basement's not in the area, so we will be going for the above ground chair. Both survivors are all the way across the map. Neither survivor has Tide Turner. We do have Embalmer, it looks like, coming for the rescue? Question mark?
I'm not... Yeah, it looks like we do have Embalmer on the way. He's embalmed himself so far. We have Patient just trying to decode. We did break that connection on the nearby cipher. We have Embalmer in the area, in that restaurant. We do land a hit right on him before he's able to get to that chair. We're going to go ahead and just continue. Oh, but we will go ahead and down that Embalmer right next to the chair, but we do have Patient getting ready to use a hook, managing to gain some distance. He has 2 hooks left, so very good potential for kiting. Embalmer did go ahead and use that coffin on him, which means he will be chaired after half.
Ooh.
Oh, but we are going to actually knock the Patient down right before he's able to use that second hook. That is a very unfortunate premature end to that kite on the Patient's behalf. I believe he was rescued before half, so we do have 1 more chair, but now the Embalmer and Prisoner are both damaged and we have no more coffins to utilize.
Yeah, just really, really well done from the smiley face. We are going to see the prisoner stun coming through. It is very effective against the smiley, I will say, at canceling that dash, but we're going to just drop that pallet prematurely. Blink is online as well, but it looks like we're not even going to need that prisoner, not able to get that vault in time. And Embalmer is the only one remaining. This could be a 4-man elimination, which is exactly what BYD needs right now.
This is an incredible turnaround so far. Absolutely. Managing to get that dungeon escape last round could come in handy. We do have... Oh, and we are going to go ahead and down both survivors. Neither of them... they still both have self-heal. We're just going to go ahead. Are we going to go ahead and just chair that Embalmer? The question is, does the hunter know that the prisoner did not self-heal yet is the thing. And will he be able to reach the prisoner in time before it's too late? Oh, and
yep,
an
with a
excellent
switch
use
to
of
warp. Yeah,
Very,
that is
very
going to
well
be
done.
confirmed for elimination here, and we will be heading into round 3.
Very, very exciting, very excellent turnaround on BYD's behalf. This was a very, very good use of the clown. Very clever in the ban picks to go after very strong meta survivors rather than going for obvious target bans for that clown, not allowing them to know what hunter you're up against. And also, before we begin, I do just want to say, I did notice the prisoner playing that silly little skeleton accessory this round, so that was a lot of fun to see. I really
Yeah,
enjoyed that.
just
I
for
wanted to wait
you.
till after the match to say that. So thank you for doing that. That was real cute.
Yeah, I think the prisoner in the Maphasy matchup also played the little skeleton accessory. So it's nice to have
Oh,
kind of the parallel to the stream there. But yeah, just what a great turnaround ID. It really I feel like almost the psychological warfare of having the smiley face coming up first and RM getting that 4-man escape, kind of getting them to let their guard down around the clown, and then coming through with this other hunter who is just an incredible smiley face is really, really working out well for them.
oh yes, that was a very, very good gameplay. Definitely what BYD needed. The score is going to be, I believe, we are now at 13-6. So definitely still chances for, I believe, anything to happen. It really just depends. It could come down to a score overall, depending on which team manages to win the second round. It could come down to how many points we have. If there's a point gap able to overcome, really just anything can happen. But BYD has turned the tables. This has gone into such a fun new direction. I'm really so excited to see what we have in store for us for round 3.
Yeah, I'm so excited that this is going to round 3 because I mean these are just such formidable teams, and clearly, having fun with the tournament as well. So it's fun to be able to give them more time to shine and more time to just show their skills and be on stage for as long as possible and really showing us a good time.
Oh yeah, really. I'm so glad that we get to see such cool matchups here. I always love when a match, especially in tournament settings, gets to go to best of 3. I mean, even though it does require me to drink a bit more water than usual if I'm commentating, it does mean that I get to see so many more fantastic matchups, so many more potentials for different comps and hunters, especially now that we're going to be working with those 4 globally banned survivors and 2 hunter bans per half, which will be very exciting to watch happen.
Yeah, and heading into round 3 here, we will be seeing no bans, which means that the map is pretty much up to the team. So it looks like RM has that map pick here, and they are going to go with Ever Sleeping Towns. That is the map I was at last round, and we will be seeing it here. It's a very, very strong map for both Hunter and Survivors. It's a very even map. So I'm very excited to see that coming out here because it evens the playing field once again for these hunters and these survivors.
Oh yes, I love Ever Sleeping Town. It's very similar to Chinatown in the fact that you do have those very blocky alleyways, those tight corners, those deceptively open areas with a bunch of hiding potential with those pallets, and as well as some 2 stories. You don't really have the open-ended bridges that you do in the Chinatown, but you do have those stairways, all those areas to both fall through and to vault over, as well as that really tight kiting area over in the graveyard. There's just so much potential. And as well, we do have our tried and true secret 5th member of the game, the Tram, known for getting landing some very good hits, sometimes to the point where it could actually change the game if if a Tram hit comes in at the worst or best possible time for you.
Yeah, constantly have flashbacks to, I think it was a match that I commentated a while ago, but it was a wax artist who was moving to teleport and then just went into the tram as the teleport was about to go off. So
Oh
it
no.
canceled the teleport endgame as well. Like it would have been huge. And then the tram just came through and it was like it wasn't at the corner that's near the third tram stop, but it was near the corner house where where the tram goes really, really close to the wall. It was right there, and so it was like just so unfortunate. But I definitely hope to see some tram action coming up here. It's fun. It's so fun.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I am so excited. We are going to have BYD surviving first, which means that RM will be hunting first. Now, win conditions right now, they need to get a 4-man elimination just to end it here. If anything less, that does give the opportunity for BYD to through um, win through rounds. We do go by rounds first, then points. So as long as they're able to have that opportunity to turn it around in the second half, we will have to go forward with that second half. But we are going to start with our global bands will be Puppeteer, Coordinator, Perfumer, and Prisoner. And our Survivor bands starting off are going to be Antiquarian and Priestess.
Yep, and we're also going to ban out the Geisha as well as the Ivy, so that does leave Opera Singer on the table. It also leaves, a list of other hunters on the table, but definitely taking out that Geisha is almost required going against Mushin, and taking as well is just very, very good choice here because Ivy is very strong in every sleeping town. We know Mushin has an Ivy somewhere in there, and just not what you want to deal with. But it does, yeah, it looks like we are really, really going for this one. We're going
Ooh.
to lock in on the side of BYD Survivors, Gardner, as well as the Novelist. Now, these are some classic opera singer plays. So I almost wonder if won't opera singer because of that. Because I feel like they're really with that Novelist pick, especially opera singer, gamekeeper. Novelist was really, really strong, kind of at the beginning of Koa, kind of end of summer tournament ish, or yeah, end of tournaments. You know where I'm talking about. A few months ago,
Yeah.
Novelist was super meta, especially in the height of opera singer. So excited to see that Novelist coming out again. I feel like he's just really fun to play, and really fun to watch as well. It's just a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is a very fun potential for a lot of stuff. We do have a Weeping Clown band, which is very interesting. I feel like that one might be specifically targeted towards someone, but we are going to go ahead and lock the Mercenary in instead. No surprises there, wanting to get our survivor pick and our rescue pick out of the way first. A lot of potential with this team so far. The Gardener able to tank hits with that recall of hers, Novelist able to switch places at opportune times, and Mercenary as well, able to get those elbow pads and gain some distance, as well as have that delayed damage, which can come so handy against so many hunters. And our final selections are going to be a ban of the Acrobat and a selection of the Dancer. And the Dancer is a very strong survivor, especially on a map like Ever Sleeping, able to use those music boxes so well as to just gain plenty of distance for herself and her teammates.
Yeah, as well as her movement speed boost whenever she drops from a ledge can be really strong around the two-story areas. And it's so fun to see her utilized, especially on teams that are well coordinated. She can just lock off entire areas of the map with those boxes. So very excited to see how BYD chooses to utilize her. But I'm also very excited to see who Mushin decides to hunt with right now, because this is a very strong team, and it's definitely a very strong team against the opera singer. I would almost expect to not see an opera singer here just because of that.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is a very solid team, a very strong team to go up against an opera singer. Not even just an opera singer, overall, just some very strong hunters. I do see, since we are Never Sleeping, I would not be surprised if we see a wax artist come out, but also not be surprised if we do see that opera singer or not. Potentially a disciple pick. I don't know for sure if Mushin has a disciple or not. We didn't even ban the Naiad either, and the Naiad could be a very strong pick for this map as well. Really, just a bunch of different options here. It'll be really exciting to see what we have in store for this next round. So we're getting ready for our hunter pick. We do have maybe not too much in the way of harassment outside of the Novelist just being able to use those uh, teleportations between himself and the hunter very well. But we are looking at a very strong team for decoding. Novelist gets that first 10% buff for the first half of whatever he's decoding. Gardner doesn't have any debuffs on her decoding, neither does Dancer. Mercenary is the only one with has to worry about a cipher debuff, but usually if he's out rescuing or trying to kite, he doesn't have to worry about that too much.
Yeah, I feel like it is just a really balanced team, a really strong well, and just a lot of fun as well for these survivors to be able to kind of coordinate with each other. figure out what they're doing, and especially against the Hunter block, which we have just gotten in, and it's going to be a Fool's Gold. Now, Mushin has had that Fool's Gold on lock for quite some time, so very exciting here to get to see that Fool's Gold come out. He's such a fun hunter to watch go, and I like the sound effects for Fool's Gold. I think that's my favorite part of Fool's Gold is the rock sounds.
Oh yeah, Fool's Gold is always a treat to watch. He's one of those hunters that you don't see played unless the person playing them is a very dedicated Fool's Gold main. He's not traditionally meta in that sense, but he can be used very effectively. In fact, we did see very fantastic Fool's Gold gameplay yesterday. Very excited to see the Fool's Gold gameplay we have here today, especially on a map like Eversleeping. He's able to connect once he gets that presence in. He's able to use those magnetic ores to connect multiple chip areas on these walls. Eversleeping Town is just filled with walls, filled with different ways that you can connect things. Plenty of chip damage. Chip damage is a pretty significant counter to the mercenary. So it is going to be very exciting to see how that Fool's Gold gets utilized. And I hope Mima's out there watching somewhere. I hope she's able to see that Fool's Gold pick.
Yeah, the Fool's Gold Fire Investigator. If only somebody would lock in Toy Mark here to complete the Mima set. But yeah, it's been such a fun day so far, and I really do want to thank everybody for coming and thank everybody for sticking around as long as they have. We will be heading into after this match. We will be heading into our final match for today, which will be Divorced Women versus Drunken with S and Bugs on the mic. I will finally be able to rest my voice in a short bit, and you guys will be able to rest your ears from the grating that I am causing you for the past several hours. But I mean, I've had so much fun. Mima and with Juliet twice now, and it's always awesome being able to the LO League. So yeah, thank you to everybody. Thank you to all of the staff as well, obviously, for being such troopers here with days. But yeah, we could not do it without you. We could not do it without any of the teams. So thank you all for sticking with us for as long as you have.
Yeah, thank you so much, you guys, for everything. Thank you to all our commentators for holding out for so long. Thank you to Bones for doing triple duty on shifts today. Thank you, Mima, Essie, and Mian for coming in. Very excited to see what we have in store for tonight with these last couple of matches. And thank you again to our fantastic staff and all the work they've done. We are going to be getting ready to go into this match shortly. Very excited to see what we have in store for going forward.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get into this because once again here with our conditions, if we are able to four-man eliminate, if Mushin's able to get a four-man elimination here, that will be a win for RM. But if BYD is able to get a single escape in this match, we will be heading into the second half of round 3. Happen. Both teams have won one round, so it's really coming down to kind of the nitty-gritty of it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There is just so much that can happen here. I mean, the fact that we were able to see a win in that last round with that excellent clown gameplay, there's just so much potential for anything. That Fool's Gold is just going to have to try and get everyone out if we just want to guarantee that win for RM. Otherwise, anything can happen. BYD can absolutely take it home. Really, just anything can happen. It's very exciting. I am so looking forward to whatever these teams have in store for us for these final couple of matches. They are coming down to the wire. These teams are playing to win. So really just anything can happen going forward. Everyone's getting ready. Everyone's very excited for all the potential for a fun Fool's Gold match on Eversleeping Town.
Yeah, we should be heading into the match shortly here. Yep, there we are. So yeah, what could potentially be, or at least the start of the final round here for BYD.
Yep, we have everyone just loading in, getting ready. We do have that mercenary, that female dancer, that novelist, and the gardener. Overall, a very good group of survivors to have playing. Very exciting to see what's going to happen. We do have Fool's Gold at the ready. Very excited to see what's going to be happening here. We have a very strong team. We do have the gardener, at least, who's able to take in those chip hits, as long as she's able to use recall right. Mercenary able to use use those elbow pads, and we are going to get into our map spawns now. We have female dancers spawning in the center. We have gardener and novelist over up by Geisha. Both novelists actually moving down towards the second story in front of graveyard, and mercenary down by that fake gate with Fool's Gold taking that spot right over at the dungeon spawn up by Geisha. Plenty of options for first chase there between the gardener, novelist, and female dancer.
I would say we could be. Oh, sorry. Were you gonna do the?
Oh no, you go right ahead.
Okay. Yeah. For start of round first half here, we've got RM hunting, BYD surviving. I'm Bones here with Juliet, and best of luck to both teams. Once again, if Mushin is able to get a 4-man elimination here, we'll be heading into the second half, or we won't be heading into the second half of round 3. That will be a win for RM. So the stakes are high, but it looks like we are going to head on to first chase here. Looking for that chip damage.
Yep, just going to go ahead and just kite around this tight pallet area. We are going to have our very first use of the novelist's ability, going ahead and switching places with that Fool's Gold, but we are going to land a hit on the Fool's Gold right as the novelist starts to transition into graveyard kiting. Not the best place you want the Fool's Gold to go kite in, so he is actually just going to kite around this gate, just trying to avoid all those connections, trying to avoid those chip hits. Continuing just to kite around this area. We do have it locked off. It's starting to build up to try and switch places again. Heading into the graveyard area and able to teleport just to get away from those chip hits.
Ooh.
Oh, but we all will be seeing the novelist go down with a regular hit right here in the graveyard with 5 ciphers still remaining.
Yeah, once again, that blink did not come into play. I feel like Novelist did not drop that pallet because he was getting a little bit afraid of that blink, but unfortunately just not able to avoid that hit any longer. But we will be seeing setting up a rock over near the Dancer Cipher. Yes, over near the Dancer Cipher. But that is going to be avoided here. Throwing it once again, just trying to get those chips in, but it does disrupt the decoding. Even if those chips aren't given, it does force Dancer to pull off that cipher. We're going to get another throw of that pickaxe here, just trying to disrupt this decoding, not allow them to stay very comfortable on the ciphers.
Yes, and it looks like we did get that second cipher decoded. Now we do have Mercenary in the area. Looks like we will be trying to go... Ooh, very nice dodge with that elbow pad to get away, but we do have the setup in place for a chip hit. We are going to go ahead and land a hit on that Mercenary right before the novelist is able to escape, but we will get a hit on the novelist. Remember, he was rescued after half, so unfortunately once the novelist goes down, he will be being sent back to the manor. We are getting another magnetic orb ready down here. It looks like the novelist is just going to try to buy time and go ahead and get downed in basement, forcing the Fool's Gold to have to come back up, either to chair him, or if he just decides to use the chair here. Sure enough, we're just going to go ahead, chair the novelist down there. He will be going back to the manor. Meanwhile, we are forcing the hunter to come back and try to just build distance. We do have another cipher decoded. Cipher rush is being attempted at this time.
Yeah, honestly, really good cipher rush here. We've got 2 ciphers remaining. Both of them are hard at work. So, but look, to force Dancer out of the center here, and it looks like we are actually going to go ahead and heal up the Mercenary, and not quite able to connect that hit. We've got all of the pallets dropped here, as well as the underneath them. This is a great area for Dancer. Unfortunately, she is going to kite a little bit out. She is going to try and transition back in, but is going to get chipped in the process.
Yes, and she is going to go in. She did take that hit, and that does bring Fool's Gold up to full presence. We were able to get the Mercenary healed up in the meantime. We still have 2 of her music boxes in play. The slow one underneath a pallet that we're not going to break just yet. Going to just go ahead and try to get that Mercenary off the cipher. try to just get another hit, and it looks like we are going to be able to get a half damage to the mercenary as he uses a second elbow pad to get away, and we're going to go ahead and chase that mercenary instead. Using a blink to land that full hit on him, he will be going down in just a few seconds.
Yeah, really nicely done there from the mercenary. But looks like, or from the Fool's Gold on the mercenary, but we are going to go ahead and pressure the dancer as well. Double down situation here. That does mean, obviously, that cuts the decoding progress of these survivors in half. Gardner is nearly done with her cipher. Problem trying to get that final cipher done once she's finished with hers. So it looks like Fool's Gold is going to go ahead and try to pressure that cipher.
Yeah, very unfortunate that Gardner is away from the chair right now. She is carrying a second use of tie turner. She might not be able to use it for that female dancer as long as we continue to pressure her. But we do have the mercenary healed up. He is going to be looking towards making that rescue. Fortunately, the cipher is nearly primed. We're going to go ahead and leave the Gardner just to camp that cipher, just making sure we don't let anyone escape. We do want that win condition. We do want to finish this up now, not give the other team any chance of trying to win. Mercenary is in the area trying to get this rescue. Female dancer will be rescued after the halfway point. Gardner is in the area to try to get a rescue in, recalling to go ahead and guarantee that rescue. With that tie turner, that does offer the female dancer a bit of time. And we are going to body block with the Gardner. Very well done on that Gardner's part. We have one cipher left, and we do have the mercenary in the area trying to decode it, but we were able to gain some distance for the Gardner and female dancer to escape while tide runs out.
Yeah, mercenary did still have elbow pad, so we're going to see that coming into play here. Mercenary just trying to get as far away from that center cipher as possible. And it looks like on her way back towards it, so she will be able to pick up decoding that once again. But Fool's Gold continuing to just look over, make sure that she's not there, make sure that nobody's decoding that cipher. And it looks like she is still undetected at that cipher, so does have a chance here. But no, it looks like Mushin did see that cipher shaking. We're going to get a chip hit on that Gardner.
Oh yeah, this is very tense. We do have the female dancer on another cipher, but it is only just halfway. Gardner is landing. Oh, not enough time to get that recall in. Unfortunately, the Gardner will be going to be chaired right now. She hasn't been chaired yet, so she does have a full worth of chair to go. Female dancer and mercenary are just taking a bit of time out to heal.
Are there
We're
chairs
just about
in
to
this
have
area?
a mercenary.
Okay, there we are.
Yes, we still do have plenty of chairs in this area. Novelist was chaired down in basement, so everything on the surface is still up for grabs. Oh!
Yeah. Ooh, nicely
very
done
good
with
use
that
of-
blink.
Ooh, very nicely done. Cutting off that pocket watch and going ahead and chairing the female dancer. She will unfortunately be going back to the manor after this. We are looking at a 2-man situation now, potentially a 4-man, or potentially even, I mean, we did see BYD manage out a 1-man escape in the second round. Anything is possible. We do have that one cipher left, so close, but the pressure is on because the hunter does know which ciphers are nearing primed.
Yep, we are going to see towards this cipher. It looks like we may have caught sight of the Gardner, possibly. Or maybe not. Yeah, we're just going to hide out here, looking for that tinnitus. Trying to sniff out where these survivors are. They just need one escape in order to continue to the second half of the round, but obviously Mushin's going to do everything to avoid that happening. Back on the mercenary here, and we are going to get a basic hit. He does have no items left to work with, so only his rock hiding ability. And it looks like we're actually going to head back enter here, looking to disrupt that Gardner's decoding.
And it looks like the Gardner has started a new cipher. Every cipher looks to be just about on this side of the map, which is very unfortunate. The mercenary is opening a chest, trying to get some help. He has used up his self-heal, so once he's downed again, he will need the Gardner, but he has gotten a Euphoria. Gardner just trying to go ahead and decode whatever she can, trying to just avoid that Fool's Gold, trying to avoid giving him tinnitus. She has stayed very strong on this graveyard cipher. Currently just trying to keep an eye on these different ciphers here. I believe he does know where she is. Oh, it looks like we are going to try to go through, get a pickaxe. Oh!
Yeah, nicely done with that pickaxe. You taking advantage of hiding in that area. But it looks like we are going to commit to the Gardner here. heading into the graveyard. This is a pretty dangerous area to be against the Fool's Gold because you do have a lot of walls. But, oh, uh-oh.
We do have a bit of a pause here, folks. We are just going to take a moment. Really, so far, just a very good match so far. Everything has been going very well. This is very exciting to see what will be happening. We are just waiting for just a moment. It looks like we do have, we are just
Yeah,
waiting
some technical
momentarily.
difficulties.
Yeah, no problem here. We'll hopefully be getting this match back up momentarily. Looks like we are just having a bit of an issue with the staff. The staff is just restarting, making sure that we don't have any lag on anyone's side, especially it's such a crucial match in the game.
All right,
Looks
looks
like
like we will be resuming.
Very, very good. Yeah, we'll be restarting very momentarily. Just waiting for that very crucial moment. Like I said, we just want to make sure staff has everything running optimally. Want to make sure everyone's on board for these matches. Want to make sure we catch every moment, make sure everything's being run properly, being run smoothly. Just taking a moment, just waiting on those. Just bear with us, folks. Thank you so much for your patience. Are doing very well here. We said win condition as long as as long as we can get one person out of this gate, through the dungeon, we will be going on to the second half of this match. Otherwise, we will be seeing the end of the match if we are able to get a 4-man elimination. All right, and we are getting back to the game. Perfect.
Yeah, thankfully, that was not a very significant pause. But oh, there we go. Gardener with that bubble popping here. But unfortunately, we're just going to end up waiting for that to go through. And as soon as Gardener goes to take that vault, yep, she is going to take that hit. So that does leave Mercenary in the area. It looks like we're going to not chair that Gardener this time.
Yeah, good idea on that. Just not prematurely, because we do know where the dungeon is. Dungeon's right in the middle. Passed over it several times while hiding. Survivors and Hunter know where it is. Gardener still has self-heal available. If we're able to kite long enough to distract the Hunter, she might be able to get to one of those nearly prime ciphers. Oh, but we will be seeing her the Mercenary go down. Now we are heading back to the Gardener. She's nearly healed. There we go. Last final heal of the game. If she's able to get that cipher popped, we do have a chance. Mercenary does have borrowed time. Gardener unfortunately does not. We'll see if she'll be able to make this happen, or if they might just have to play the very, very long game of letting the Mercenary bleed out while we wait for dungeon. Literally anything can happen.
It does look lost sight of where the Gardener is, and she's actually been able to make it back almost to the Mercenary. Yep, she is back at the Mercenary now. Unfortunately, that does mean we know exactly where she is. We were actually able to get the Mercenary back up. That is huge here for BYD. Using everything in their power to make sure that this match, you know, they use as they can get to get that one-man escape and continue to the second half.
Oh yes,
Mercenary does still have that perfume as well.
Oh yeah, there's a lot that can happen here. Just a bunch of different factors, several different things that can happen. As long as we are able to, as long as that Gardener's able to just try and self-heal. Oh, we do get it. Oh, and unfortunately, that will be the end of that. A surprise blink will send the Mercenary down before he's able to utilize that perfume. This will be the end once these two survivors are chaired. All right, GG's all around. What a phenomenal match, really. Just goes to show, just you don't know what happens right up until the very end.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible match here from both RM and BYD. And, you know, such a way to turn it around. You know, that was a really, really close match after what seemed like maybe it wouldn't be such a close match at the first one. But yeah, just absolutely incredible gameplay from both teams. You know, it makes me sad that we don't get a group stage because I would love to see these teams play again. But unfortunately, that does knock that does knock BYD out of the tournament. Thank you guys for playing. Thank you to every team that's played today as well. It's been so fun. It's been so fun being able to commentate and be here, all day. I have been here all day, but I will be taking my leave shortly along with but don't go anywhere. We still have one more match to go. It's going to be Divorced Women versus Drunken, heading in just a few minutes after we wrap this up. And Bugs. So I will be gone. But thank you guys. Thank you to the staff. Thank you to Juliet and as well as Mima for commentating with me today. In the chat who said hi, who's been here. I will be in the chat coming up. So I'll be going off mic, but I won't be going anywhere for the next match. Please stay and support our commentators as well, because Bugs and us will show you guys a good time. It's going to be a very, very fun match to round us off for the weekend.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for everyone participating. Thank you for RM and BYD for such an exciting match. Really, it just came down to the very, very end. Very well done on both sides. So much fun to watch. I'm so excited to see what we have coming tonight and what we have going forward. Thank you again to the staff for all their hard work. Thank you to everyone here watching supporting these grassroots tournaments. We put these on for you guys. We are so glad you guys are here to watch them with us. Please continue to cheer on our fantastic players in the NAU region. Thank you so much to Bones for all of the commentary they've given us today, all that long haul. Thank you to Joey, to Mima, to Essie, to Bugs, to everyone who's been helping out with commentary, everyone on the staff, everyone who's just been working so hard, all these teams for taking time out of their day to help us out, putting this amazing tournament together. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah, and we'll still be here for our next matchup, so stay tuned. And also we'll be here next weekend for the round of 8 coming to the later stages of the tournament. It's always so much fun. We will be, seeing all of the teams that have won this weekend. We'll obviously be playing again in more eliminations. So yeah, we've got so much fun stuff ahead. And we'll be wrapping up now for our next matchup in just a few minutes. So stay tuned, and that's all from me.
Got a J. Uh-oh. Sorry. Surprise! Hello, everybody, and welcome to our fourth and final bracket of our day 3 of playoffs. My name is Mima. I apologize if you caught the tail end of my screaming. I was accidentally server muted, so the entire time I was server muted, I was like, "Help, let me out," but like actually screaming it. Oopsie.
How are you today, Mima? Oh, let me introduce myself. I'm Neon. Very excited to be here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, always happy to have you, Mian, and I love your PNG. I know Mian worked really hard on it as well as Bugs. Unfortunately, Bugs is having some technical issues, so we're going to be able to. We're gonna see if they're gonna be able to hop back in. But in the meantime, you are stuck with Mima and of course Mian. So. We are going to be moving into the matchups for our divorced women versus drunk, and I'm really looking forward to how things play out. Sorry, I meant drunken.
I'm very interested to see just for these matches take us today. We have a really great team lineup coming in and moving forward into the night. This last matchup is gonna be really, really fun and exciting for us.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We are going to be moving into our abandoned pick selection shortly. I'm excited to see which maps we're going to be able to play on today. I think we've been seeing more of the bigger maps throughout the day, so we'll see if we end up with any maps we haven't quite yet seen. I think off the top of my head, we might not have seen Leo's Memory, so I'm definitely going to throw my hat into the ring in terms of maps we haven't seen.
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to really partake or watch a lot of our matches today just because, unfortunately, I worked. That's where I've been usually. But, being able to pick up on what I could, I agree. I don't think we've seen Leo's today. I would love to see Leo's Memory. Uh, really, really love that map. In versatility with everyone else. It's a great even playing field to me.
Absolutely. I know that the both of us are kind of Leo's Memory fans. It's not as popular, especially with our hunter mains, and I definitely see why. There's really quite a lot of, how to say this, debris across the map, and of course there's a lot of dungeon spawns too. Sometimes it works in the hunter's favor, but more often than not, you can really get lucky if you're kiting towards the end game. But with these possibilities in mind, that's definitely why I look forward to it. It does look like we're going to be having Chinatown band, fair enough, but in turn, we are going to be having Ever Sleeping as our map selection.
So sorry. Ever Sleeping as a map is also a very good versatile map. When it comes to different survivors and of course, um hunters, you have a lot of even playing ground when it comes to map elevation, as well as also like things like the tram and everything, being able to get you from destination A to B.
Absolutely. And as Bugs and some of our other members of the chat do say, make sure you look both ways while you're crossing the street because we've seen quite a bit of players get run over by that tram, and it is tremendous when it comes to the course of the match. It can really make or break your kite or the situation you're put in. We haven't quite yet seen a hunter get run over, but again, I'm not manifesting it. This is my fair warning. If it does so happen, please do not sue me.
you know, um, it just happens sometimes. It's one of those accidental things. Sometimes you think you're missing it just by a hair slim, and then you just don't. That's the unfortunate thing about the tram
Mhm.
being on the field for us here.
That's right. And It does look like we are getting our first bans and picks here. We are taking out Coordinator and Gardener off the table. Really solid picks for our bans, especially considering their high usage when it comes to round one. When you're in round one, you have all hunters on the table, and they make for really solid picks when you want to go up against meta hunters such as the Opera Singer. But in turn, we are going to be having Embalmer and Wildling locked in. I think Embalmer is a really nice choice on maps with higher elevation and just larger, like on a larger scale. You have way more room to put your coffin as well as transition away from it. And it definitely buys some time if you want to rebirth yourself or your teammates. Waddling, of course, is a really good rescuer as well as a harasser. And I appreciate the pick before we have any of our rescuers banned, to be honest.
Yeah, I was gonna say wilding on a map just like Ever Sleeping is honestly a really good choice here. While you still have a lot of really open spaces, you do have a lot of really nice walled areas when you get that charge in with the boar. Honestly, obviously, when it comes to playing wildling, the goal is not always to, stun the hunter out of balloons or anything, but to be able to use that board to buy enough time, body block for your other survivor and everything, especially if they're on last chair here. And of course, the embalmer pick is a phenomenal choice, especially on a map like Ever Sleeping. It's big, it's wide, it's got several floors, lots of really interesting spaces for you to put down that coffin for a good rebirth.
For sure. It does look like we're going to be taking out Antiquarian as our next ban, but in turn, we are going to be getting that patient locked in. Bugs, if you're there, here's your Emil pick. I'm really glad to see patient utilized, especially uh, before he can get banned out here. He won't be entering the global bans, so we are going to be potentially seeing some more patient. There's really a lot of places you can utilize the hooks, especially on such an open map where there is. Uh, a lot of space in which you lack the pallets and the window vaults, you
Mm,
can make up for it by hooking over to the next area that you can utilize.
For sure. I mean, when it comes to transitioning, the patient is probably one of the best survivors on the field for that. Being able to utilize not just one or two, but three hooks on a map as wide, um, really will help boost your longevity when it comes to
Mhm.
like living your life off chair. And then,
Um,
oh no.
oh no, you mean oh yes. We are going to be having Acrobat taken off the table, but in turn, our fourth and final lock-in is going to be the Fire Investigator.
Big day for Mima fans.
Absolutely. Big day for the Florination. I'm so happy to see for Fire Investigator as our pick here. I definitely think that with the versatility of the airbags, you definitely want to be able to assist your teams in terms of transitioning, but also if Fire Investigator ends up being our chase for the hunter, these airbags can really be useful when it comes to transitioning to other areas or just breaking distance from the hunter as well.
No, for sure. I've seen a lot of really great usage coming off of the airbags, coming off of a lot of fire investigator players, being able to block out areas, to help support your teammates and or use that speed boost, even as subtle as it is, um, to help further along your kite. It's definitely very, very helpful. When it comes to mid to late game here.
Absolutely. The biggest thing I want this fire investigator to keep an eye out for is that the tram is also the airbag's enemy. If your airbag ends up on the track, even if it's kind of grazing the tracks, if that tram hits your airbag in any way, it will pop and you won't be able to recover it. That's
Mhm.
definitely the downside of the airbags when it comes to Fire Investigator. Although he starts off with two and they are reusable, once they are popped, they are eliminated from the game. Uh, Something I definitely like to see is that I hope that in the future they kind of empty out that slot after airbags are depleted.
Mhm.
But that would definitely make Florian an even stronger pick, which is probably why I'm vouching for it to begin with.
No, for sure. I would love to see that in the future. I have to agree. Uh, this is also how I feel partially when it comes to characters, like how now we have Faro Lady, and
Hmm.
of course the barmaid who used to not be able to pick up any more items after using all her drinks, and then obviously got that rework down the line where she was able to go through chests and be able to pick up more items. Being able to see that for Fire Investigator would really help his character down the line and just how he ranks amongst the other survivors.
Absolutely. Neddies, if you're out there, please can we have a word? But yeah, oh my gosh, now that you mention old barmaid, throwback to when you would have like that chip hit when
Oh,
you're mixing your Dublin base.
it was
Only
so
the OGs will remember.
it was
The
so
old gens will remember.
obnoxious. Oh my god, it was so obnoxious. It was probably my least favorite part about playing photographer matches back in the day. Being a hardcore barmaid main back in 2020. It was rough out there.
Definitely. Since then, I'm really glad to see her kind of rise in the viability and usage. I remember when our hunter pool was much smaller and the barmaid was often used in round one to bait out the sculptor as opposed to the dream witch because you couldn't ban any hunters
Mhm.
yet. That was such a fun kind of mind game with whoever you were going up. But yeah, especially as of late, now that we have the shadow. It's nice to see Barmaid, uh, not because she's weak against the shadow like she was back then with the sculptor, but because she makes for an optimal pick against her.
Mhm. Being able to really watch the barmaid rise up from her low tier status that she used to have has been really nice. I feel this way about a lot of survivors here. Being able to rewatch both barmaid and the mechanic also kind of peek her head around again.
Mhm.
Especially rising from her fallen throne it's been really interesting nowadays.
Absolutely, and when with the mechanic in mind, I definitely hope to see her rise in usage and popularity. I hope to see her rise in the meta once again and return to her former glory.
For sure. I mean, that buff that's coming in for hers, it feels like it's gonna be a really great game changer, when it comes to, the mechanics longevity. Um, you know, Usually once your bot's gone, it's harder for you to really stand on the field, but being able to have that small adjustment, even if it's just a little bit, a little goes a long way here.
Absolutely. Now we are waiting in for our personas to be locked for these survivors before we can have our hunter lock in. So we really appreciate the patience coming in for all of our audience members and all of our participants, and of course our staff as well, staying on top of things. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the hunter responds to this team. Of course, once again, since this is round one, we have every single hunter on the table before bans come into play. So there's really the possibility of anyone. Of course, there is the meta that you can rely on, but we've been seeing a lot of niche picks, a lot of these hunters choosing their mains just from round one alone. So there's definitely a possibility in that as well.
Yeah, I mean, not being able to have a hunter band first match really means everything's out on the table for you. Um, wouldn't be very surprised to see a shadow. Um, but personally, I would love to see a lot more of the hunters that we don't normally see as much nowadays. I'm still an old meta fan. Um,
Hmm.
Being able to really see people bring out Galatea or the Sculptor, or even Feaster, and really try and build up from that. Uh, I'd be really interested to see.
Yeah, for sure. Now that you bring up the Feaster, I would love to see some Feaster gameplay. I don't think we've quite seen the Feaster in this tournament yet, but considering we're seeing some hunters that we haven't seen yet today alone, I'm really hoping for even some more options. I think if I'm going to throw my hat into the ring for hunters we'd like to see, I mean, I can't complain. We just saw Fool's Gold. So I would love to see some Clerk, actually. I think she really excels on this map, especially when it comes to the cipher pressuring. It's not too large in scale to expand your reach, and I think that once these survivors have extended their resources in terms of pallets, it can really be a lot easier to pursue them and get everyone down.
Mm-hmm. For sure. You know, um, still very excited to see where this match really takes us. Lots of anticipation coming in while we're waiting for um our final picks that come here.
For sure. I'm really looking forward to seeing how we spawn as well, because Ever Sleeping Town, out of all of these maps, has the most unique sort of layout, you could say, both in terms of just what's on the map as well as the placements in terms of area selection. You typically have the 3x3, but there is the additional graveyard that you can work with. And I feel like when it comes to optimal area selection, it's a bit of a hot topic. And honestly, sometimes you get really vulnerable spawns, especially depending on your team composition. I'm interested in seeing who we're going to be having out in the open. And out of this team composition, I definitely think that they have to watch out for this Embalmer spawn, especially because aside from the rest of the team, Embalmer really has to rely on raw kiting potential and the terrain that he is working with. So, really interested in seeing if we're gonna go for maybe any of the two-story spawns. It's not always great to spawn in the graveyard because you are technically cornering yourself, but there is that option. Unfortunately, I think they made a adjustment as of late where you can't quite spawn in two stories, and that's definitely something that Embalmer used to benefit from a lot. Because the sooner you put down that coffin, the better, especially if you want to get away from it, and especially if the hunter happens to spawn nearby.
For sure. And when it comes to the Embalmer being on the field, you really want to make sure that he is around as long as possible. Like that late game coffin is could be game changing here. So
Mhm.
when it comes to really wanting to keep your their teammates alive, especially in a team composition like this, it really looks like we are trying to build to protect this Embalmer just a little bit here.
For sure. And in terms of protection, we're definitely going to need a lot for it because it looks like Opera Singer is going to be locked in as our hunter.
I love seeing a good opera singer play. It's been really interesting to watch her really grow as a hunter and see all these tricks that a lot of these hunter mains have been coming up with for her. She's still just as fast and strong as ever, and honestly, really, really hard to match up with sometimes.
For sure. And on a map like Ever Sleeping Town, there's some really high snowball potential. We see it a lot where even if you have a really reliable first kite and you're on top of that cipher progress, if you're not quite done that last cipher, it's really easy for the opera singer to be able to traverse the map and really stunt your decoding by injuring the survivors and forcing them to heal. Because at any moment, opera singer can easily choose to switch targets and potentially down someone. And of course, that would require rescuing. And we do want to get as many survivors out the gate as much as possible to ensure you get as much points to start off. But we are going to move on to our area selection here. I'm interested in seeing who bonds into. I do believe that we have to readjust this team yet because someone was not able to lock in as our embalmer this time, so we are going to be having to restart. Thank you so much for your patience, and please do bear with us as we get this taken care of as quickly as possible.
For sure. Genuinely really appreciate everyone's patience with us here. You know, it's been really nice to see how much everyone has really come out for the first weekend of LO League. So, you know, really appreciate it, especially because these days have just been really long. So,
For sure. Yeah, apparently it does seem to be an issue with the lagging. And again, we really want to ensure that all of the circumstances for these players are as optimal as possible, and of course, within our reach of possibility. So since we are still just barely starting off and we did catch this issue before getting into the area selection, we are going to do our best to proceed as we would normally. But yeah, we are gonna hop back in. I'm really excited to see who's gonna be first kite. I'm so excited to see the fire investigator. I am so sorry. I cannot help it. And I'm so very excited for his upcoming skin. If anyone is looking forward to both Essence 1 and the upcoming seasonal event as well, I'm not gonna lie. I'm ready to wail. I'm actually a few.
no.
I'm actually okay, not a few, but I'm not too far off of skin share, so there is definitely that.
Oh,
I'm
don't
just
talk about
hoping.
skincare around me.
Literally, Mian, I'm catching up, but Mian is
Don't
my
do
favorite
that.
whale.
I haven't failed at IDV in months.
I'm so proud of you. Rounds of
I'm a
applause. And I mean
grown
that like wholeheartedly.
I've
It's
changed.
a tricky situation to be in. And I'm not gonna lie, even though I do love Fire Investigator from the bottom of my heart since day one, that man made me wail and hit my very first hard pity of 250 pulls to get Spirit Fox. But I was dedicated, I was prepared, and I was determined. And I think I did it within like the first 20 minutes of its release.
Oh my god.
It was so funny because I remember that distinctly, and being like, oh, I'm just gonna quickly shower before maintenance is over, and everyone was like, maintenance is over, and I was like, never mind, I'm gonna shower after. I just came back from work too, but yeah, we are going to be moving back into our area selection now with our full lineup of, including Embalmer. We are going to go.
Moving pretty smoothly here, yeah.
For sure. We are going into the To formation, as I like to call it. It looks like the Kanato, or the half plus, half T, whatever you'd like to consider it. The Tetris, I believe Juliet calls. But we are going to complete that formation with the opera singer over at the tram's first stop. All right. We are going to be moving into the first half of round 1. This is going to be... hold on. It's going to be Drunken Survivors and Divorced Women Hunter. My name is Mima, and I am with Mian for commentary. Best of luck to both teams.
Good luck. All right, looks like we are slowly transitioning over to the center here. You know, really narrowly avoiding that embalmer chase. Looks like we are going for that patient first chase instead.
For sure, and Embalmer was able to lay down his coffin before transitioning, and we are going to be seeing Embalmer rotate again because Patient did go over to our 11 area here by the gate. Now our Opera Singer is going to opt to break these pallets that Patient is diligently dropping down in advance.
Really great anticipation coming off of this patient here. You know, when you think about how quickly the speed of the opera singer is, oh, beautiful hook just to transition away. You know, that opera singer catching up just so narrowly. This really is hopeful for this patient here.
For sure, and we're going to see our second hook on the patient here, going back to our middle area. But of course, our blink is online. We are going to use that blink to get our first hit on the patient.
really great on this opera singer using her diligence to break these pallets. It feels like nowadays you don't really see a lot of hunters opt to break pallets, and they usually opt to go around them here. So, very, very nice seeing how this opera singer is utilizing both her speed and everything to catch up here. And beautiful knockdown by by the opera singer on the patient in the same vicinity of the embalmer.
For sure, yeah, we are going to have Embalmer rotating away once again. This does disrupt the cipher decoding, but we are going to be having our Wildling move in.
Calling that boar in for just the extra boost to speed here, especially when it comes to an opera singer here, just because of how quickly she moves. The boar is very helpful in this situation.
Especially when it comes to opera singer, who does have really great potential when it comes to intercepting. And we are going to be getting a rescue in right at the halfway point. We are going to get one last hit on the patient here, who will be going down after Tide Turner is used. I do notice that this patient is also bringing Tide, but not borrowed time. This is so Miancore.
It's just like me for real. Just another thing, like being able to see a lot of new build utilization here, especially nowadays. It's really great to see how the meta changes. Looks like we are going to opt to use the same chair for that patient and transition away. It looks like we're on the fire investigator, but we're slowly moving back, just because it looks like we are going to get that rescue in.
And once again, another successful rescue before patient is finished on the chair. We are going to be having patient vault this window over here, utilizing that knee-jerk reflex. But unfortunately, we are going to go down at the fake gate here. Wildling is going to get a heal from the Embalmer in the meantime as Fire Investigator continues that cipher over by the Dancing Geisha.
I mean, when it comes to having an opera singer on the playing field, you want to make sure that you get these heals in as much as possible, especially with how fast she is. When you have just a slim window, you want to make sure you can get everything you have down and in.
And like Mian mentioned, this opera singer doing their due diligence with the palette breaking. My apologies, I mistook the middle for Dancing Geisha. My depth perception is very bad. But we are going to be having Embalmer as our next target. Once again, dropping these pallets by the corner house gate. And we aren't going to get a hit through the pallet here, but...
narrowly missing.
Oh, we're cutting it dangerously close to our coffin, but we're going to play a little bit of a mind game here at the pallet, but Opera Singer is going to hit Embalmer, who does seem to be possibly getting on the tram.
I was going to say it did seem to go a little bit unnoticed here, but our Opera Singer did swap from Blink to Teleport. So Blink is no longer on the table, opting off to switch on to the Wildling as our next target instead. Ooh, wonderful Terror Shock off of the board here.
Sure, and we're gonna go back to one of our remnants in the Shadow Realm to get another hit on the Wildling. It does look like we're revealing the dungeon location for both factions here, and we're going to be switching targets.
This is really great on the Opera Singer. Lots of really good discipline here.
Orion, watch out, please! Ah! Okay. Watch out, Opera Singer. Okay, yeah, nicely back. It does look like we're in a tough position because we are at one cipher remaining with all of the team at half health. It does look like we aren't going to be having a target at the moment, but that can easily change, especially with Opera Singer and her Shadow Realm. She is going to go down the middle, knowing that this cipher was previously worked on. It does sound like there's a lot of progress, but we are going to be finding someone's trail. It's going to be the Wildling over at the gate here.
We do have two ciphers on the field here at the current moment that do have a lot of progress on them. Earlier in the match, the Embalmer was working on that back cipher there where his coffin is, and of course we also have that coffin in the middle. It looks like instead of decoding, we are opting to heal up here. Honestly, really great choice coming off of these survivors. when you have an opera singer who can quickly speed up, and you have a cipher that it sounds, I would say, about 70 to 80% here, just with how the ding's going. Um, you want to be able to really put that pressure in.
And it does look like this wildling is going to get intercepted after Tinnitus baiting for so long. Unfortunately, wildling is going to go down, but our fire investigator has returned to our middle cipher.
Looks like we do have a cipher at 80-90% here.
Yeah, and fire investigator is going to pass it off to the embalmer who isn't carrying borrowed time. Good call, but our opera singer is going to intercept this embalmer. We're going to go for the Oh, a little bit of a late prop. It wasn't quite primed, but luckily our embalmer is going to go for that rebirth as the Florian is able to get our wildling off the chair.
Yeah, I mean, we still are able to have all three survivors on the field just because of that coffin rebirth. But this
Beautiful
airbag. Unfortunately, just getting intercepted by that shadow there. Really great play coming off of this Florian to try and really get that distance off. It's just unfortunate the timing of the shadow just had not run out yet.
For sure, and it does look like we are going to catch sight of the wildling over in the distance by the Dancing Geisha. Our teleport is going to be utilized on this embalmer who does vault the pallet they dropped down earlier. Ooh, beautiful flywheel. Oh, but unfortunately, we are going to get downed after this pallet vault. Breaking the pallets was a good call on the opera singer's end because it did allow for this to happen. But our fire investigator is going to be rescued off of the chair.
It looks like it was also just before half as well.
Ooh. Unfortunately, Murrow is going to get downed here, but our gate isn't quite open yet. Oh, knowing this, our opera singer is going to try and attempt to get to that graveyard gate. It's not going to quite be open, but it did open!
Just out of time from this Florian here. The gate just takes just a little too long to register and the doors for it to open there. This is a lot of really great discipline coming off of this opera singer. Looks like we are going to be getting a 4-man here. Really great plays coming off of this opera singer when you think about the fact that she had a lot of really great cipher pressure here. And also being able to have the discipline to only knock survivors down to about half here, instead of going for the hard chase, really puts a lot of pressure on everyone to really stay out of her way.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was really well done. It really extended our match by a lot, forcing the survivors to have to heal before they could decode. I think they really did stay on top of things as much as possible, especially with the dropping of pallets, as well as the just knowing when to rotate, especially with that embalmer as well. Like I mentioned earlier, he's definitely one of the squishier options on this team, relying way more on the rock height. But we were able to utilize that flywheel, of course, and the knee-jerk reflex. But in turn, the opera singer did do their due diligence by breaking these pallets as much as possible.
Mhm. I mean, really great discipline coming off of both sides here.
Mm-hmm.
It was definitely just a battle of who had more,
Yeah.
We had a lot of really good plays coming off of our survivors here. Like you said, a beautiful flywheel coming off of that embalmer, as well as the airbag from the fire investigator, and of course, a really great first kite coming off of that patient.
Yeah, for sure. Utilizing those hooks, especially to transition around such a big chunk of the map, was really smart. I did, of course, appreciate the fire investigator as well. It's always nice to be able to push off that airbag, and of course, even when you're up against an opera singer, I do think it's worth utilizing that airbag and the push off because you can create so much distance. You get an additional speed boost for 2 seconds, and with Florian's recent buff, the amount of time that it takes to push off from it to begin with is rather fast, so you might as well go for it. Yeah. Placing one down near the gate was definitely smart too. It's unfortunate that it was like a little bit too far off for the Florian to utilize during the little bit of a gate war. But yeah, good call to set these up.
Really great first round coming in. Obviously, we still have the second half to anticipate here, but I definitely agree. Seems like a really big conversation piece is still that airbag coming off of that fire investigator. You know, it's just so unfortunate being able to that the opera singer is able to flip back like that because I mean, great utilization, great placement here. Looks like the final airbag was just a little too far from the gate to really aid here.
For sure. And starting off this round with a bang, I'm really looking forward to seeing how in the second half we respond to this four-man elimination. If we really want to tie this out, we have to go for another four-man elimination too. And I'm really looking forward to how this goes. We are going to be proceeding to our ban and pick selection next. And of course, since this is only round one, every hunter is on the table. Definitely why we saw the opera singer for now, but I'm wondering if we're going to keep up the streak, if we're possibly going to see a bit of the shadow, or if we're going to opt for someone a little bit more unorthodox in terms of round one picks.
I always love an underdog when it comes to unorthodox picks. I'm the first person there. You know, Especially when it comes to both survivors and hunters, being able to see more uncommon picks first round, especially when you look at a cast, some team casts where a lot of people do stray from the meta with their picks here. Um, would be really interesting. We are in the first weekend of the tournament, so it's always up in the air. Wrong term. Um, but I am a huge fan of more diverse and uncommon choices when it comes to match playing.
Same here. And there's definitely the possibility of that as we proceed into our bans and picks, especially when we take out the meta with our bans for survivors. I definitely hope that we continue to see some of our favorites. I know I've been eating very well today with all of the Fire Investigator picks. Shout out to all of you Fire Investigator players, genuinely. You know what? Before I hopped on, I was actually playing Fire Investigator in rank. I'm trying really hard to get to a very certain spot on the leaderboards. And
Oh, I know.
yeah, it's been my dream for like years. And I'm like so determined. I really want to become the 69th Florian so bad. It's unreal. But I woke up in that position today, but while I was watching our previous bracket, I was like, oh no, I'm 71st. Like, I'm gonna try and get a draw. And then I lost. And then I was like, you know what? I think a draw will still put me back in my spot. And then I won. I was on call with my friends too. They were like, I've never heard someone so agonized over a win. And can I say it? Just the history repeats itself because I was in the same position a little bit a few
I
weeks ago
get it.
too.
I understand. Looks like we are moving into our bans and picks here already. We're moving pretty fast now. Looks like we are going to have DN hunting, which means we are going to be seeing first a coordinator and priestess ban. You know, I love seeing the coordinator really rise up into the meta nowadays. She used to be just a little too weak to bring in to matches, and now, especially with different team compositions, she's very strong. when it comes to having her on the field with you. And of course, Priestess ban um, on a map like Eversleeping, to be expected. It's big. Being able to place down your portals in just the right way can really get you from one side of the map to the other, which,
Mhm.
especially if the Priestess is on the field late game, game
And with
changer.
our lock-ins, I'm happy to say that we are going to be seeing that barmaid as well as the seer. Really excellent lock-in before they end up getting banned. Of course, this does mean they are going to be entering our global bans in our future rounds, but they make for such a strong combination when you are healing somebody. Being able to protect a teammate remotely with that owl can really come in handy. And we are going to ban out the Embalmer and opt for the Mercenary. Of course, definitely top dog when it comes to rescuer picks, especially on a map like Eversleeping. There's so many more routes where you can clear cut launch off with your elbow pads. Ooh, I'll hand over the last lock-in to you, Mian,
No
because I think you're
way!
definitely gonna enjoy this.
I was on call with my friends too. They were like, "Man,
It does look like we are going to be banning out the Antiquarian.
I wouldn't."
Mhm. Welcome back, Mian. Okido. Uh, While things are getting adjusted over on Mian's end, I'm going to go ahead and let us know that we are going to be having Perfumer as our fourth and final lock-in. I know Mian's definitely excited about this, considering they are a Perfumer main and Zavera appreciator, but I'm really excited to see this Perfumer gameplay. I definitely think that with today, including in our last bracket, it's definitely been Perfumer's debut in terms of season 2 for LOL. So I'm really excited to see how she's utilized, especially if she has room to kite. Of course, there is the issue of Perfumer in terms of being a presence feeder. That's definitely an aspect as to why she's kind of fallen out of usage in terms of competitive. But
Hello.
welcome back. I'll hand it over
Oh
to
my
you.
god! Do you know how upset I am? I was talking and everything, and I think you guys were hearing my stream in the background. So I apologize. I don't know what happened. Yeah, we are going to be seeing a perfumer pick if no one knew. I am Miss Veronera's biggest ride or die. I have been playing perfumer since I think about season, oh god, I don't even remember. It's been since like 2021, and I've not let her go since. um especially in a team composition like this, you you have a lot of really great plays, a lot of really great people, survivors to bounce off of when it comes to the perfumer. Um, Being able to have the barmaid and the seer on the field, as well as the mercenary here, when it comes to wanting first kite, you want that first kite to go to the perfumer. Um, Especially with both the seer and the barmaid. Um, Being able to get a drink off on the perfumer, especially when she still has perfumes in the owl, being able to help with the cooldown or getting that drink off will 100% make your kites last longer here. So definitely anticipating this.
For sure. I'm really anticipating in seeing what these survivors are going to be bringing. Of course, we are sticking with the latest standard of single tide and everyone else carrying their kiting builds. And it does look like our Hunter lock-in is going to be the opera singer. It's going to be really fun to once again see the opera singer before she's possibly taken off the table in our later rounds. And of course, with our first half of this round, we just saw how much pressure Opera Singer can put on survivors when it comes to having to decode and heal and rescue and everything. And that late game Opera Singer is really such a force to be reckoned with as well.
You know, Opera Singer is a really, really interesting choice here with a team composition like this. Obviously, she is a good counter to the barmaid, but when it comes to all the other players on the field here, that perfumer, if utilized correctly, is probably her strongest counter on this field. Um, Especially because if the perfumer does bring flywheel or so, being able to really use both all three perfumes, flywheel, and perhaps even that owl coming off of that seer, um, you know, it's definitely going to be a bit of a problem here for this opera singer if she is utilized and first kite here.
Absolutely, and I know that Perfumer definitely has that reputation of being a presence feeder, but ever since they've been nerfing Opera Singer, especially at her final presence, it does pose a teensy bit less of a threat. What does also pose much of a threat is I know we covered the strengths of having that Seer and Barmaid combination, but there's also some reliability with the Seer and Perfumer combination. When you have your perfumes on cooldown, it's always handy to have that seal be able to owl you to protect you when you are on cooldown to ensure that you still stay at full health to be able to
Mhm.
maximize the viability of your perfumes.
For sure. With a team composition like this, I don't find that you can go wrong here. You have a lot of really good counters and roundabout ways to work with this opera singer. Um, very very excited to see just how these survivors play against a hunter that is just as fast and heavy hitting as the opera singer here.
Absolutely, and it does look like we are going to be moving into our area selection shortly as this custom is being created. Once again, I'm really looking forward to how we're going to be spawning on Eversleeping with its sort of unique spawn layout in terms of having that graveyard factored in. We do have, of course, like the standard 3x3, but I'm interested in seeing if we're gonna opt for that sort of plus formation like we saw in our first half, or if we're gonna go with something a little different, especially when it comes to this team composition.
No, for sure. Very, very interesting. Interested in see just where we decide to put all of our spawn locations. My anticipation is that we're either going to have that perfumer either by the fake gate or right in the center here. Both really great, perfect spots. When it comes to wanting the first kite position. Um, I know obviously you can always choose where your spawn location is, but if you're setting up I would say perfumer either backgate middle and then putting everyone else towards the graveyard area, um, as in like a more circled roundabout way.
Absolutely, and it does look like we are slowly moving in. I'm wondering how we are going to be having these personal webs as well. I think we briefly touched upon it. Oh, I'm definitely looking forward to how this pans out because it does look like we have a couple of people who won't be bringing borrowed. Oh, sorry. Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we are going to get locked in over here. And before we continue in, I do believe that uh, Bugs will be joining shortly, so I'm going to be able to switch off after this round. I'm really I'm all the more excited to watch this because it's gonna be my last time commentating for this weekend. So
I'm
he
s-
is. Mhm.
oh Go on. Real quick, go ahead.
No, I'm happy we were able to commentate even just this weekend. I believe that I've been able to commentate, like co-commentate with the rest of the casters this weekend, so I feel so lucky.
Well, I'm still so glad that you were able to join me even for such a short period of time. I personally won't be here next weekend. So unfortunately this is the first time you're going to be seeing me for the first 2 weeks.
Guys, Mian's birthday is on the 28th. Go wish her a happy birthday.
Thank you.
We're
Okay.
doing a toilet spawn. I call this one the toilet spawn because the survivors form a lightning bolt, but when the hunter completes it over at our first stop for the tram, it does create a little bit of a toilet in my opinion. We are going to have Mercenary in the middle and the Perfumer at the fake gate with Seer by the graveyard and of course Perfumer under our 2-story. This is going to be our divorced women survivors up against our drunken hunter. My name is Mima and I am with Mian for commentary. Good luck to both teams.
Good luck. You know, I will say my prediction was pretty on point here with our just the roundabout way of where we were going to spawn. You know, that fake gate spawn for Perfumer is just a pretty good and strong position for her.
Absolutely, and speaking of Perfumer, it does look like we are going to be having her as our first target.
Yep, that first chase Perfumer is going to be really interesting here. Just narrowly missing the shadow here. It looks like we are going to throw down that pallet just to really buy some time to transition away.
And we're going to continue throwing these pallets here over at the Cypher corner, but our Opera Singer is going to opt to break one as the Perfumer transitions back to our 11 alleyway.
You know, really great discipline coming off of this Perfumer, being able to transition around these pallets here.
And this Opera Singer is going to catch up to this Perfumer just in time. Oh, we are going to be having the owl on the Perfumer. Oh, we're going to blink and Perfume back. Oh, but of course, with the Opera Singer's remnant, we are going to jump back. And Perfumer is, unfortunately going to get hit just at the last second of that Euphoria cooldown.
Great first hit coming off of this Opera Singer. You know, just an unfortunate timing coming off of this owl here. Looks like we just did not have the right communication that was needed here.
For sure, and we are going to be having this Perfumer go down. But we are looking at a pretty good Cypher progress here. One of our Cyphers has already been popped with our Seer just about to pop his Cypher too.
Looks like we are going to get that first chair down on that Perfumer, which means we are going to be seeing this Mercenary transition to the back corner here. You know, this match is moving relatively fast. And it seems like we are really trying to hold off on this rescue. Everyone leaving the vicinity. Clean rescue coming off of this Mercenary here.
Yeah, for sure. Now, of course, Perfumer doesn't have any more Euphoria to utilize, but we are able to use a lot of the pallets over at this back house gate area. And Perfumer is going to be continuing back at the 2 pallets here, transitioning over to our corner house now that the Cypher there is popped. But Perfumer is going to go down to, the heavy hit right here. Watch out for the tram. Oh, and it looks like Basement is going to be over at this corner house. Now, at this point in time, I'm really curious to see if they're going to be able to rescue this Perfumer for a second time. It does look like to be so because Barmaid is going to be popping one of those Cyphers. And we are halfway across our final Cypher.
This is going to be a bit of a pinch rescue here. Looks like we are going to have the Mercenary come in for another rescue. Hopefully we'll be able to make it in time here. Beautiful elbow pad.
It does look like we don't have to watch out for that blink because our hunter has since then switched over to teleport. But at this point, we are going to be trying to bait things out. Landing a hit on the Mercenary.
being able to get the perfumer out of the basement, especially with the last minute chair rescue just now coming in, is definitely detrimental here. I mean, despite the small miscommunication in the beginning, this perfumer is putting up such a great fight, and the cipher is going off here.
Perfumer is going to be kiting around this corner house gate cipher. Good call. Luckily for the oh, we are going to get a terror shock on the vault here, but luckily enough, our mercenary was able to avoid taking another hit, so we are at full health if the opera singer teleports. But it does look like our 3 survivors at the gate are going to be able to escape, resulting in a 3-man escape.
Beautiful 3-man here coming off of our survivors. We had a really great kite coming off of this perfumer. Like I said, we had a small miscommunication in the beginning, but even so, we didn't even see the first perfume go off until almost about that first cipher being done here.
Yeah, really excellent work. I'm really happy to be able to have seen all of that perfume usage because you don't always have to use it to tanker like instant perfume. I love it when you kind of play my use of the hunter as well, and I especially loved the Euphoria where the perfumer was able to double back as the hunter blinked on her. I thought that was really impressive.
No, it was so it was so wonderful. Um I'm a very big fan of just seeing how other perfumer players utilize her perfumes, especially when you're in dire situations of not being able to really use your perfumes um when you're at half health here. Uh not being able to see the seer or the mermaid is a bit unfortunate just because you can't really give uh the props to them where it feels needed. But honestly, without the two of them, we wouldn't have been able to get these ciphers done here.
Absolutely. I have to say, I was like really on the edge of my seat when I saw the opera singer turn the camera and reveal that basement was right there. I'm glad that the mercenary was able to get that rescue, and especially being so far away, being able to utilize both elbow pads to go into the basement really helped out. And I was really worried for the opera singer here because, of course, we did uh, drop in instead of posing a threat, hovering over at the ledge to try and double hit the mercenary. Mercenary isn't as weak to double hits as any other survivor with that delayed damage, but of course, that's something that you have to look out for no matter what match you're in, no matter who
Mhm.
you are playing as. But it does look like as we are moving into round 3, I am able to pass on the stage to Bugs as we have scheduled. So I just want to thank everybody for having me once again. And it's always a pleasure to be one of your commentators. It's always a pleasure to commentate with Mian. So I hope that you care for Mian and Bugs well while I'm gone. I'll be in the chat for sure. But thank you so much for having me, and best of luck to our participants. Thank you to
Thank
our audience
you.
members, our casters, and our staff. I've been Mima, and I'm going to hand it over to Bugs and Mian. Good night,
Thank you so
everybody.
much. It's always
Thank
a
you,
joy
thank
to
you.
commentate with you, Mima.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Bye now.
Bye bye. All right, looks like it's just me. Um, until Bugs gets here. Um, oh, never mind. That was very short lived. Welcome back, Bugs. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Hello.
Hello. We
Hi.
had a little bit of a hiccup here, but it's very nice to have you.
It's nice to be here. Definitely. I was really looking forward to it because this is the first time we get to commentate together
It
this
is, isn't
season.
it?
Yeah, the first time we get to commentate together this season.
hmm if you guys didn't know, Bugs is my partner in crime and also my just IDV partner in general. Um,
We're duo.
we duo. The only person out there willing to put up with whatever I decide that I want to do during a match.
The only
Um,
person. I mean, the rest of our friends do, but it's
that's
nice to
true.
say that I'm the only person.
Oh. Um, I'm sure you were watching in the stream and everything. We did have a very interesting first 2 rounds here.
I
Um,
did. I was watching.
Lots of really, really interesting, fun gameplay. Already going off. You, me, and Mima saw some of our favorite survivors on the field.
Yeah.
Uh, so far we've only seen Opera Singer, but I am really hoping to see some of those lesser chosen hunters.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing like my personal favorite hunter that I love to play, Joseph. I'm just kidding. I know you want to see Mary.
I'm I want to see Geisha instead.
Ah, you missed it. Mission played Geisha today.
Of course, Mushin played Geisha. It's
Oh, and
not a
water is
match.
wet.
That literally, it's not a match if Mushin isn't playing Geisha.
Not a tournament if Musha isn't playing Geisha.
Literally, literally.
I
Um,
really enjoyed the Vera kiting today that I saw just now because that
mhm.
was so well disciplined, so incredibly like on top of things. Like every single time she waited for every pallet to fall, it was after the doctor the doctor. Hello, am I playing Dead by Daylight?
Whoa.
After the opera singer had already dropped or already swung at the pallet, therefore she could not have swung again to get hit. It was also very uh well timed out, I think, even though we didn't get any perfumes off. Every perfume had a purpose, and it was she definitely utilized Vera. She's definitely a very experienced Vera player. And I have to
Mhm.
compliment her for that.
I have to agree. Looks like we are going to slowly transition to our third match. We are going to be um getting a Sacred Heart Hospital ban here, but we are going to be an Arms Factory pick. Um,
Ooh,
I am also a huge Arms Factory fan. It's no Leo's memory. But when it comes to maps, I do enjoy how versatile Arms Factory is. Um, it's very evenly laid out, very flat, no elevation, and lots of really good areas to kite in.
but it's just Leo's in a different font.
Yeah, without the elevation. I'm sorry, the factory
Mhm.
in Leo's, that's my best friend.
Best friend. Just quick reminder: the global bands here. We will have the drunken survivors playing this time, so that means that we will be seeing Embalmer and Wildling globally banned. Uh,
Mhm.
it's nice to see them when they're here, and I do want to wish Murrow a happy birthday, but
Happy birthday, girl.
unfortunately, we'll not be seeing him from Drunken anymore. Unfortunate, really unfortunate.
It's okay. We will also not be seeing we won't be seeing the seer or the barmaid coming up of DW either. Um Super sad to see both of them go. I love seeing good barmaid play. Looks like I've been seeing some of the survivors that I really have are really particular to. These first 2 rounds. Barmaid, like I was saying with Mima, is a very versatile survivor nowadays, instead of how she used to be.
Yeah, definitely. She's um she and Ada both have served the purpose of, oh my gosh, my rescuer just got hit after rescuing. Well, time to heal them up with my special ability. And then by the time they get to the chair, they're already full health again.
Hmm.
They definitely I do love the healer survivors. They're my favorites. Uh I've I have a rule when I rank by myself, which hasn't been happening lately.
I was gonna say, you know where to find me.
I know, but when I would rank by myself in previous seasons, I would play Ada when I thought I was gonna lose, and I would end up getting first kite, and I would just win.
Fair enough.
If you
It
want to
looks
win,
like
play Ada.
this. Looks like we are going to slowly move into our band picks and everything. We are going to be having Drunken Hunting first. So we will be seeing Divorced Woman as our survivors this first round here.
Be
We are going to be seeing a acrobat and coordinator band on the floor here. You know, seeing an acrobat band not as shocking as it used to be. You have a lot of really nice narrow spaces that the acrobat was able to tumble into to really transition your kites away. And of course, like I was saying earlier, the coordinator has risen up in the meta nowadays, especially when it comes to having flywheel on the table. Um, Being able to bring both 612 on a survivor like that really, really aids how her lifespan in a match.
definitely. And ever since her little buff of sorts where she runs through the pallets and gets a speed boost, and when she's running towards a rescue, she gets faster. She's definitely become more versatile, and I think she's solidified herself as a valid rescuer. So completely understandable to ban her, and also completely understandable to ban Acrobat. I hate him.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! You do not. Don't say that. He's literally right next to you. You have him.
He's in a box behind me.
Why put him in a box?
I put him in a box. He's in the dark
Sorry,
right
for
now.
context, Bugs has my Mike Morton plushie, and he's missing his balls.
Oh, oh, I'm missing his balls. He has them. He's missing one. That's all. 1 out of 3.
Just one.
I don't think we're allowed to talk about Mike's balls on stream. Maybe we should stop talking. Let's have some quiet time.
I don't think we need quiet time here. Um, you know, I love seeing the coordinator, but it is really sad to see her go. You know, that flare gun really does help when it comes to matches here. We are slowly getting our first lock-ins. We're going to be seeing a mercenary and gardener lock in here. Both very great picks. Same thing with coordinator, being able to watch the gardener move up in the meta has been really exciting. You know, she is Identity V's poster child for fun, but just in general. And she is very, very versatile when it comes to hunters like the opera singer and even the shadow, I would say.
Yeah, single hit hunters really struggle against Emma, it seems. So completely understandable to ban her. Also, breaking chairs is so unique to her and so beneficial. Like a lot of games I've seen hinge on the teams picking a character that has a build with max struggle, and then they'll just run into a corner and have the gardener camp near that corner and break all the chairs in that corner.
Mhm.
I've seen it done so many times. It's so wonderful. We will also be getting our hunter ban. Say goodbye to the shadow because she has been banned, unfortunately. But surely smiles, not completely off the table, correct?
Mhm. You know, we are going to be seeing that shadow ban in the first for our first ban here. Um, you know, I can't say that I particularly blame them for this ban. We have a hunter that is extremely versatile on any map that you put her on. Um, you know, being able to use to teleport from each stone that she puts out.
Yeah, and you get into situations where um you three cyber yourself and it's pretty much over. It's pretty much game over. So it's really completely understandable that Ivy's been banned. Uh, for our next Survivor ban, we will be seeing the cheerleader hit the bench. Unfortunately, she will be cheering from the sidelines, and our next lock-in will be female dancer.
I can't say I'm surprised with the cheerleader ban here. When it comes to survivors, the cheerleader is extremely versatile, and that is my favorite word lately. But it's true. A lot of these survivors are very versatile with the team composition that you put them on. Um, with a cheerleader being able to use her motivate for that speed boost, and of course her cheer, can really help, especially towards late game when it comes to good support. And of course, being able to refresh certain abilities off of survivors, it makes a world of a difference here.
Yeah, definitely. Um, I don't know. I mention it every time that female dancer is locked in on Ours Factory, but she's so strong on this map. She's genuinely like a force to be reckoned with, considering how close everything is. Uh, it's really good to see her rising into the, like how you worded it, rising back into the meta. Uh, given that she has her little twirl now to match
Mhm.
with Mike's little roll that he does. I wonder if they're gonna buff the other Honolulu characters to have something special like that. Well, that's just me rambling. Next and final ban is going to be, unfortunately, a meal.
But hey, just because Emil is off the table now doesn't mean he's off the table forever. And this is definitely going to be an interesting layout here, because our final lock-in is going to be the lawyer. Not being able to get that terror shock in on the lawyer anymore is also going to be really game changing here, depending on the hunter pick.
Yeah, definitely. And I did say that I did want to see a lot more decoders in this tournament. So I feel like my cries have been heard, and I'm finally getting my decoder picks. I actually recently got rolled by a lawyer, so I'm really excited to see him hopefully hit the chair a couple times.
No, no,
No bias,
no.
no bias, of course not,
My
but
goodness.
it is a little bit cathartic.
Get it together.
We have fun here.
Well, I think we're gonna get banned from commentating together.
Most definitely.
Oh no. Sorry if you guys heard that. My cat knocked my mic over.
We gotta keep people entertained. It's quite late for both of us, so um we have to we have to keep the stream, we have to keep the staff awake with our our sideshow.
Are we sure we're not the circus performance?
No, we definitely are.
Alrighty.
Just waiting in for a couple of the hunter pick. Uh I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what hunter we will be going against here. I'm anticipating a double hit hunter, perhaps maybe a violinist. Hee. I've been seeing a lot of violinists. But of course, sangria is still on the table, so we could see a repeat and get a sangria, or we could possibly see uh someone more anticipating and respecting the Gardener Shield with a double hit chance. Or perhaps we can get somebody who really shines on flat maps, like Mary or Dream Witch, or maybe even a geisha. The possibilities are really endless here.
It's true. I don't particularly foresee seeing an opera singer pick, and if I'm wrong, well, that's life. um, but I think when it comes to maps like Arms Factory, there's just a lot of terrain here that is just a bit harder to navigate when it comes to using those shadows.
Yeah. I know having the LOS in the I always forget what it's called, deep sandbags. Losing your LOS in that area is definitely a detriment to opera singers, so I don't particularly think that they would do something like that. Uh, but but we do have our pick here, and our hunter pick will be the hermit. Yay! Woo! Yippee! Definitely a very interesting pick, especially since now that I think about it, they are quite a slippery bunch. We have the lawyer who is going to be running a kiting build with 12-9. We have the dancer who is also running a kiting build, but this time she's taking 3 as well as 9. And the gardener is also taking 3 and 9.
Yeah, I mean the hermit pick on a map like Arms Factory, really great choice here. I mean, even last LO League, we saw some insane gameplay coming off of hermit players on Arms Factory. So lots of really great terrain here to navigate through. Being able to use the spark to teleport. Looks like we are going for that block formation in the bottom corner here. The elf room here, looks like we are going to have the gardener at the shack.
Thumbs up.
Warrior.
The thumbs up.
Oh, yeah.
The thumbs up formation. Nice. Okay, the gardener will be spawning in the well, I forgot actually. This is Bugs Bite. I'm commentating for round 2, I believe, with the uh with
Um,
the drunken hunter as well as the divorced women playing Survivor. Good luck to you.
looks like we are going for that first kite here off of this mercenary. You know, being able to really utilize this window in the back corner here, really has this hermit on his toes.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see that Lawyer has not picked up charge yet, so he can possibly be decoding quite peacefully, which is definitely going to spell some ruin in the future if we do not find him. He's landing a beautiful stun on the mercenary. They're kind of anticipating an elopad almost, and getting our second presence. It seems like we are running insolence, and we're also running warp as well. The lawyer has been found, and we are now shifting our targets to the lawyer, who has picked up a red charge and is sharing with the whole team currently.
You know, it really helps being able to get that one chip damage down on that mercenary. You know, even if it is just a chip, it goes such a long way on a map like this. Especially with the hermit that does predominantly more chip damage than usual. Oh, beautiful hit on that lawyer. Great stun. Looks like we are going to have that gardener at about half health. Which unfortunately we have to make the decision whether or not um, we are going to heal up here or continue to decode.
Yeah, definitely. And oh, we see a flywheel coming out. I don't know if that was a small, maybe, maybe they know something that we don't. But having it not on the board here is definitely gonna look a little bit more crusty for this lawyer. Picking up a blue charge from the distance here, beautiful placement. and it seems like we finally expanded the use of the map. And we've gotten a window hit. Beautiful.
Beautiful, beautiful window hit coming off of this hermit. We are using that warp to cut off the lawyer here.
Now, the entire team is essentially at half health.
You know, we're really in the position of
So
having
we're
to
in
heal
a situation
up.
here. Definitely. Now, we are down to 2 ciphers. So I would say that it's preparation for the impending rescue.
You know, great loop work coming off of this the lawyer here. Looks like we are going to be getting that heal in on that gardener, and it looks like we might be getting that off of the mercenary, just possibly. Instead, we are opting to decode here, which means that we are going to. Looks like, sorry, you know, we keep swapping. There's a lot of really great last minute decisions coming in. Looks like we are going to be getting the gardener coming in for the rescue here, I believe. If not, I do believe she is transitioning to that back cipher there, and we're getting the heal up on the mercenary, and looks like we will have the merc come in for the rescue. Looks like we are going to be getting a half rescue here.
Definitely, and the merc is still tied to the rest of the teams here. So the damage will be spread if he does get picked. And oh, it seems like we're gonna try and stagger him as much as we possibly can. We do have warp online to cut him off here, or to get a little bit closer to the chair. And getting a wonderful terror shot
Beautiful
at the very
shot
last
coming off of this
second.
hermit here. Looks like we are going to be having this lawyer sent back to the manor.
Yes, this is a very, very dangerous situation to be in. The gardener and the female dancer are both sharing a polarity, meaning that if the female dancer is spotted, or if the last cipher is primed, we're seeing a recall of memory coming through here, and getting the bubble to a beautiful discipline here on the hermit. I don't quite think that it's gonna hit the chair there, unfortunately. Oh, it did. Okay.
Listen, we are going to manage to get that rescue off here, but unfortunately it looks like we are going to be getting the down on the gardener just because we do not have anyone on the field that can help take that chip damage off of her. Looks like the mercenary is going to be transitioning out to the female dancer, possibly to get that heal off, get her up off of the floor here. Instead, we are opting to pick ourselves up. This is definitely a very tight position here.
Definitely looking like a very crusty situation to be in if you're these survivors. Getting a hit down on the merc again, and opting to chair him as opposed to slugging him because he knows that the female dancer was down quite a distance away. Going back here, using the warp to spot the Emma, actually. Very unfortunate for her, but now we're in a position where we only have one survivor left up, and there's only one possible direction that she could be in.
Unfortunately, we are seeing the female dancer go out for the kite and just hit narrowly through that window. It looks like we are just seeing all of these survivors go down. Looks like we are not going to get that surrender in just yet. Maybe the gardener is able to pick herself back up here.
Yes, you want to expend every possible, and unfortunate.
Whoa.
Very unfortunate, but also very respectable that she did try to get as much time in as she possibly could.
You know, we had a little a very interesting match here. Wonderful first kite coming off of that lawyer, managing to get 3 ciphers, 3.5 or so ciphers down. Especially when when the hermit has them all activated, is very, very impressive here. Unfortunately, just not being able to get that lawyer off the chair and getting terror shots, unfortunately, is just very detrimental to how the match played out here. Also,
Definitely.
because the gardener took in a mass amount of damage in the beginning, being able to mitigate it off of the lawyer to just prolong his first kite.
Yeah, definitely. It really goes to show that no matter how long your kite is, uh, it's not the kite that matters. It's the rescues, it's the ciphers, it's everything that comes into play. And it's very respectable that the survivors did give it their best, but it's also very respectable that the hunter didn't crumble under the pressure of the lawyer essentially giving him a run for his money.
We had a lot of really great discipline coming off of this hermit too. Really being able to anticipate just where these survivors were going when they were transitioning away, especially after the chairs.
Hmm. It's also very good discipline on like you mentioned prior, not a lot of hunters break pallets when they're amidst a chase. But I feel like having so many pallets already broken by the time it was ready for the rescue, um it was it really it really showed to benefit the hermit there um in the long run.
No, for sure. And you don't like you were mentioning and I had said earlier, you don't really see hunters really break pallets. So being able to see hunters really turn around and start doing that has really changed a lot of how these matches are going for everyone. You know, it's just a bit of a rough position. It did kind of feel like we were anticipating a soap opera. Oh, opera singer. Oh my goodness. Opera singer pick in the beginning with the team composition that we did have. And it did feel like the hermit choice kind of threw this team layout a little bit askew here. Opera singer here would have been more interesting choice when it comes to having the mercenary and the gardener on the team, and of course the lawyer who cannot take terror shocks. It did feel like the hermit pick here was just a little bit out of um a little bit out of left field for these survivors.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned, um a lot of the time, um hunters with single hit are kind of a detriment to the Emma, but it really was no sweat off the hermit's back at all. Uh,
Mm-mm.
Definitely a respectable pick. Um, it really goes to show how confident this hunter is in going into tankier teams like the mercenary and the Emma. And now they will be globally banned, so you won't have to deal with them anymore.
Yeah, looks like we won't really be seeing him anymore. Um, i- interesting. Interested to see what choices we get as we move into the second half of round two. Looks like we are getting our first two bands in. We are going to be seeing the seer and the cheerleader band here.
Yeah, it seems like Eli is permanently a bench warmer, unfortunately. But
No, we did just see him. I just seen him.
and joining him on the bench is cheerleader, who will have to be cheering from the sidelines once again, unfortunately. But completely understandable, especially when you're playing characters or you're playing for a 4-man, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but uh, it's definitely she's definitely more of a slipperier survivor. So I definitely understand the ban. And a reminder of the global bans from the previous round, we will be seeing the Embalmer as well as the Wildling globally banned.
Mm-hmm. So we are going to be having some really interesting bands up on the table here. As we're slowly moving into our band picks, we are still waiting for our Hunter band and our 2 Survivor lock-ins here. Again, cheerleader cheerleader band is not very surprising nowadays when you think about how versatile she is as a survivor. How easily she can either hold herself in a kite situation or how well she supports her other teammates. Being able to refresh skills, like you were saying earlier in the chat, cheerleader and perfumer are a phenomenal duo together, being able to really navigate that perfume cooldown and really, really help here.
I said that that's my favorite duo because that's what we play.
It is what we play.
I do think that having a deer band is also kind of telling of who the hunter may be. It might be a single hit hunter, or it could be somebody who has a bit of a slower chase. So I personally believe that both of these bands kind of give us a little bit of insight as to who the hunter could possibly be, what kind of uh, uh, agenda that they have ready for our next round here. So I'm very interested to see the pick. I have one in mind, but I don't think it's going to come to fruition. So I'm not going to say anything. But if it does happen, you will hear me say I told you so,
Okay,
even though I didn't.
okay, I will
Our
hold you to that. Looks like we are getting our first 2 lock-ins here. It is going to be both the coordinator and the gardener. Again, it seems like we are setting up for a opera singer play here. Seeing as that we are also our first hunter band universally is also going to be Ivy or the Shadow as well. When we have characters like the coordinator and the gardener on the field, both more so the gardener than the coordinator, is known to counter the opera singer.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, a lot of distance can be got from the really looking like they are try and scare her off.
I was gonna say, is Bugs dying?
Oh, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. As I was saying, it seems like they're trying to scare the option of an opera singer off the table.
I definitely agree here. It looks like we are also going to get our next band in, which is going to be the Mercenary. But with the band of the Mercenary, we are going to be seeing a first officer lock in. So we're swapping one rescue based survivor out for another here. Very, very great versatile choice here. Watching the first officer also rise up again. Around Koa 5 kind of had his moment, kind of fell from grace for a little bit, and now he's slowly moving his way back up. Um, Really interesting and exciting to see. Um, and unfortunately, we are going to be seeing a barmaid band come in.
Very unfortunate, but also gives us even more insight as to who this hunter could be. I really do believe that we are going to be against a single hit hunter, someone that struggles a little bit in chase. Maybe a spider. Who said that? And
But
our
it's
final lock-in will be Acrobat.
Michael.
Michael. Not to be confused with our beloved Magikarp Cursor mascot, Michael, of course. You
know,
weren't there
very.
for that, Mian, but
I don't think I was. No. But it's okay. It's okay. Some jokes are meant between other people than me. Very excited to see where this team composition goes. Again, like I was saying earlier in the beginning of the match here, you know, the Acrobat is a very good survivor on a map like Arms Factory. Lots of really great narrow spaces for him to toss his juggling ball and tumble out of narrow spaces.
yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot to be said about these picks, uh, and there's a lot to be said about the bands, but uh, focusing on the picks more, um, having the coordinator, the gardener, the first officer. The gardener and the first officer can take up to 3 hits to get down. Well, not really 3 hits, but gardener can take up to 3 hits to down if you're not careful. First officer could take an extra little bit of time with his stopwatch, and the acrobat, of course, is quite slippery first chase. So they definitely picked a lot of survivors that can hold their own. Uh, I I can't quite. I think I do believe that they are.
Mm-hmm. You know, we are slowly moving in to get our hunter choice here. Very excited to see what we are going to be getting. Um, you know, I'm really hoping on a map like this, we might be seeing either a geisha or a bloody queen pick. You know, I am a big fan of either one here, and I fully anticipate um just seeing where these matches go. Um on a map like Arms Factory, this is a bloody queen's playground if you really think about it. It's very, very even. Um even flat ground and he helped.
Yeah, and definitely your monkey's paw has curled just a little bit more.
I'm
Uh,
so good at this.
as we will be seeing a bloody queen as our hunter. Very, very commendable insight there.
Everyone applaud. Just kidding, just kidding. No, but you know, I'm not really a hunter main per se. I'm not particularly good on it, but if I do play hunter, especially in customs, I 100% want to always go for Bloody Queen on Arms Factory. It's definitely such a great map for her.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, it really is a Blade Queen's playground. So seeing divorced women pick the divorced woman of the game is very
Not
very
super.
very interesting. Seems like we will be seeing the coordinator spawn here in No Man's Land. Michael will be spawning towards Water Tank Gate. First officer will be spawning in the middle, and we have the Emma spawning a little bit of ways away from the factory.
Looks like we are going to be moving into our match very shortly. Very excited to see how this match turns out. Especially when you have a lot of really good survivors with the Bloody Queen.
This is the second half of round two, with divorced women's hunting and drunken surviving. I'm Bugs Bite, and this is Mian. And good luck to both teams. We have an early first hit on the first officer, but it seems like we're not going to continue the chase on him. We will be seeing the acrobat coming in as our next chase.
Mm-hmm. All right. You know, we had an amazing first hit on this first officer here. It looks like we are slowly transitioning. We are going to go after this acrobat instead. Beautiful mirror. But another beautiful tumble coming off of the acrobat.
Seems like we're throwing down as much pallets as we can just to try and get a little bit of distance from this Bloody Queen. She is hot on our trail. The first officer has been healed. We will be seeing the red bomb come out as well as the... What a beautiful terror shock!
Beautiful terror shock coming off of that Bloody Queen. Looks like we had just gotten the acrobat on top of the pallet when she blinked there. Oh my goodness!
Incredible foresight from this Mary. As well as the first officer seemingly sending the acrobat to his death there. Maybe that's payback for the You're on Your Own. Seems like we do have the first officer coming in for the rescue anyway. And we will be seeing a beautiful hit here on the first officer. Michael is transitioning or attempting to transition a little bit closer to the factory.
Beautiful last effort on that acrobat here. Looks like we are going to just be chasing him down. You don't want to lose sight of him at all, and obviously that mirror image really keeps him on track here.
Yeah, the basement is here in the factory. It's not quite known if she's taking Giant's Claw to get him there, but even this chair here is a great spawn. Ooh, sniffing out the Emma here with the wanted order. Not quite landing the hit quite yet, but we might be able to get to cut off the rescue here, and we might be seeing the acrobat get sent back to the manor on his second chair.
Looks like, oh, beautiful flywheel coming off the gardener, but it was just a little too late here.
Really waiting out this this bubble here, and getting the gardener down as quick and easy as can be. Seems like we have a little bit of a situation here where only 2 ciphers have been done, and we have the coordinator in the area. The Blade Queen has sniffed her out, taking cover to just get a little bit of semblance of safety from the gun here, and maybe not even being able to...
Oh my
what
goodness,
a terror shock!
Beautiful terror shock coming off of this Bloody Queen. You know, insane discipline coming off of these mirrors here. Oh goodness, I don't even know what to say. It looks like we are seeing the first officer try and transition away. You know, the Bloody Queen being able to see the the cipher rattle here. Oh, beautiful mirror hit as well. Looks like we are just going to chase down this first officer instead of opting to chair the coordinator here.
Right, you want to stagger these survivors as much as you possibly can. Seems like we will be committing to the chase on the first officer here. The coordinator does have self-heal, but she also does have gun in play. We will be seeing the first officer doing a beautiful job at giving this Mary somebody, and another beautiful blink hit.
Oh, they're just so good. This Bloody Queen really has just a great amount of discipline here. It looks like the coordinator is still unfortunately on the ground. But, oh, goodness.
Now, if it were me, I would be the coordinator and I would pop up and shoot immediately as she got close. But, it's not me. So, we will be seeing the coordinator struggling out, maybe shooting, and getting the first officer off the chair.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful rescue coming off of this coordinator. We are, of course, seeing her struggle out using that flare gun. Unfortunately, it just looks like the amount of ciphers we have, unless we can really keep up with a kite here, the amount of ciphers just is not in the area we want it to be for only 2 survivors left on the floor.
Oh, another beautiful Terror Shock. That is the 3rd Terror Shock this match. This Mary is definitely on top of things in terms of swinging at the right times. It seems like
You know, we are just seeing some really great discipline coming off of this Bloody Queen here. I'm just so so very excited to see just how strong she is here.
definitely. Seeing like the coordinator has used her self heal, the first officer will be in pursuit. Now this is a little bit of a tricky situation here if you're the Bloody Queen, as the first officer and the coordinator can both pick up items and possibly get a syringe to heal themselves, just to get a little bit extra time wasted here. And it seems like the first officer will be downed once again.
Looks like we are going to be seeing that first officer go down, and it looks like we are opting to not chair here, just because it does seem that we are opting to still chase after the coordinator, who did use her self-heal, which means as long as they're both done on the floor, I believe there's no opportunity for a dungeon play here.
Most definitely. It seems like we've lost sight of the coordinator. I don't quite know if she picked up the first officer or not.
No, they picked the first officer definitely picked himself up because they are not in the same vicinity of the map here.
Hmm.
Are we in the basement?
We're in the basement.
We are in the basement.
We are looking for an item in the basement here. The coordinator has taken this chance and opportunity to rotate back to the side that has a little bit more progress. Seems like the Mary has a semblance of an idea that the first officer is here in the basement and finding him, as well as maybe getting him down once again. What a beautiful hit.
Looks like we are just going to be seeing that first officer go down. A little unfortunate. Looks like the first officer just revealed himself just a little bit too late here. Too early here, sorry.
Yes, and it seems like the coordinator has remained undetected, but also remained unable to get a syringe here. It seems like the Mary is anticipating that the coordinator might come back for yet another heal on the first officer, or perhaps maybe rotate to the cipher that has that we know has progress rather, and it seems like she hasn't been able to locate the coordinator yet.
Looks like we are slowly on the way to trying to figure out where the coordinator is. We were able to pick up the first officer, but that does unfortunately leave the Bloody Queen to know the location of both survivors here.
Yes, and it does seem like the first officer here has run into her line of sight once again, but it seems like no, we're going to be going for the coordinator this time. And what a beautiful hit.
Beautiful mirror. This Bloody Queen just has the cleanest mirrors, it seems here. You know, just the right amount of depth on the field that really just connect.
Definitely not biased here. And we will be seeing the first officer in pursuit once again. Now the coordinator has used her self-heal and is unable to get back up. So it's up to this first officer to buy as much time as he possibly can. But no, seems like he has taken hit and has been returned to the manor.
This was definitely a wonderful matchup here between the survivors and the hunter. Um, the divorce wise hunter really put up a uh great fight here. And of course, the first officer and the coordinator really being able to um draw out the match as long as possible is just phenomenal communication off of these two.
Yeah, definitely constantly rotating was a big play on the survivor's part. It's just that the Mary seemed to be one step ahead at all times, with how on point her mirrors were, as well as how much pressure she put on this map. Like you said, it really did come to fruition that this is Bloody Queen's playground.
hmm And like I was saying earlier, like Star Trek is probably one of the best maps for the Bloody Queen. Just the perfect amount of even ground, and of course not as much terrain that would really block off the mirror here.
Yes, definitely. That Bloody Queen was definitely a force to be reckoned with. Uh, and really breaking the stigma that Bloody Queen is a tie hunter.
Yeah, 100%. Really great matchup between these survivors and the hunter here. I'm very excited to see how we transition forward from this point on. Um, I love seeing a good Bloody Queen matchup like this. As someone who has been steadily watching Bloody Queen from when I first started playing Identity V, to now, watching her continuous rise and fall from grace, has been a bit unfortunate, but being able to see people um, utilize her in such a way that is hard to counter is phenomenal.
Yeah, definitely. Uh, and I would just like to apologize for the technical difficulties that we had uh, at the beginning of the match here. Um, I know that unfortunately the stream didn't get to see what a beautiful blink it was on the acrobat. However, I rest assured it was absolutely amazing and left me and Mian gasping for air.
I was
But
speechless. That first terror
absolutely
talk
speechless.
was phenomenal.
It was very, very lovely gameplay. Very unfortunate that we that it was unable to be seen. But rest assured, uh, the staff is working very hard over time, and there are just a little bit of blips, but they are doing their best, and hopefully the replay will be saved or something like that, and we can get the footage recorded and posted.
Mhm.
Now, a reminder of the global bans here. We will be seeing on Drunken side, we will be seeing Embalmer, Wildling, Happy Birthday Mero, Coordinator and Gardener, as well as for Divorced Women, we will be seeing Seer, Barmaid Mercenary, and Gardener for global bans.
Uh, Very excited to see as we transition into the final round here, it seems. It does look like if DW ties or more, they will win. DN needs a 3-man or more for a second half here. Um, I will say thank you so much again to everyone who is watching, for bearing with us for how long that we have been going for today. I don't anticipate that the tournament will be this long every day, every time, as we are just hitting the playoffs here. But I really appreciate everyone coming out and showing up, and really being as sweet as possible, despite even small technical difficulties or anything. Make sure at the end to rewatch the re-upload, so you guys can anticipate, or not anticipate, but watch the Full Bloody Queen match, just because of how well it was. And again, thank you for really sticking with us. I know that it is getting a bit into the later side, and as goofy as Bugs and I are, I think we both completely understand. um, Feeling a little tired.
Yeah, actually my bedtime is like a minute, so uh
You
so
can't sleep yet. We have stuff to do after.
I know.
Huh?
Huh! Unfortunately, we've just received word that Drunken has forfeited the tournament and will not be proceeding onto round 3. Uh, very unfortunate for everybody who's here to see them play. Uh, but um, yeah, I am really sad to hear that. Actually, I'm
I know,
quite
I was really,
devastated.
really anticipating this third round. I've been having such a great time watching them participate and play. We've had a lot of really, really fun plays and moments from their team here.
Yeah, definitely. And I, gosh, I'm just absolutely floored at this information. They were really doing well. I
Mhm.
I really enjoyed their gameplay. Um,
Hopefully this is not the last time we see Drunken in a tournament. I do know that LO League, I'm not sure if we are going to be continuing into a third one, but there has been a conversation of like an annual thing, but also seeing that they are a good team as well. I'm sure being able to continuously practice with each other and keep up with each other, this will definitely not be the last tournament